Chapter 51 Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. If Fanfiction wanted to deeply parasitize someone, he would have to use at least 3 worms of time. Now that Fanfiction can only split 9 insects of time, he can only deeply parasitize 3 people at a time. However, Fanfiction has no dissatisfaction. After all, after deeply parasitizing a person, that person is almost equivalent to his clone, and this ability can still evolve in the future. And now that he can deeply parasitize those soul beasts, it is equivalent to letting him try his hand in advance. After all, he was only shallow before of parasitizing others. Thinking of this, Fanfiction relaxed his mind, and his vision began to change. A familiar forest and blue sky came into view again. Yes, Fanfiction returned to the Spirit Ascension Tower again, but the difference was that last time he was sent in by the staff of the Spirit Ascension Tower using those instruments. But this time he came in with his own consciousness. This is also Fanfiction's unexpected gain from this trip to the Spiritual Ascension platform. At this moment, Fanfiction's consciousness is attached to a big blue bird. It is the big bird that he parasitized for the first time when he entered the Ascension platform, a 10-year soul beast named Blue Bird. Frankly speaking, even Fanfiction did not expect that after deeply parasitizing the blue bird, he could actually transfer his consciousness at any time. He thought that once he left the Ascension platform, his connection with the blue bird would be severed. At this moment, if any staff of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda were carefully observing the Spirit Ascending platform, they would have discovered that a blue bird was flying freely in the Spirit Ascending platform, and its flying range had already exceeded the territory of the blue bird, a soul beast. If you observe carefully, you can still find the halo of wisdom flashing through the eyes of this blue bird from time to time. This is definitely not the wisdom that a 10-year-old soul beast can possess. But monitoring a flying spirit beast in real time takes a lot of effort, let alone that. The key is whether the members of the Spirit Pagoda are free enough to observe a 10-year-old soul beast. After all, Fanfiction has not done anything extraordinary now. At this moment, Fanfiction, who was soaring in the sky, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. The depression he had felt since his birth all turned into a sharp scream, whirling in the air. No one is a natural actor, but Fanfiction had the experience of almost dying just after he was born. In the next few years, he had to maintain a normal life and perform magic potions. In addition, his soul does not belong to this world. Frankly speaking, Fanfiction was very depressed and aggrieved in his heart. He had been holding this anger in his heart, and he had never shown it, and could not show it. Until this moment, when he transformed into a blue bird, he dared to vent his anger wantonly. After venting his emotions, Fanfiction felt that his spirit became bright. Needless to say, Fanfiction also knew that his mental power should have improved a lot. At this moment, Fanfiction suddenly felt something strange in the forest below. The moist air passed into Fanfiction's nose. Fanfiction looked down and saw thick trees and bushes so lush that they blocked his sight. This should be close to the depths of the primary spiritual ascension platform. Fanfiction could feel the fluctuation of soul power below him just now, but because it was a bit far away, he could only vaguely perceive it. Let's go down and take a look. Anyway, I'm just a clone now. It seems that because this is not the original reason, the death-seeking gene in Fanfiction's body began to slowly emerge. At the same time, he also wanted to experiment with this body's abilities in other aspects. The figure of the blue bird began to fly downward slowly, and began to gradually approach the position where it had just sensed the fluctuation of soul power. Suddenly, King Niao's body stagnated, and a fear originating from his bloodline made him want to stay away from this place. If it weren't for Fanfiction who controlled this body, I'm afraid it would have fled here immediately. But even so, Fanfiction still felt that the body of the blue bird he controlled had begun to stagnate. This was due to the suppression of blood. The race and blood suppression between soul beasts is really serious. Fortunately, I didn't reincarnate into a soul beast. Complaints are complaints, but the bluebird still flapped its wings slowly, stayed on the top of a big tree, and looked down. What came into view was a bear, eating the carcass of a monkey. The monkey's whole body is dark red, and its body is not big, but its arms are very thick. But at this moment, those thick arms were completely bent outwards, as if they had been forcibly bent by some huge force. This is a 1,000-year-old powerful ape. The powerful ape is famous for its strength. Among the spirit beasts of the same year, its strength has few rivals. What spirit beast can kill it so easily? Nanfuxian turned his eyes and looked to the other side. It was a giant bear with dark golden hair all over its body. It was more than 3 meters tall. Its arms were particularly thick, and its shoulders were as broad and majestic as a city wall. At the front of the 2 thick arms are extremely sharp dark golden giant claws. The length of the giant claws alone is enough to be 1 meter away. It's actually this guy. Nanfuxian has already recognized the soul beast in front of him. There is no chance that he can't recognize it because this guy is so famous in the world of soul beasts. Known as one of the strongest in the world of soul beasts, the dark gold terror claw bear. It is said that among the powerful ferocious beasts in early legends, the dark gold terror claw bear was one of them. Adult dark gold dire claw bears have no natural enemies, and even real dragons may not be able to please them. The dark gold terror claw bear is a soul beast that lives alone. Regardless of offense and defense, its strength is the most powerful in the entire soul beast world. The dark gold terror claw bear in front of me looks to be only 3 meters tall, but it must be more than 100 years old. If it were it would be very simple to deal with a 1,000-year-old powerful ape. However, Nanfuxian did not expect that he would actually encounter this dark gold fear claw bear here. This should be the dark gold fear claw bear that exploded the soul bone attached to Tang Woolen in the original work. Finished. No matter what he thought at the junior level, it was impossible for there to be 2 top-level soul beasts like this. After taking a look at the dark gold terror claw bear that was eating, Nanfuxian flew away directly. This big guy was not someone he could make decisions about now. However, what Nanfuxian didn't expect was that the moment it flew out of the woods, the dark golden terror claw bear that was eating suddenly roared in the direction of its flight. Nanfuxian's body softened and he almost couldn't fly. He turned around and saw the dark gold terror claw bear staring at it. Damn, didn't I just see you eating? Do you need to be so fierce? Nanfuxian immediately fluttered his wings. This bloody suppression was too outrageous. I am just a bird. How could you, a flightless bear, suppress me so miserably? Before Nanfuxian could think anything more, suddenly, a dark golden light flashed from behind. He didn't look back, but Nanfuxian could clearly feel that his body had been cut into several sections. Chapter 52 Summary, Part 1. Hiss, it hurts too much. In the dormitory, Nanfuxian opened his eyes and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air to make a contribution to climate warming across the Federation. Is the temper of a top-level soul beast so violent? He attacks without saying a word? Yes, after all, it is just a beast. How can we think about it with human thinking? Nanfuxian summarized this trip to the spiritual ascension platform, taking stock of his own state when he possessed the blue bird, and whether there were any shortcomings. Finally, he inevitably thought of the scene where he was cut into pieces. If you are killed, you will be killed. It doesn't matter. However, we still need to find out whether this dark gold fear claw bear is simply angry, or whether it has noticed something strange about the blue bird I possess. This is the first time Nanfuxian has deeply parasitized other creatures. He must know whether his first soul skill has any flaws, otherwise if something happens in the future, he will have no place to cry. Nanfuxian thought for a while, put this problem behind him, and then just try it again in the Ascension platform. This trip to the Soul Ascension platform also made Nanfuxian realize the Soul Ascension platform and his first soul skill again. The first is the Spirit Ascension platform. Nanfuxian can be sure that the soul beasts inside are by no means completely virtual. They may be souls, or they may be semi-virtual and semi-real. But Nanfuxian can be sure that the soul beasts inside at least have souls. Nanfuxian's first soul skill is a simplified version of his path sequence 4, parasite. Can parasitize other organisms, even microorganisms. Of course, Nanfuxian is not yet able to parasitize microorganisms. But it is not yet to the point where even inorganic matter can be parasitized. Maybe when Nanfuxian becomes a true god, he can do it, but at least he can't do it now. And if he can parasitize the soul beast on the spiritual platform, it will definitely not be dead. After that comes his first soul skill, parasitism. This is the true soul skill that he has hidden in the snow. Let's not talk about superficial parasitism, but when Nanfuxian carries out deep parasitism, it can be divided into the following states. The first one is to completely eliminate the consciousness of the parasitized object, and he can completely gain control of the body. The second type coexists with the consciousness of the parasitic object and is hidden in the soul of the parasitic object. Normally, the consciousness of the parasitic target is dominant, but it can seize control of the body at any time. It can guide or influence the emotions of the parasitic object, but there is a certain risk that the parasitic object will resist. However, due to the deep parasitism, his various emotions and thoughts are synchronized with those of his parasitic target. As long as the other party has the idea of resisting, he will know it immediately. The third type is to merge with the soul of the parasitic object. In this case, although the other party is also Nanfuxian's clone, it is due to the soul fusion with the parasitic object. Personality will also undergo considerable changes. The stronger the parasitized object is, the more the parasitized character will be like its original character, and vice versa. But its core subject is still Nanfuxian, and this will not change. This is how Nanfuxian felt when he possessed the blue bird. He could choose to kill, coexist, or fuse these three ways to decide how he wanted to parasitize the blue bird. This night, Nanfuxian thought a lot. The next day, Nanfuxian walked out of the dormitory early because he was thinking too much and couldn't focus too much on his practice. It was still early now, and it was only getting dark outside. After washing, he walked near the playground, wanting to relax. As soon as they arrived, they saw Tang Woolen running wildly on the playground alone, with his arms spread wide and running at high speed. How should I put it? He looked mentally disturbed. Although the evolution of the soul is a joyful thing, seeing Tang Woolen dancing on the playground, Nanfuxian silently stopped walking towards the playground. It wasn't until a pink figure appeared again on the side of the playground that Tang Woolen slowly became normal. Nanfuxian ignored Tang Woolen's enthusiastic interaction with his senior sister and went directly to the cafeteria, ate, and then went to the classroom. Tell me how you feel about the Spirit Ascension platform yesterday. Wu Zhongkong stood behind the podium and said calmly to the 6 students in the classroom. Zhang Yangzi's eyes were a little dark today, obviously he didn't sleep well last night. The same is true for Wang Jingxi. The difference is that Zhang Yangzi was depressed. Wang Jingxi, on the other hand, had a nightmare. This child was probably the worst among all the people. He directly encountered the man-faced demon spider and was eaten clean by it in an extremely cruel way. He has not recovered yet. Xie didn't look too good either. In yesterday's bloody battle, although he didn't suffer too much damage due to Nanfuxian, his physical strength was quite exhausted. Moreover, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I went back to rest at night, I always had green wolves rushing towards me in my mind. I couldn't calm down and meditate. In the middle of the night, I rolled out of bed and fell to the ground and woke up. Tang Woolen was the only one with an excited expression. His soul was evolving. What could be more joyful than this? Nanfuxian and Guyu's expressions were normal, and they didn't look any different. Follow the order of leaving the battlefield yesterday, Zhang Yangzi. Seeing that no one had the intention to take the initiative to speak, Wu Zhongkong directly named them. Yes. Zhang Yangzi agreed awkwardly, stood up, and said, My performance was terrible yesterday. Teacher Wu, I was wrong. Wu Zhongkong waved his hand. There is no need to admit your mistake to me, your life is your own. You still have a chance to admit your mistake now. If you were really in the Soul Beast Forest yesterday, you are just a corpse now, or even no bones left. Tell me how you feel. It can also be about yourself. Zhang Yang's facial muscles twitched awkwardly. The world of Shenglingtai is so real that I can't feel any illusion in it. Therefore, I was very curious when I first entered it. I climbed the tree to see further. Moreover, my martial spirit has a certain ability to glide. I feel that I can fly in multiple directions on the top of the tree, and at the same time, I can better observe everything around me. So, there was nothing wrong with me at the beginning. My fault was that I underestimated the enemy. I was also arrogant. I didn't observe the surrounding situation clearly and took action rashly. I became the target of public criticism and was removed from the battlefield. Next time I go to the Spirit Ascension platform, I will be extra careful and try my best to protect myself. I will try to survive for a longer time. Having said this, he sat down again. Wu Zhongkong made no comment and turned to Wang Jingxi. What about you? Wang Jingxi smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Wu, I don't remember anything else very deeply now. I only remember the face falling from above my head, and then the coldness that seemed to freeze the soul. They are like my nightmare. They have been haunting me. Hold on to me. I don't know what will happen next time. Chapter 53 Summary, Part 2. Wu Zhongkong said, You need to relax now. You will gradually get better in a few days. Your situation is quite special. The human-faced demon spider is an extremely rare and extremely powerful soul beast. 100 years of cultivation can hunt down 1,000-year soul beast. It is not shameful to die in its hands. But remember, next time you encounter this kind of soul beast, you will press the rescue signal as soon as possible. This time, you will be killed by it directly. Dangerous. Teacher Wu is comforting people? This is extremely rare. Thank you, teacher. Wu Zhongkong turned to Gu Yu. Gu Yu said, The Shengling platform is a very real world. I feel like I have really entered a large ancient forest. I think I like it there, very much. In the battle, the soul beasts are very real, and everything is real. There seems to be no difference. That's all. Wu Zhongkong frowned slightly when he saw Gu Yu sitting down again. Gu Yu nodded. Wu Zhongkong said, Then explain to me how you found Tang Wulin. Gu Yu was stunned for a moment. Maybe it's a coincidence. A coincidence? Wu Zhongkong narrowed his eyes slightly. It can be said to be a coincidence that Xie and Nanfuxian met Tang Wulin, because they were not far away when they appeared in the Ascension platform, and Xie ran to Tang Wulin in a disorderly manner. Near Wulin. Nanfuxian, on the other hand, was very close to Tang Wulin's position at the beginning. He got closer because there was too much movement when Xie was chased by the century-old bipedal one-horned dragon. But you are not. You are not close to Tang Wulin. When you found the Millennium Crystal Bear, you immediately found the direction to escape. The direction of escape was the location of Tang Wulin. What makes me think it's not a coincidence is that your escape route will be adjusted as Tang Wulin's position changes. This can't be a coincidence. Yes, I have some small means of element control that I can add to my partners, allowing me to find them more clearly. I felt it was safest to be with Wulin, so I chose to go to him first. This is Gu Yu's explanation, which sounds a little far-fetched. Okay. Wu Zhongkong did not pursue the question, but turned to Xie. It's your turn. Xie said, I also like that place very much. The feeling of hunting soul beasts in the forest is so exciting. That kind of environment is particularly suitable for our agility attack type battle soul masters. If my speed can be faster, my survivability will be improved, will be stronger. It was also very satisfying when I fought against those green wolves in the end. I try to avoid the vital points and be able to fight longer. I have learned this fighting method a long time ago, but I have no place to practice it. This time I have really experienced it, and I understand a lot about the importance of avoiding vital points. At the same time, this battle also made me understand the importance of teammates. Having said this, Xie also glanced at Nanfuxian. Wu Zhongkong looked at Tang Wulin and signaled that he would be next. Tang Wulin pondered for a moment and said, "The feeling of the forest is very real. Although I know it is an illusion, when I go deep into it, I still unknowingly think it is real, especially when I am injured, it feels very painful. Fighting with the spirit beast realism is very helpful for improving actual combat. By cultivating in a place like this, I think we can become true soul masters. I think our future cooperation must be further strengthened. Only with tacit understanding can we use collective strength to fight against soul beasts that are stronger than us. This time it is also because of Fu Sheng's soul skills that can increase the fault tolerance rate. Coupled with the harassment of Guyu and Xie, we can solve the problem so smoothly. Drop that 1,000-year crystal bear." Finally we arrived at Nanfuxian. Nanfuxian thought for a while, but couldn't think of any good words, so he could only say dryly, "This battle made me realize the power of unity. Through the battle in the Ascension platform, I believe our cooperation will be better in the future." Tacit agreement. After listening to the speeches of the 6 people, Wu Zhongkong nodded. "If I were to give you a score for this experience at the Shengling platform, Zhang Yangzi would get 0 points. Wang Jingxi would get 1 point. Guyu would get 5 points. Xie would get 5 points. Tang Wulin would get 4 points. Nanfuxian would get 5 points. Point. Zhang Yangzi had already had a premonition about his low score, and so did Wang Jingxi. But when Wu Chongkong said that Tang Wulin only had 4 points and Nanfuxian only had 5 points, everyone couldn't help but show surprise. If it weren't for Tang Wulin's attack power and Nanfuxian's powerful control ability, I'm afraid the other two would have died first. Especially Nanfuxian, he was the main force in this battle. Whether it was the century-old bipedal unicorn dragon or the 1,000-year-old crystal bear, Nanfuxian could be said to have contributed indispensably to both of them. Even in the final battle to protect Tang Wulin, without him, Xie might have been in trouble. Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian, do you know why your 2 ratings are so low? Wu Chongkong looked at the 2 of them with burning eyes. Tang Wulin lowered his head and started thinking. When he heard the scoring results, he was also stunned. He also felt that his score should not be so low. However, after listening to Wu Zhangkong's inquiry, he thought about it carefully and gradually understood what Teacher Wu meant. Guyu's score is higher than mine because she connected that attack together, and it was her exquisite elemental control that helped us defeat the crystal bear in the end. Xie's score is high because he fought tooth and nail to block the wolves in order to protect me. Fuxian's score is high because he took charge of the whole process and commanded these battles. Wu Zhongkong said, "That's not entirely true. If Guyu hadn't used his body to catch you when you turned into crystal and fell to the ground, and you were severely injured, you would have been smashed to pieces. Although you will not die in reality, you will definitely endure pain similar to Wang Jingxi's, and there will be certain dangers. Therefore, if we count the points, Guyu is second only to Nanfuxian. As for Xie, his score is higher than yours, not because he saved you in the end, but because he is more familiar with soul beasts than you are. Your points are deducted because it was crystallized when you killed the crystal bear. If you know something about soul beasts like the crystal bear, you will know that before it dies, there will be an explosion of crystal soul power. The more powerful the crystal bear is, the larger the coverage area will be when it finally explodes. But obviously, you don't know this, which is a lack of knowledge." After saying that, Wu Zhongkong looked directly at Nanfuxian, wanting to see what he said. When Nanfuxian saw Wu Changkong's eyes, he could only say helplessly, "My score is almost the same as that of Xie and Guyu." The reason is that when I first entered the Spirit Ascension platform, I didn't immediately think about joining up with my teammates. This is for a soul master who does not have strong attack power and self-protection ability. Is fatal. Wu Zhongkong nodded happily, yes, although given the situation at the time, it might be a good choice not to act rashly and wait for your teammates. But don't forget, you are in a forest of soul beasts. We are completely unsure whether the person who finds you next moment will be your teammates or the soul beasts. Staying still is almost equal to slow death. Although your soul skills are good, your attack power is insufficient, and your means of escape are obviously not as good as others. If you encounter a powerful soul beast, or a social soul beast like a blue wolf, how can you escape? Well, Teacher Wu, I know I was wrong. Nanfuxian agreed. Chapter 54 Level 20 and before the final exam. Under the circumstances, if you can kill the crystal bear without any damage, then with the situation of the four of you, even if you face a group of green wolves, you still have a chance to break out, and there is no need for Guyu to sacrifice herself. Even Li Nanfuxian and Xie devoted their lives to protecting you. Their sacrifices were all because of you. The dance leader turned his gun and said to Tang Wulin. Wu Zhangkong's voice sounded particularly cold in Tang Wulin's ears. He never expected that the battle that he was originally proud of would actually turn out like this. Yes. If this were a real battlefield, because of his own mistakes, the entire team would collapse, and all his teammates would die for him. Can this still be called a victory? Wu Chongkong said calmly, so, next, you need to strengthen your understanding and study of soul beasts. Don't think that since soul beasts are rare now, this kind of learning is useless. On the contrary, understanding the characteristics of soul beasts will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. According to research, 90% of the soul skills possessed by human soul masters were possessed by former soul beasts. Knowing more about the abilities of soul beasts is equivalent to knowing more about your future competitors. At the same time, it will also allow you to survive longer in the Ascension platform, a place dedicated to top powerhouses. You should have already experienced that the longer you persist in the Ascension platform, the greater the benefits you will get. Therefore, you still have a long way to go. Tang Wulin's joy brought by the advancement of his soul has its gone, yes. Because of one's own lack of knowledge, one brings trouble to one's partners. This morning's content will focus on the soul beasts you encountered yesterday, as well as their abilities and specialties at different levels of cultivation. Wu Chongkong said calmly. After the journey to the Spirit Ascension platform, the 6 people were more serious about their studies than before, as if they had added enhanced soul skills, and they became extremely serious. Without Wu Zhangkong's urging, even Zhang Yangzi put down his hostility towards Tang Wulin, and the 6 of them began to study and practice hard. Entering the Spirit Ascension platform once a week has become a compulsory course for Class 0 of the first grade. Nanfuxian and the other 6 people began to be particularly cautious when they entered. When encountering soul beasts, they fought cautiously. However, in the ascension to the spirit platform, you are not guaranteed to obtain the greatest benefit by being careful, because luck is very important. Once you encounter an opponent that is impossible to fight against in any case, you will be easily eliminated. Nanfuxian also took the opportunity to enter the Spirit Ascension platform and began to continuously experiment with his first soul skill. After experiments, Nanfuxian discovered that the last time he was killed by the dark gold terror claw bear was a complete accident. That bear had a problem with his head. No matter what spirit beast he encountered, he would immediately issue a warning. If you don't run away immediately, the dark gold terror claw bear will send you a dark gold terror claw every minute. One time, Nanfuxian parasitized into the body of a century-old flame lion king. He led the lions and was running in the Ascension Tower. As a result, he encountered the bear. Before he could run away, the lions led by Nanfuxian were killed in one fell swoop. Weird. In the end, he was brutally dismembered with the dark gold terror claw. After several journeys to the spiritual ascension platform, Nanfuxian's first soul also successfully evolved into a 100-year soul. At the same time, it also made Nanfuxian realize how deceptive the soul beast's bloodline suppression is. No matter what kind of soul beast Nanfuxian parasitizes. When he encounters the dark gold fear claw bear, the soul beast controlled by Nanfuxian, his body will start to tremble involuntarily. This has nothing to do with consciousness, it is just the instinct of the body, just like a mouse seeing a cat, an antelope seeing a tiger, or a lion. Although there are also soul beasts parasitized by Nanfuxian, most of the bloodlines are not very strong, and the dark gold terror claw bear is the top bloodline. As for why he didn't parasitize the dark gold terror claw bear, we can only say that if Nanfuxian wants to parasitize others, he must have contact with the parasitized target. There is no need to touch, but at least he must face each other and see him. Only the other party can do it. As for Yi Nanfuxian and the others, if it weren't for their team, they would be torn apart by the dark gold terror claws as soon as they encountered the dark gold terror claw bear. Moreover, the bear is usually active in the depths of the primary spirit ascension platform, while Nanfuxian and the others basically survive on the periphery of the spirit ascension platform, fighting spirit beasts to hone their practical experience. There is basically no chance that the two will meet. In the blink of an eye, the end of the first semester of first grade is coming. Teacher Wu, do we also have to take the final exam? Tang Wulin asked in surprise. There is no doubt that for them, the final exam of the first grade is meaningless at all. This is not arrogance. Although Class 0 has only been established for 3 months, the 6 of them can feel that they have been transformed in the past 3 months. The other 4 people in the class also showed surprise. Nanfuxian, on the other hand, looked calm, as if he had expected it. In fact, he had already expected it. After all, the memories of his previous life were still there, and just because Wu Zhongkong was from Shrek Academy, he knew that he would not let them pass the final exam so easily. As we all know, what Shrek Academy is best at is getting married. As a pure Shrek person, Wu Zhongkong pursues the principle of fists are principles, and of course he will inherit all Shrek's traditions perfectly. Moreover, the strength of everyone in Class 0 at this moment has also been greatly improved, and ordinary assessments are not of much significance to them. Guyu has now reached the peak of level 19, and is only one step away from reaching level 20. Tang Wulin has also reached the peak of level 15, not far from level 16. In just half a year, the soul power went from the initial 11th level to nearly the 16th level. And Nanfuxian acted like a cheat. His soul power skyrocketed to level 20, catching up from behind and surpassing Guyu. Xiexyat, whose soul power was only level 20 now, asked Nanfuxian if he was taking drugs. Of course, what is more important is the improvement of their actual combat capabilities. The experience of Shenglingtai is not in vain. With the pressure of Shenglingtai, they work extra hard in their usual cultivation. Everyone has reached 10 years old one after another. For a 10-year-old child to have such actual combat ability as they do, it cannot be explained by the word rare. Dean Yuzhen's investment in Class 0 is huge. All teaching equipment is state-of-the-art. Coupled with the huge investment in the Shengling platform, this has resulted in the emergence of these little monsters. It needs to be done. Wu Zhongkong said calmly, your final exam will take 2 subjects. The first subject is the Spirit Ascension Platform. Ascension Platform? In 3 months, everyone has entered the Spirit Ascension Platform 11 times. From the initial confusion to the current familiarity, every time they enter now, unless they are particularly unlucky, they can survive at least more than an hour inside. At the most, the record of surviving for more than 5 hours was held by Nanfuxian. As time goes by, they feel more and more the benefits brought by actual combat in Shengling Taichung. Whether it is the application of soul skills, actual combat skills, etc., they have all been greatly improved. Place therefore, now that they have begun to realize the benefits of the Ascension platform, they are particularly looking forward to the opportunity to enter once a week. Chapter 55 Riot at the Spiritual Ascension Platform. You need to persist in the Soul Ascension platform for an hour, even if you pass the final exam. However, I need to remind you that this time you will enter the rioting Soul Ascension platform. Xie asked in surprise, "Teacher, what does the rioting Soul Ascension platform mean?" He had never heard of this statement, but it sounded like it was a special state of the Soul Ascension platform. Nanfuxian and the other 4 people also looked at Wu Zhongkong in surprise. The Spirit Ascension platform had a great effect on improving their actual combat capabilities. The rioting Spirit Ascension platform? Wu Zhongkong said, there are 2 riot periods every year on the Ascension platform. Initially, it was caused by the internal instability of the energy used to build the Ascension platform. Later, with the advancement of technology, the riot periods on the Ascension platform were controlled, and it became special properties. During the riot period, the soul beasts inside the Spirit Ascension platform will become particularly active and their number will increase. The risk is greatly increased. Every time it enters the riot period, there are 300 quotas for each of the 18 heavenly pillars to enter. This time, you can get 6 of the 300 places. For this reason, the Academy spent a lot of money to convince the East China Sea Spirit Transferring Pagoda. You must cherish this opportunity. During the riot period, groups can enter the Spirit Ascension platform, but no more than 7 people can enter. The 6 of you are just fine, and you will be teleported together directly after entering. This is a time to test your collective cooperation. Remember, inside, you may not only encounter soul beasts, but also other soul masters who enter it. They are just as dangerous to you. Because, after a soul beast is hunted during the riot period, the time it takes to absorb the spiritual power will be 100 times longer. In other words, it will take 100 times for you to kill a soul beast and absorb its spiritual power. Second. Then, if you leave the Spirit Ascension platform during this process, the remaining spiritual power will be sucked away by the nearest soul master. This is a special situation that only occurs during the riots at Chenglingtai. Zhang Yangzi said, in other words, others can steal our soul beast spiritual power, and we can also steal others. Wu Chongkong said calmly, if you are confident, of course you can steal other people's, but I need to remind you that the upper limit for entry to the primary level of the Soul Ascension platform is the peak of the 3rd ring. And if you want to enter the Soul Ascension platform during the riot period, the sacrifice required is very high, so many soul masters only take a gamble when they reach the peak of the 3rd ring to see if they can kill more soul beasts to advance to the soul level. So what you are about to face? The opponent will be very strong. Tang Wulin said, Teacher, don't worry, we will rely on the strength of the collective. The relationship between Zhang Yangzi and everyone has improved a long time ago. After all, they are all teenagers at heart, so how can they hold grudges? Especially when the relationship between Tang Wulin and Wang Jingxi is getting closer and closer. The fact that Wang Jingxi and Tang Wulin practiced together was no secret in Class 0. With Tang Wulin's assistance, Wang Jingxi's soul power increased by 2 levels in 3 months, reaching level 23 and Zhang Yangzi's level 22. In 3 days, we will enter the Spirit Ascension platform. These 3 days will be a holiday for you, so you can relax. Also be prepared. Have a holiday? Since entering the 0 shift, apart from the routine holiday of 1 day per week, there has never been an extra holiday. This is a 3-day holiday. Xie and Zhang Yangzi were the first to cheer. Nanfuxian also showed a thoughtful look on his face. 3 days should be enough for him to adapt to the new soul and soul skills. After school, everyone walked to the dormitory together. Wulin, Fuxian, what are you 2 going to do these 3 days? Why don't we go out and have some fun? Xie chuckled. Going to play? What are you playing for? Zhang Yangzi leaned over. Xie rolled his eyes, I didn't tell you. Zhang Yangzi laughed, I'm treating you, okay? Take me with you. Xie said, that can still be considered. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. Teacher Wu said today that our final exam has 2 projects, and this Shengling platform has only 1. What will the other project be? Can you guess it? Everyone thought for a while. They all shook their heads in confusion. Wang Jingxi smiled bitterly and said, the Riot's Shengling platform is really a good opportunity for us to improve, but it seems a bit too early. I have heard before that the competition in the Riot's Shengling platform is particularly fierce. At that time, there was no after all, there are not many opportunities for souls to evolve. Nan Fuxian said, we now have so many opportunities to enter the Soul Ascension platform. The college has paid a huge price for our promotion. I think it is to allow us to pass through the Soul Ascension platform to evolve our souls to 1,000 years before we graduate from the junior department. You guys, right? Have you ever measured your soul's cultivation? After hearing what he said, the other 5 people stopped in unison. The soul evolves to 1,000 years? What does that mean? 1,000-year soul, 1,000-year soul ring, and the first one. If the first 1,000-year-old soul is able to provide 3 soul skills, it can save mental energy to a great extent. In the future, if you fuse another 1,000-year soul, you can at least reach the 6th ring without having to worry about not having a soul ring. One of the biggest problems that restricts the development of soul masters to high levels is the number of souls. There is a sharp contrast in the ability of human spiritual power to withstand souls. Without spiritual cultivation, the soul fusion will inevitably fail. This is also the reason why Wu Zhongkong attaches great importance to their spiritual power. Does the academy really mean this? Zhang Yangzi swallowed a sip of saliva. He was very eager to become stronger. His personality was actually the kind of person who liked to show off his holiness in front of others. Otherwise, when he first came into contact with Nan Fuxian and their promotion competition, he would not have been arrogant and not take action first. Xie said, it's very possible. If that's the case, that would be great. We really have to cherish every opportunity to ascend to the spiritual platform. Nan Fuxian said, I won't go to play. I'm going to get the 2nd soul in the next few days. As soon as he said this, the other 5 people looked at him in surprise, and Xie couldn't help but said directly, since you know that the college intends to let our souls evolve to 1,000-year cultivation level before graduating from the junior department. Why not evolve the first soul to the 1,000-year level first? With your current soul's century-old cultivation, I can probably provide you with 2 soul rings. With the mental power of Nan Fuxian Lingtong realm, he can carry 2 yellow souls or 1 purple soul. If he really chooses to fuse another soul, unless his mental power breaks through to the spiritual sea realm, neither of his souls will be able to reach the 1,000-year level. As a comrade who had fought side by side, Xie did not want Nan Fuxian to take detours. Nan Fuxian smiled bitterly and said, I also want to raise my soul to the 1,000-year level. But for some unknown reason, my first soul cannot split into another soul ring after it reaches 100 years. Maybe it's because it was a defective product in the first place. This is a lie. This is Nan Fuxian's temporary use of words to deal with Wu Zhongkong. Now he is just telling Xie and others first. Chapter 56 Second Career, Soul Master. After listening to Nan Fuxian's words, everyone couldn't help but fell into silence. I believe that with Fu Sheng's spiritual power, you will be able to raise your soul to the 1,000-year level in a short time. Moreover, high-level soul masters basically have several souls. Xie was the first to break the silence, and several others also expressed comfort. Don't worry, I won't give up that easily. Let's get back to the topic. Weren't we just discussing what we should do these days? Nan Fuxian said that he did not expect that he just made up an excuse, and several other people would become so enthusiastic. Tang Wulin said, I want to go to the Blacksmith Association to practice again in the next few days. Gu Yu said, I meditate. Wang Jingxi looked at Tang Wulin with a somewhat sad look. Tang Wulin smiled and said, Jingxi, I'll be back in the evening. Ahem. Jingxi, when did you become like a resentful woman? Zhang Yangzi raised his hand and slapped Wang Jingxi on the shoulder. Wang Jingxi glanced at him and said, if you can help me improve half a level in 3 months compared to normal practice, I can also be your resentful wife. Wu Lin. Anyway, I am determined to follow you. Otherwise, can I choose blacksmithing as my second career? Do you think I have that talent? Tang Wulin said, as for the second profession, I think it's better for everyone to be as different as possible. In this way, when we start to build our own battle armor in the future, we can complement each other. Xie said, it makes sense. I have basically decided that my second career is mecha manufacturing. Because this is relatively the least technical, but requires very skilled skills, I think it is more suitable for me. What about you? Zhang Yangzi said, I haven't thought about it yet. Nan Fuxian said, I haven't decided yet either. Gu Yu said, I might learn how to repair mechas. Ah? You want to learn mecha repair? You are a girl. I thought you would choose mecha design. Xie said curiously. Gu Yu said calmly, only people without brains would think like this. You. Okay. You too. Go back and rest for a while, and then go to eat. Nan Fuxian looked at the two of them helplessly. We have known each other for so long, but they still quarrel often. After these few months of contact, Nan Fuxian discovered that among several of them, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi have the best relationship, and Xie and Gu Yu actually have a good relationship, but Gu Yu looks peaceful on the surface, but deep down there is an indescribable sense of pride. Except for Tang Wulin, everyone else seemed a bit distant. The others also had a good relationship with Tang Wulin, so Tang Wulin became the moderator of the team. As for Nan Fuxian himself, he knew very well that he and Tang Wulin were not the same people after all, but he did not keep a sense of distance from others like Gu Yu. After all, the better the relationship, the easier it will be to backstab someone in the future. As for the second career, Nan Fuxian had already thought about it, but he was just too lazy to tell Tang Wulin and the others, otherwise he would definitely be questioned about it. The second career Nan Fuxian chose was Soul Mentor. The Soul Master is the predecessor of the Federation, the Sun and Moon Empire. A profession created after the collision with Douluo continent. Anyone who can make soul guides and use them can be called Soul Guide. Whether it's a mecha or a battle armor, the technology used to make them is actually split from the Soul Mentor industry. Because the production process of high-level mechas, such as God-level red mechas, requires the operator to personally participate in the production process. Otherwise, even if it is manufactured, it will be difficult to completely match the user. In the same way, the same goes for Dukai, but the production process of Dukai is much more demanding. Starting from the one-word Dukai, users are required to participate in the production process together. Otherwise, the power of Dukai may be much inferior. For the top experts, the former is okay, but the latter is indispensable. But if you ask them to spend a lot of time learning soul guidance tools, isn't that right? Is it a joke? Learning soul tools not only requires a lot of time and money, but also requires a certain amount of talent. For those soul masters with high talents, if they have that time, they might as well practice their soul power and strive to become stronger. But the increase in Dukai is also very eye-catching. Thus, the four major professions were born. They were separated from the field of soul engineers, allowing more people to have the opportunity to learn them. Soul masters only need to spend a certain amount of time to learn it slowly. At the same time, the four major professions include mechas and battle armors, two trends of the times. Gradually, people began to pay attention to them, and the name Soul Master began to be overshadowed by the glory of the first two. For mecha design, manufacturing, repair, forging, etc. Nanfuxian has a lot of interest. But a person's energy is limited, especially for Nanfuxian who knows the direction of the plot. He knows very well that there will not be so much time for him to waste in the future. But it doesn't matter, he is a caring man. Just learn a certain amount of soul tool knowledge as a foundation first, and then slowly gain other people's knowledge through parasitism. Of course, for Nanfuxian, his own strength always comes first. And becoming a soul master is just incidental. Do you want to learn the 4 major professions? If you want, just go to the corresponding person and parasitize directly. As long as the other person becomes one of your own, will you still be worried about not having mecha and battle armor? Nanfuxian silently gave himself a thumbs up. I am indeed a genius. I can solve problems that ordinary people cannot solve so easily. It's just that the other 3 professions are easy to find. As for the blacksmithing profession, there seems to be something else. There can only be one master craftsman in a generation. This setting highlights how precious the protagonist is. Forget it, if possible in the future, I will first parasitize the divine craftsman Zhenhua. If not, I will first find a holy craftsman to support me. As for why not parasitize Tang Wulin now? It can only be said that Tang Wulin is too big, and he has Tang San's divine consciousness and the seal of the Golden Dragon King. For Nanfuxian, once discovered, he would be beaten in seconds. The seal of the Golden Dragon King is easy to say, but Tang San was also reborn after being reborn. What do you think about the incomplete preservation of the soul? After all, the other party is a ruthless person who can split the soul of his own daughter into 2 halves. Nanfuxian does not want to be exposed to the other party. After dinner, I did some simple activities and then started meditating. He had already arranged for himself the next 3 days of vacation while eating. Early the next morning, Nanfuxian ran out of the academy and headed straight for the spirit transferring pagoda in East China Sea City. Seeing this tall and magnificent building again, Nanfuxian's heart didn't feel much ups and downs. After all, he had been here more than a dozen times in the past 3 months. After entering the spirit transferring tower, Nanfuxian walked directly to the counter on the first floor and spoke to the spirit transferring master inside. Hello, my soul power has reached level 20, and I am here to obtain the second soul. Chapter 57 The Terrifying Mental Power. Hey? Okay, let's get the soul, right? Wait, the second soul? Little guy, you are not entertaining me, are you? The spiritual master at the front desk thought at first that Nanfuxian was here to buy the first soul and become a soul master. But when he heard that Nanfuxian wanted to obtain the second soul, he immediately said to Nanfuxian in surprise. As the spirit transferring master of the spirit transferring pagoda, he is also a soul master with a high level of cultivation. Naturally, he knows how much mental power is needed to fuse a second soul. Take a closer look. Isn't this a student from Donghai College who often comes to the Shengling platform to practice? As a member of Class 0, Nanfuxian came to the Spirit Ascension platform of the Spirit Pagoda every week to practice. The Spirit Master at the front desk naturally knew him, but he did not recognize him at first. After all, Nanfuxian and the others went straight to the Spirit Ascension Tower as soon as they arrived, and left directly after finishing. Basically, they did not have much communication with the staff of the Spirit Ascension Tower. Yes, I am here to obtain the second soul. Nanfuxian said seriously. The spiritual master said, My child, you should know what level of spiritual power is needed to obtain a second soul. Nanfuxian nodded, Well, I know all this very well. Okay, if that's the case, what kind of soul do you want to choose? The original intention of the establishment of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda was to provide souls for soul masters. Nanfuxian said so. The Spirit Transfer Master had no way to refute, and he also believed that this child who behaved calmly would not use such a clumsy lie to deceive him. Nan Fuxian had already thought about the soul he wanted to choose. In the past 3 months, during the training at the Spirit Transferring Pagoda, Nan Fuxian had already unknowingly become a superficial parasite. A job in the Spirit Transferring Pagoda personnel. Through the memories stolen from the staff's dreams, Nan Fuxian also roughly understood the souls in the Spirit Transferring Tower of East China Sea City. I want one, a century-old moonlight insect's soul. Moonlight bug can attract the power of stars and moonlight for practice at night. It has low attack power and can be regarded as an auxiliary soul. For martial spirits related to stars, for example, martial spirits are, moon, star crown, etc. It can be regarded as a first choice. OK, a total of 1 million federal coins. Plus 5,000 federal coins for testing mental power. Please come here and test your mental power. Although I was a little surprised by Nan Fuxian's choice, after all, there were not many soul masters who made such a clear choice right from the start. Except for those children from big families, most soul masters have to look at the catalog here and choose carefully. However, the professional quality of the spiritual master was still not low, so he quickly came to his senses and said to Nan Fuxian. After paying the money, Nan Fuxian followed Chuanling the teacher walked to the side room, which was specially designed for people to test their mental strength. For the Spirit Transferring Tower, everyone who comes to buy a soul must first test their mental power. This is to avoid soul fusion failure due to insufficient mental power, and ultimately causing harm to the soul master. At the same time, this will also allow the Spirit Transferring Tower to better grasp the information of each soul master in order to discover outstanding talents. Of course, it doesn't matter if the soul master doesn't want to take the test, but if the soul fusion fails, the Spirit Transferring Tower will not be responsible. The room is very spacious. For the wealthy Chuanling Pagoda, there is no need for them to be frugal on such a small matter. At this time, there are only 2 people in the room, Nan Fuxian and Chuanling Master, who is playing with the instruments there. Okay, come here and test it. This isn't your first time, so just relax. Nan Fuxian also wanted to see what level his mental power was at, so he didn't refuse. As the instrument turned on, a soft white light began to shine outside the helmet. The spiritual master looked at a soul guidance screen next to him, and data began to pulse on the screen. It's just that the data jumps a little too fast, right? It broke through the 100 mark at once. The spiritual master on the side looked at Nan Fuxian's mental power data and breathed a sigh of relief after jumping over the 100 mark. The spiritual power of the psychic realm is enough for Nan Fuxian to fuse 200-year-old souls. However, when I saw that the data jumped over 100 and was still rising rapidly, my mouth gradually opened wide. 200, 300, 400, 500. When the data broke through to the level of 500, the yellow on the instrument scale turned purple. The spiritual master looked at Nan Fuxian dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How could a student from an intermediate soul master academy have such high mental power? The data on the instrument has not stopped beating. 600, 700, 800. 932, this is Nan Fuxian's last data. Monster, this is a real monster. This was the spiritual master's first impression of Nan Fuxian after seeing his data. Is this kind of data really achievable by humans? Is this going against heaven? Not to mention in Donghai College, I am afraid that there is no soul master in the entire continent who can reach this level of spiritual power at this age, right? Human mental power will improve as the body grows. It will increase steadily every year until the age of 40. This is caused by physical development. After the age of 40, ordinary people begin to decline. And the soul master can even extend the period of continuous improvement of this mental power to 60 years old. The spiritual master has heard of the name Class 0, and also knows that this is the exclusive class used by Donghai College to cultivate new talents this year. But this is too outrageous. How old Nan Fuxian looks. Judging from the age of freshman recruited by Donghai College this year, he should be only 10 years old. A 10-year-old little soul master has a mental power of over 930 in the spiritual sea realm. This is a hurdle that most soul masters cannot overcome. In the spirit sea realm, the mind is as vast as the sea, and the spiritual power has truly reached a high level, becoming the foundation for a strong person, whether it is a peak mecha master or a peak soul master. It is necessary to have mental strength to reach this level. It can carry up to 5 yellow souls, or 3 purple souls, and 1 black soul. The spiritual power of the spirit sea realm can even support a soul master to continue to practice to the 6th ring, or even the 7th environment. It is the only path for a strong soul master. It can be said that at this time, Nanfuxian has the qualifications to become a strong man. Not to mention that he is still so young now, and his mental power will only increase in the future. Report to the headquarters. Be sure to report to the headquarters. Top talents like this must be recruited to the Spirit Transferring Pagoda first. This is the first thought of the Spirit Chuan Master. If Nanfuxian can be recruited to the Spirit Chuan Pagoda, then as the Discoverer, he will definitely be able to receive praise from the headquarters. At the same time, you can also get acquainted with Nanfuxian first and form a good relationship. However, before the spiritual master could think more, a faint wave of soul power passed by. The spiritual master felt that his head was dizzy, and the Nanfuxian's mental power data recorded in his mind began to become blurry. Chapter 58 The Second Soul, Star Insect. Well, Nanfuxian, his mental strength is 119 points. The spiritual master began to operate the instrument, recording Nanfuxian's mental power data. It was as if he had forgotten the mental power he had in the Nanfu creature sea realm before. In fact, the spiritual master did not remember Nanfuxian's data. Nanfuxian used stealing to steal the memory from the spiritual master's mind and stuffed some false memories into it. In the end, the spiritual master completely forgot about the shocking scene just now, but even so, the spiritual master's attitude towards Nanfuxian was still very enthusiastic. After all, this is the spiritual power of the spiritual realm. Even in the records of Spirit Transferring Pagoda, only a few people of the same age have reached this level, and those few have all left a distinctive mark in the history of Spirit Transferring Pagoda. After the Spirit Chuan Master recorded Nanfuxian's data, he took Nanfuxian to the next room. There were many staff from the Spirit Chuan Pagoda in this room. After entering the room, the spiritual master said to the people inside, "A century-old moonlight insect, hurry up." Okay. After hearing the words of the spiritual master, the staff immediately started operating on a huge instrument that was 3 meters high and 6 meters wide. Soon, a spherical object with a diameter of about 1 foot was brought by the staff. The spiritual master handed it to Nanfuxian, and saw a black beetle lying inside the ball. The beetle's whole body was emitting a white halo, and there were white light spots on its back, like a ball dot like stars. After the soul is activated, the fusion must be completed within 24 hours, otherwise it will dissipate and die. The spiritual master was explaining the precautions for fusing souls. Finally, he also sent an invitation to Nanfuxian to join the Spirit Transferring Pagoda. "Thank you for the invitation, Master Spiritual Master, but I am still a student. I still want to think about this kind of thing carefully." Nanfuxian looked at the spiritual masters who were there and told them what a great organization the Spirit Transferring Tower was and how great benefits they would enjoy if they joined it. He declined politely. "It's okay. You are still young. You really need to discuss things like joining the organization with the adults at home. No matter what, you are welcome to join us at the Spirit Transferring Pagoda." After being rejected by Nanfuxian, the spiritual master was not angry, but spoke to Nanfuxian gently. Spirit Transferring Pagoda is not an evil organization and will not force others to join. In this way, Nanfuxian returned to the dormitory with his newly acquired soul. "I wonder what kind of soul skills I will get." Because Nanfuxian had already had experience in fusing souls, Nanfusion's soul fusion was quite smooth this time. As expected, the soul's consciousness was directly replaced by Nanfusion's consciousness. 21st level, but this soul. Nanfusion stretched out his hand, and in a flash, 2-century-old soul rings emerged from his body, which marked that he was already a great soul master. At the same time, 2 bugs also appeared in his palm. One body exudes a milky white halo and is translucent. It is his first soul, the insect of time. The other one also exudes a milky white halo, but in addition, there are little stars surrounding it, making it look beautiful. Not only has the ability changed, but the appearance has also changed. Yes, the original moonlight bug looked like a beetle, but after being fused with Nanfusion to replace its consciousness, the moonlight bug's appearance began to change, and finally turned into a worm-like appearance. Although there is a probability that the soul will change during the fusion with the Soul Master. But that is based on the fact that the Soul Master's martial spirit and bloodline are very powerful, so that there is a chance that the soul will mutate and its appearance will change. But I hear, not only the appearance, but also the race has changed. The moonlight bug was selected by Nanfusion from a wide variety of souls by parasitizing the staff of the spirit transferring tower for 3 months, stealing his memories. As one of the 18 branch towers of the spirit transferring pagoda organization, the soul reserve of the spirit transferring pagoda in Donghai City is not comparable to that of a small city like Ala City. There are thousands of choices for 10-year, 100-year, and 1000-year souls alone. And there are even many 10,000-year souls. However, Nanfusion couldn't absorb the 10,000-year soul, so he just ignored it. Although his mental strength was up to standard, his physical strength was still far behind. Although the 1000-year soul can be absorbed, Nanfusion has no money. There is really no money. The basic price of a 1000-year soul is as high as 10 million federal coins. This does not include those powerful souls, otherwise the price will be even more expensive. Therefore, to exclude 1000-year souls, one can only choose between 10-year and century-old souls, but even so, just deleting the selections took Nanfusion a lot of time. In the end, Nanfusion chose the century-old moonlight insect, which was the one with the strongest connection with him among all the souls that Nanfusion sensed. Moonlight insect, soul masters who choose this type of soul, if they are power attack, control, or agility attack type soul masters, most of them will obtain amplification soul skills. Of course, sometimes they will also obtain auxiliary soul skills. It is said that if the moonlight insect can activate its own bloodline when it becomes a 10,000-year soul beast, it can evolve into a moonlight insect. Moonlight worm, moonworm, the difference between one word is like a world of difference. Just like the difference between the dread claw bear and the dark gold dread claw bear, the moon bug is the king among insect soul beasts. It can use the power of the moonlight to fight and teleport with the help of the moonlight. It has strong attack power and extremely fast speed. But it is a pity that the records of the appearance of moonworms only exist in ancient times. At this stage, this kind of soul beast is almost extinct. Only moonlight bugs with thin bloodline exist. But even if there really is a moonworm soul, it is not Nanfusion's turn to choose. After all, the price of ordinary souls is generally not too high, but the price of soul beasts with top-level bloodlines can be ridiculously high, and it doesn't matter, you still can't get it. By fusing the soul of the moonlight insect, Nanfusion gained a new soul skill, Door. The name is Gate. To put it simply, this soul skill allows Nanfusion to have spatial abilities. Within a short distance, Nanfusion can use the ability of Gate to teleport continuously. If you want, the ability of Gate can even allow Nanfusion to teleport from one city to another. But if you want to carry out this kind of ultra-long distance transmission, Nanfusion must first go to that city and leave a mark there, which is the clone of his second soul. Nanfusion's second soul was named Star Bug. After all, the moonlight bug could no longer see its original appearance. Star insects can also be divided, up to 9, which also means that Nanfusion can leave marks in 9 cities. Equivalent to the Flying Thunder God technique in Naruto. It is worth mentioning that even if Nanfusion splits all 9 star insects, it will not affect his ability to use short-distance teleportation. Chapter 59 Preparation, 4,000 words long chapter. How do you feel that my skills are all of the life-defying type? My first soul skill is to parasitize others, and then through the ability of the second soul skill is to escape directly. Let the worm of time slowly eat away the opponent's martial soul and vitality, while I hide in the dark and observe. This is too stubborn. Nanfusion complained about his soul skills. He was really too stubborn. He didn't know what his third soul skill would be like when he became a soul master. I hope it wouldn't be such an ability that can only save one's life. But complaining is all about complaining, and Nanfusion also knows that it should be impossible. After all, his order is known as the Go Sanjia. Now it is better to carefully test your own ability first. This should be an extension of the gate path among the 3 paths of the Lord of Mysteries. This is also the reason why Nanfusion named the second soul the Star Insect. This ability should be similar to the gate path, the Traveler's Gate in Sequence 5. However, remember that if you want to teleport through the gate path in Lord of Mysteries, you must pass through the spiritual world, right? Because there is no spiritual world in Douluo continent. So it becomes a space ability directly. Nanfusion shook his head and did not think about those profound issues. For him, the ability is easy to use. With the ability to teleport over long distances, his ability to save his life has finally been significantly improved. The door's short-distance teleportation ability should also be able to teleport other people, but there may be a certain delay or even interference, unless a star insect is placed on the other person for positioning. In the next 3 days, Nanfusion continued to experiment with the ability of the door. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door diverted Nanfusion's attention while he was experimenting with his abilities. Who would be looking for him at this point? Go out and open the door directly. It's Woolen, what's the matter? Nanfusion said, looking at Tang Woolen outside the door. Come to my room. If you have something to tell everyone, Tang Woolen waved to him and went to the next room. It was already evening now. Everyone had just returned from dinner, so they were all in the dormitory. Soon, Tang Woolen called him to his room. Captain, why did you call us all here? Nanfusion said with a bit of ridicule. Tang Woolen said, I'll give you something. You guys should try it out quickly. If there's anything inappropriate, I'll change it. As he said that, he took out a bunch of metal-like things from his storage ring and separated them. Pass it to everyone. This is. Looking at what Tang Woolen handed over, everyone showed surprise. That's a vest, a metal vest. The vest is made of thumb-sized silver metal pieces, and the joints are very cleverly buckled together. What surprised them even more was that this vest, which was obviously made of metal, was very light and weighed very little. It looks a bit like chain mail. If you look carefully, you can find that each metal piece has faint cloud patterns on it, which is filled with a strange atmosphere. It's so light, what kind of material is it? Zhang Yangzi asked curiously. Tang Woolen said, this is a rare metal called cloud titanium. I forged and purified it using the 1000 forging method. Although it is very light, its hardness and toughness are very high. When we enter the ascension platform, we will be disturbed by the instruments. Scan and imprint everything about us completely into the spirit ascension platform. Wearing it will give everyone an extra layer of protection. Wang Jingxi said somewhat dully, does this count as cheating? Zhang Yangzi said angrily. How can this be called cheating? We call it better to use the opportunity of ascending to the spiritual platform during the riot period to improve ourselves. As he said this, he had already taken off his coat and put on the one given by Tang Woolen. This 1000 forging cloud titanium vest. Although it doesn't fit perfectly, it doesn't affect movement and is quite light. Jin Xi, try punching me. Zhang Yangzi said eagerly. Oh! Wang Jingxi raised his hand and punched him in the chest. With a bang sound, Zhang Yangzi was spanked and sat on the ground. Oh, I told you to be gentler. Zhang Yangzi complained. Wang Jingxi said calmly, can it be effective if it is lighter? The captain did a really good job. When I hit you, it felt like the armor pieces were connected together, like hitting an iron plate. You were actually hit by my power overthrows, not knocks down. Zhang Yangzi got up and touched his chest. Yes. There is no pain in the chest. Nanfuxian looked at Tang Wulin and said, this is what you have been doing for us in the past 3 days. Yet. It's just a matter of sharpening one's guns before the battle. What Jin Xi and Yang Zi said are both right. We can also be considered cheating to a certain extent, but at least we can guarantee that everyone will not be so easily defeated by a surprise attack by the soul beast. As long as we persist in the spirit ascension platform for a longer time, our test scores will be the same and we can hunt more soul beasts. You all should try it quickly. Tang Wulin urged. Everyone tried it on separately, and they were all okay. Although Tang Wulin didn't have much idea about making clothes, he still managed to pass the test with something as simple as a vest. Okay, that's it. Let's work hard together tomorrow. Tang Wulin stretched out his right hand. Nanfuxian was the first to follow and put his hand on the back of his hand, followed by Xie Xie, Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi. Guyu reached under Tang Wulin's palm and put the back of her hand against his palm. The 6 people shouted together, come on! In the early morning, Donghai City was covered by a thick mist, which made it impossible to see far and everything was blurry. The East China Sea Spirit Transferring Pagoda, which was always relatively deserted on weekdays, became extremely lively today. As one of the 18 heavenly pillars of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda organization, this is one of the entrances to the Spirit Ascension platform during the riot period. During the riot period, those who ascended to the spiritual platform an entry card has been sold at auctions for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and there is still no market price. This batch of cards from the Spirit Transferring Pagoda organization is robbed every year. Although there are very few people who can actually achieve spiritual ascension inside, there is still a chance after all. Early in the morning, Wu Zhongkong took his Class 0 students to the East China Sea Spirit Transferring Pagoda. If you enter early, you will have fewer chances of encountering opponents. You remember, during the riot period, the Spirit Ascension platform is when the largest number of people enter at the same time. In it, except for each other, everyone else is the enemy. There is only one thing you have to do, and that is, survive. Pass the final exam. Those who fail will be punished. Listening to Wu Zhangkong's admonishment, Xie Xie asked curiously. Teacher Wu, what is the punishment? Wu Zhongkong glanced at him and said, cancel the holiday. After each semester, there is a 1-month holiday. Xie Xie's eyes widened when he heard the words cancel the holiday. He had been looking forward to the holiday for a long time. Several other people also looked at each other in confusion. Only Tang Wulin had a normal expression. Even Nanfuxian frowned when he heard this punishment. After all, he also wants to go to other cities during the holidays to mark the star insect. This is his most important ability to survive at the moment. Let's go. 6 entry cards were handed over, and under the leadership of the staff, they came to the familiar room. This is the ability of Donghai Academy. As the only intermediate Soul Master College in Donghai City, Donghai College has great influence and has a good relationship with the Spirit Transferring Pagoda. Otherwise, the place to enter the Spirit Ascending Pagoda cannot be bought with money. The East China Sea Spirit Transferring Pagoda has specially set up an access room for them, and allows teachers to monitor them here. These are not the norm, but special treatment given to them. The interior of the Soul Ascension platform during the riot period is very dangerous. You have all entered the Soul Ascension platform many times and are basically accustomed to the conditions inside. I will not remind you of any more. When you feel bad, leave the battlefield immediately. The staff member simply said a few words of advice. The more times you enter the Spirit Ascension platform, the less likely you are to be in danger like Wang Jingxi did the first time. The 6 people lay down in the metal cabinet respectively. Under the control of the staff, the metal cabinet closed and the light gradually disappeared. The instrument scan starts and is ready to enter. The staff inserted 6 cards into the exclusive slots and pressed a red button. This is a riot protection device. Only this card can enter and control the entry location. His consciousness was briefly confused. When he regained consciousness, he was surrounded by a vast forest. The biggest difference from before was that this time, the 6 of them appeared together in the Spirit Ascension platform. The fresh air, green vegetation, everything is very familiar, and it doesn't look much different from when you usually enter. Tang Wulin said in a deep voice, "Formation." He took a few steps forward and stood at the front of the team. Wang Jingxi stayed behind, with his back facing the direction of Tang Wulin. Zhang Yangzi and Xie were on the left and behind. The 4 of them were facing outwards. The one in the center was Nanfuxian. And Guyu. A soft green light flashed, covering 6 people at the same time. It was Guyu's wind element control. Although it was not strong, it could reduce everyone's weight and make everyone more flexible. Tang Wulin raised his right hand, and 2 blue-silver grasses came out, and the yellow soul ring rose under his feet. The 2 blue-silver grasses like spiritual snakes extended forward, and then they wanted to sweep across both sides, opening the bushes and revealing a passage. Our first goal is to persist for 1 hour and complete the final exam. The second goal is to hunt as many soul beasts as possible. Everyone, be careful. 5 blue-silver grass spread out from under his feet, stalking each other. It is attached to the waists of partners to facilitate rescue in times of danger. Zhang Yangzi raised his hand, and his soul, the little black eagle, flew into the sky. His little black hawk gave him a secondary increase in combat, but its biggest function was that it allowed him to share vision. But the little black hawk cannot leave 10 meters around his body. Even so, with an extra field of view, you can see farther. There was no chance. As soon as they entered the spirit ascending platform, they all released their martial spirits. Observation room of spirit transferring tower. The staff member smiled at Wu Chongkong and said, "These little guys are pretty good. Teacher Wu is really good at training them." Wu Chongkong nodded slightly and said, "Let's look at their performance." He has always been the type who keeps his emotions and anger secretive, but he is still quite satisfied with his disciples. Looking at them, he could not help but think of the 20,000-year-old school motto of that place, "Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary people." Although this school motto is not perfectly implemented in every period, this school motto is deeply remembered by every student of Shrek Academy and is proud of it. I don't know how far these little guys can go. If you want to become a monster, you not only need to work hard, but also have superhuman talents. At present, all 6 of them have it. From the perspective of talent, Guyu is undoubtedly the best. Her martial spirit has never appeared even in the records of Spirit Transferring Tower and Shrek Academy. Controlling the 5 elements is really amazing. Although her soul skills can only enhance her own soul power or control the elements, the 5 elemental controls can also be used in combination. What additional soul skills are needed? Her mental power is unprecedented among her peers. Not to mention she has already reached the spiritual realm at a young age, and her progress is extremely fast. I am afraid that she will be able to enter the spiritual sea within 6 years of graduating from the junior department. Realm, if this is really the case, it will be the first of its kind in the world of soul masters. Future development is even more limitless. The second best talent is naturally Xie. Twin martial souls, no matter what era they are in, are very rare and good talents. Although he is a companion twin martial soul, there is a slight gap between him and a pure twin martial soul. But companionship has its benefits, maybe in the future he can. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi can only be regarded as average in terms of personal talents. Bone Dragon King and Dark Phantom Demon Eagle are not even the top martial arts spirits. But they can perform martial soul fusion. Once the martial soul fusion skill can be perfectly displayed and controlled, the two of them together will never be inferior to any top genius in combat effectiveness. However, it remains to be seen whether their martial soul fusion can be finally completed. After all, before perfect fusion, martial soul fusion skills have not been fully established. Finally, Tang Wulin and Nanfu gave birth. Wu Zhongkong was also a little unclear about the captain and vice-captain he appointed. Tang Wulin has qualities that many of his peers do not possess. He has a tough personality. As the owner of a useless martial spirit, he is able to practice hard without getting discouraged and keep up with his classmates step by step. His physical strength is also the best among them all. The natural divine power can at least make up for the problems of his own martial soul at a low level. More importantly, his martial soul is still mutating, and he also has unique golden dragon claws. His uncertainty is the strongest among the six, so we must continue to observe. If the benign mutation of his martial soul can continue, it is very likely that he will become a super genius like Gu Yu. And Nanfuxian's character and quality are also not inferior to Tang Wulin. He has the courage to take on the responsibility and protect his teammates when facing danger. When fighting side by side with your companions, you are also willing to believe in your teammates. Even if you face an attack that can kill you, you can remain calm and trust your teammates. This is something that many teams of Soul Masters find difficult to accomplish, referring to Tang Wulin's defense battle in the Ascending Spirit platform. His calm personality is the best choice for a team leader. Unfortunately, it seems that his martial spirit should be more spiritual type at present, and spiritual type Soul Masters are slow to exert their power, usually in the soul. In the holy stage, only after possessing the true form of the martial spirit can one show one's strength. However, fortunately, judging from Nanfuxian's current cultivation speed, it is only a matter of time before he reaches the Soul Saint stage, and even now, his mental power has far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual soul masters. Chapter 60 Making Trouble. Although it's okay to just stay for an hour now, it seems a bit boring. Do you want to do something? Nanfuxian, who was protected by everyone in the middle, although he looked vigilant on the outside, he had some evil thoughts in his heart. Tang Wulin in front carefully separated the bushes in front with the blue-silver grass vines, and led everyone to move forward slowly. Because of the final exam, the most important thing for them now is to persist for an hour, so hunting the soul beast is secondary. The most important thing is to find a relatively safe place. There is currently no movement of soul beasts near the rear and sides. Zhang Yangzi reported. Tang Wulin, who was walking in front, nodded, and with a flash of silver light in his left hand, he grasped the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer. He did not have his right hand, because with his right hand he could activate the golden dragon claw to meet the enemy at any time. At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the front, and then, a huge figure appeared in front of the 6 people. It was a huge ape that was tall and strong, exuding a faint fishy smell. Its hair was grey-black, but its eyes were blood-red. Since entering the Spirit Ascension platform for the first time, everyone in Class 0 has been asked by Wu Zhongkong to concentrate on learning the types of soul beasts. Coupled with the experience in the Spirit Ascension platform, they now know much more about various soul beasts than before. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was a century-old iron-armed ape. It is a humanoid soul beast, fast and powerful, with a pair of ape arms as strong as fine steel. The most annoying thing is that it comes with a group skill similar to a halo, intimidation. Once hit by intimidation, a soul master with weak mental power will be greatly affected and may even lose the desire to fight. Therefore, the best way to face the century-old iron-armed ape is to strike first and gain the upper hand. Whoosh! The 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer in his left hand was thrown out almost without hesitation, drawing a parabola and flying straight towards the iron arm ape's chest. At the same time, Tang Wulin took a big step forward and rushed forward. The golden scales on his right arm quietly appeared, and he attacked head-on. At the same time, strands of blue-silver grass spread out, clinging to the bushes on the ground, and silently entangled themselves towards the iron-armed ape. As soon as Tang Wulin moved, Xie also moved. He was extremely fast, arriving first, and was behind Tang Wulin in an instant. Tang Wulin grabbed the blue-silver grass vine tied around his waist with his right hand and swung it upwards. Xie's body had already risen into the air. In the air, he made a beautiful roll, just above the head of the century-old iron-armed ape. After flying over, the light dragon dagger appeared in the palm and stabbed at the back of the iron-armed ape's head. The century-old iron-armed ape is humanoid, and its back head is its key point. 2 small fireballs flew out like arrows. If you look carefully, you can find that there is a faint green light on the small fireballs. This is a small skill that looks very inconspicuous. The wind accelerates the fireballs and has attack power. Not strong, but extremely fast. At the same time that Tang Wulin pounced, the century-old iron-armed ape already felt his eyes light up and a burning sensation appeared. Therefore, it didn't even see Xie rising from the sky and arriving behind it. The cooperation between Tang Wulin, Xie and Gu Yu was amazing. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi did not move, but they quickly gathered together, they protected Nan Fuxian in the middle and carefully observed their surroundings. Even though their martial soul fusion skills were not yet complete, they were still quite powerful if used against strong enemies. Their current goal is to protect Nan Fuxian and Duanhou. Be on guard against other spirit beasts that may appear. Facing the extremely fast small fireballs, the century-old iron-armed ape had no time to even raise his arms. He could only lower his head and smash them into pieces with his hard forehead, causing sparks to fly. At the same time, his arms swept across the 1,000-forged sinking silver hammer. With a bang sound, the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer flew back, but the centennial iron-armed monkey was also shocked by the impact. The hammer thrown by Tang Wulin weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and it was not so easy to catch, even if it was the same goes for natural strength. At the same time, strands of blue-silver grass instantly climbed up from below like wall-climbing tigers, wrapping around the body of the century-old iron-armed ape. With the strong strength of the iron-armed ape, it was not able to struggle away at all. At this moment, the back of its head suddenly felt cold. Xie took advantage of its forehead to hit the fireball, and the light dragon dagger had quietly stabbed out, piercing the back of its head fiercely. Roar! The century-old iron-armed ape roared in pain, and a pair of red eyes suddenly shot fiercely. He was about to raise his arm and sweep it behind his head. However, just as he raised his arm, a mental wave hit his mind directly. The century-old iron-armed ape's mind went blank for a while, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. The 2-meter-tall body collapsed to the ground. The light of Xie's first soul ring converged, and a soft light and shadow floated out from the century-old iron-armed ape, turning into a faint yellow halo surrounding him. Undoubtedly, it is the spiritual energy of the century-old iron-armed ape. As judged before, the speed of absorbing spiritual power during the riot period is much slower, and it takes time to digest it. However, this is a century-old soul beast after all, and it will not take too long to digest. When Xie's light dragon dagger penetrated the century-old iron-armed ape, it was not enough to kill it. After all, its hard skull produced quite strong resistance. However, Xie activated the first soul skill, Light Dragon Blade, directly in its head. With the sharpness of the soul skill, it directly shredded its brain. Coupled with Nan Fuxian's assist, the century-old iron-armed ape directly lost combat effectiveness. Zhang Yangzi's voice came from behind, "Go to the left. The left side is safe for now." Everyone in Class 0 immediately moved to the left. Having just hunted a soul beast, they didn't dare to stay here for long. The appearance of the iron-armed ape from 100 years ago to being killed by 4 people, the whole process only happened in a dozen seconds. Guyu only played a confusing role. With their cultivation level of only 1 or 2 levels, they are able to do it so cleanly and neatly, which is definitely something to be proud of. This is the improvement of actual combat through more than 3 months of experience at the Spirit Ascending platform. The strength of an individual is not only the strength of his own cultivation and soul skills, but also how much he can display in actual combat is equally important. Many soul masters are often very talented. However, due to lack of actual combat experience, once a battle occurs, there is no way to show its due strength. What Wu Zhongkong is doing now is to lay a good foundation for the students of Class 0, so that they can enrich their actual combat experience and be able to exert 120% of their combat effectiveness in battle. In his original words, the role of a war soul master is always to fight, not to display. Moreover, it is easiest to make progress in battle. For example, Xie released the light dragon blade in the body of the soul beast to produce a piercing effect attack. This was figured out in actual combat. After running a few hundred meters to the left, they were not attacked by the spirit beast again. Tang Wulin stopped and said, "Everyone rest where you are for a while. Yangzi, you are responsible for the reconnaissance." "Okay." Zhang Yangzi agreed, quickly climbed up a big tree nearby, and looked into the distance from the branches. His soul, the black eagle, looked in the other direction, observing the movements around him. Tang Wulin and Xie sat down cross-legged, recovering their previously consumed soul power, while Nanfuxian and others were standing by to protect them. Although they spent very little in that battle. However, in a place like Shenglingtai, staying in top condition at all times is undoubtedly the best choice. Only in this way can we go further. Someone is coming. 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, are coming towards us. They look like they are 15 or 16 years old, 1 has 3 rings and 2 have 2 rings. 2 of them have signs of absorbing spiritual power. Zhang Yangzi described his judgment in the briefest words. At this moment, a red light in the distance suddenly cut through the sky and flew straight towards Zhang Yangzi on the branch. Found. Zhang Yangzi jumped directly from the tree, spreading his wings behind his back to reduce the speed of his fall. Tang Wulin and Xie, who were sitting on the ground, jumped up at the same time. Xie dodged directly and disappeared behind a big tree. The other 5 people stood side by side, leaning on the big tree where Xie was, looking in the direction of the visitor. When the 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, met face to face, Nanfuxian couldn't help but be slightly startled. Among the 2 men and 1 woman opposite, he didn't know the 2 15 or 16-year-old boys, but he did know the girl. Speaking of it, it was a coincidence that she was Mu Xi. At this time, above Mu Xi's head, a fireball like the sun was suspended. The red light just now was obviously shot by her. It has to be said that Mu Xi's Yang martial spirit is very powerful, almost like a long-range cannon. In terms of attack power alone, it is not comparable to any of Guyu's elements. What's even more surprising is that Mu Xi's soul rings are no longer 2, but 3. 3-ring soul lord. Is it you? Seeing Tang Wulin, Mu Xi was also stunned, but the bright light above her head also weakened a bit. Senior sister. Tang Wulin hurriedly took 2 steps forward and called. Yes. Mu Xi nodded to him, let's go. After saying that, she strode away in one direction with her 2 companions. Senior sister. Zhang Yangzi looked at Tang Wulin with a sly look on his face, there's something going on. Senior sister is very beautiful. Why have you never introduced us to us? Senior sister, why don't we go together? His last words were toward him shouted in the direction of Mu Xi who was leaving. But Mu Xi didn't even look at them, and disappeared into the woods with the 2 boys. With her current strength, she can definitely be regarded as a top-notch existence among the soul masters who have entered the primary spiritual ascension platform. She does not look down on Tang Wulin and others who only have 1 or 2 rings. Moreover, she is not willing to compete with Tang Wu. Lin goes together. Tang Wulin said helplessly, she is my teacher's daughter. She doesn't seem to like me very much. So we don't have much contact with her. Xie chuckled and said, this senior has a very bad temper. Yangzi, if you are interested, you can go and get to know her. She is from the 5th grade class of our college. Zhang Yangzi shook his head repeatedly and said, forget it, I am not in the habit of being abused. Besides, we are still young, so we must focus on learning and cultivation. Xie glanced sideways and said, what are you thinking about? I just want you to get to know me. Don't think too much. In other people's eyes, you are still a little kid. Humph. Zhang Yangzi raised his head proudly, by the time brother is in 5th grade, he will have reached the 3rd level. With his current cultivation speed, it is not impossible to achieve 3 levels by the age of 14. Nan Fuxian asked Tang Wulin, what shall we do next? The current captain is Tang Wulin. And his opinion must be sought before making a decision. Tang Wulin said without hesitation, wait. It seems that there are not many soul beasts here. The first thing we have to do is to persist for enough time, and then hunt the soul beasts. So there is no need to rush. The 6 people resumed their original formation and relied on a few large trees around them to maintain a complete defensive circle. During the riot period, the number of soul beasts in the spirit ascension platform had indeed increased a lot, and they were also more aggressive. In the next 20 minutes or so, they encountered a total of more than 20 soul beasts, more than half of which were at the 10-year level, and were easily dealt with. There were also a few 100-year-old soul beasts, which were not particularly strong. Under Nan Fuxian's control, they were quickly killed. Now, Nan Fuxian will only take action when encountering a century-old soul beast. This division of labor can effectively save everyone's energy. Soul power consumption. The 10-year soul beast can be easily killed by the strength of everyone in Class 0. At the same time, everyone tried to absorb the spiritual power evenly in the rain and dew. This is not only for fairness, but also for faster uptake. For example, it took Xie about 10 minutes to absorb the spiritual power of a century-old iron-armed ape. It is equivalent to 5 years of cultivation for each of his 2 soul rings. This kind of accumulation takes a long time before it can reach a 1000-year level. The time for the final exam has passed halfway, and everyone is coping with it relatively easily. With their tacit cooperation, they have not suffered any big impact. That's what happened during the riot period. Zhang Yangzi's initial nervousness had eased a lot. At least so far, the spirit beasts they encountered could all be dealt with. Judging from their experience of entering the spirit ascension platform many times, the most dangerous time is when they encounter powerful soul beasts and have to run away. Because in that case, if you panic and choose a way out, you may constantly encounter powerful soul beasts and be defeated and leave. The current stable state is relatively the safest. Although the chances of hunting soul beasts are less, the persistence time will be much longer. Young man, since you think it's easy, let me increase the strength for you. Nan Fuxian, who was protected by everyone in the middle, heard Zhang Yangzi's words, glanced at him, and thought to himself. Suddenly, Zhang Yangzi's face turned pale, his whole body shook, and his expression changed with shock. Not good, Xiao He. The 6 people looked up at the same time, and what they saw was a large yellow-green net falling from the sky. At the same time, they were also surprised to see that Xiao Hei's soul body was being pierced and decomposed by several spear-like limbs. The killing of the soul is a considerable blow to the soul master. It takes a long time for the soul to recover. Zhang Yangzi's cultivation level dropped by more than 1/3 in an instant. A gust of wind rose from the center of the 6-man formation, and the one who reacted fastest was Gu Yu, who had the strongest mental power. However, what is shocking is that the large yellow-green net that fell from the sky was unable to be blown by the wind. It penetrated directly and failed to affect it in the slightest. "Back off!" Tang Woolen shouted, and threw out more than a dozen blue-silver grass vines, barely blocking the big net. However, he was shocked to see that as soon as his tough blue-silver grass came into contact with the big net, it fell apart. Streams of green smoke began to rise, corroding rapidly. After decomposing Xiao He, the huge figure fell from the sky, with 8 long legs spread out like 8 spears, covering the 6 people. Taking advantage of the obstruction of the blue-silver grass, the 6 of them had already run out of the control range of the big net. However, their formation was immediately disrupted. Black and white two-color texture. The huge body is like a millstone, each long leg is more than 2 meters long, and the whole body exudes a strange brilliance. When it fell, you could clearly see that there was a beautiful human face on its lower abdomen, which added a bit of terror. "The man-faced demon spider!" The 6 people shouted almost in unison. Chapter 61 The Man-Faced Demon Spider Who Can Slash. The Man-Faced Demon Spider. One of the kings among spider soul beasts. Although his bloodline is not as good as those of super soul beasts, he can still be regarded as a top soul beast. Speed. He is good at speed, poison, attack, and defense. But he has no special abilities in terms of strength. It is like a killer in the forest. Every time it appears, it brings fear. The human-faced demon spider in front of me has only 100 years of cultivation. It is also an existence that can hunt 1,000-year-old soul beasts. If Xiao He hadn't been conducting reconnaissance in the air just now, and if they hadn't discovered each other immediately and were caught by the man-faced demon spider's web, their trip to the Spirit Ascension platform during the riot period would have ended immediately. When Wang Jingxi saw the appearance of the soul beast, his body began to tremble unconsciously. He had suffered a lot of psychological trauma because of the man-faced demon spider before, but now that he was facing this soul beast, his previous nightmare seemed to have come back. Balls of fireballs shot out from Guyu's hands and blasted towards the man-faced demon spider. Others quickly gathered together. "Run or not?" Nan Fuxian asked Tang Woolen. The man-faced demon spider is powerful and possesses extremely poisonous poison. Even if it is just scratched by its spider spear, it will be fatal to everyone in Class 0. Moreover, this is the Spirit Ascension platform. If you kill it, you will only get the spiritual power of a century-old soul beast at most, which is not worth the loss. The profit is small when you win, but the cost is big when you lose. While everyone was talking, the 100-year-old man-faced demon spider did not hesitate at all and directly showed its extremely powerful combat power. Facing Guyu's series of fireball attacks, it just raised its 2 forelimbs, with blurry light and shadow, and quickly it poked in the air, and every fireball that hit its forelimbs would instantly disintegrate, leaving only a few sparks to scatter. The man-faced demon spider didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, but slowly crawled sideways around them, pulling a yellow-green spider silk behind its tail. Wherever the spider silk passed, all the plants were withering rapidly. "Don't run away. Kill it," Tang Woolen said without hesitation. They have been here for a while and know the neighborhood relatively well. Now is the riot period at the Spirit Ascension platform. If you run around at this time, you are likely to encounter powerful soul beasts. In that case, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold on for the next half hour. After only a short period of thinking, Tang Woolen made a decision. No matter what, we must kill the man-faced demon spider in front of us. This is also to allow Wang Jingxi to break through the demonic barrier in his heart, and with the 6 members of Class 0 present, their chances of winning are not small. "Everyone, please don't scatter. I will face the enemy head-on, with Guyu assisting. Fu Sheng will find the right opportunity to control it. Xie will find his own opportunity. Yang Zi, Jin Xi, you will just watch the battle for now and wait for the opportunity to take action. I can do it." Wang Jingxi's deep voice sounded. Although Wang Jingxi's body was still trembling, his eyes were bursting with intense light. When he suddenly saw the man-faced demon spider just now, he was indeed frightened from the bottom of his heart. However, when Tang Wulin said, "Don't run away, kill it." When he heard these 5 words, an indescribable courage suddenly appeared in Wang Jingxi's heart. The whole person seemed to have entered a special state. Therefore, the trembling in his body now was no longer fear, but excitement. The man-faced demon spider was still circling, and the silk at its tail continued to grow longer, as if it was forming a circle. The man-faced demon spider is cruel, cold, and extremely tolerant. This is the most terrifying thing about it. It can wait silently for a long time to hunt its prey, waiting until the best time to launch an attack. Everyone in Class 0 did not panic, and let it slow down its attack. Moreover, the spider web spitting just now was also a big drain on it. Soon, a circle of spider silk was wrapped around the big trees as fulcrums. These yellow-green spider silks caused the big trees to wither, but the trunks could still hold on for the time being. Guyu tried to use various elements to attack the spider silk, but the effect was not good. The poison became the protective layer of the spider silk, and even the flame burning could not have a good enough effect. It is creating a cage for us, and then gradually shrinking the encirclement. Xie said in a deep voice. "Fusion, if I leave the battlefield in the future, you will be the captain." The man-faced demon spider is extremely poisonous, and it is unlikely that everyone will survive its attack. After Tang Wulin finished speaking, he suddenly threw out the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer in his right hand and flew straight towards the man-faced demon spider. A piece of blue-silver grass is wrapped around the 1,000-forged sinking silver hammer, like a meteor hammer. The 8 long legs of the man-faced demon spider were light and strong, and its huge body actually shot up like a spring, and then landed floatingly outside the spider web it had woven. The 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer hit the cobweb hard, spreading the spider web far away. However, the spider web was extremely strong and elastic, and did not break. Instead, the heavy silver hammer stuck to it. Tang Wulin pulled hard, and the heavy silver hammer shrank back, but it also pulled the spider web inwards. The place where the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer touched the spider web had become pitch black. But fortunately, it is 1,000 forging, and its internal structure is extremely tight, so it will not be corroded or damaged for the time being. This spider web is really strong. Tang Wulin lost 1,000 forged heavy silver hammer in this just a tentative attack. The man-faced demon spider's flexibility and cunning obviously exceeded everyone's judgment. Everyone knows that it is waiting for the most suitable opportunity to take action. Once it takes action, it will definitely be thunderous. The circles of spider silk are constantly increasing, and the area is constantly shrinking, controlling everyone's activity space. Of course, this is not completely without benefits, at least no other soul beast can easily enter this space. Following the confrontation with the man-faced demon spider, no one in Class 0 took the initiative to take action. There are more and more spider silks, and the surrounding area of more than 100 square meters is already surrounded by at least a dozen spider silks. Tang Wulin knelt down and whispered something into Guyu's ear. Guyu nodded and stood up from the ground again. Seeing Guyu stand up, the man-faced demon spider actually paused, showing that it was far more intelligent than ordinary soul beasts. It stared at everyone with its cold eyes, and its lower abdomen began to slowly expand. Guyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and there were faint soul power fluctuations around her body. At the same time, the soul ring under her feet lit up, and her first soul skill, Elemental Tide, was activated. Poof! The centennial man-faced demon spider suddenly turned around and spit out a ball of yellow-green light towards everyone. The yellow-green color quickly opened up in the air and turned into a large net. At the same time, the man-faced demon spider let out a scream and rushed towards them quickly. The coverage area of that big net was very large, larger than the original one, and it covered directly towards the center of the activity area of Class 0. This was to force them to retreat and have to move in a more cramped space. 6 people will become crowded, surrounded by poisonous spider silk, and 1 bad person will encounter them. At the same time, the man-faced demon spider's own attack has arrived, and its 8 long legs are all the most terrifying weapons. But at this moment, Guyu raised her hands, and rays of yellow light suddenly rose from the center of the 6 people. It was a thick stone pillar, about a foot in diameter, soaring upwards into the air. No matter how powerful the spider web is, it is still web-like and does not have destructive attacks. The stone pillar rose just right, just enough to lift up the poisonous spider web and prevent it from falling down. At this time, the man-faced demon spider was already approaching. Xie climbed up quickly along the stone pillar. Zhang Yangzi waved his hands, and the first soul ring lit up. A layer of dark fog covered the dark sky. The most powerful thing about his dark sky is that it can distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Those marked by him can see everything around them without being affected by the sky. At the same time, this soul skill will determine its coverage depending on how much soul power he injects. As soon as the dark sky emerged, the human-faced demon spider immediately lost track of everyone, and its forward speed could not help but slow down. At this moment, vines of blue-silver grass surged up from the ground and went straight towards the man-faced demon spider. A powerful figure rose into the air, and it was Wang Jingxi who was thrown up by Tang Wulin. The 2 soul rings on Wang Jingxi's body shone at the same time. The first soul skill, Bone Dragon Claw, caused his right arm to change rapidly, and the second soul skill, Bone Soul Transformation, was fully activated. Hit the man-faced demon spider directly from the air. At this time, the man-faced demon spider shows off its super soul beast. Facing the blue-silver grass entangled on the ground, its body suddenly rotated, and its 8 spider legs spread sideways, revealing a blade-like existence behind its front legs. Although Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was tough, once it was entangled, it would be cut off quickly by the highly poisonous and sharp effects of the man-faced demon spider's legs, making it impossible to truly entangle it. Facing Wang Jingxi falling in the air, the man-faced demon spider flicked its tail, and another ball of yellow-green spider web was thrown out. Compared with the previous spider web, this one was much smaller, but it was enough to cover Wang Jingxi. The battle broke out and entered a climax directly from the beginning. The outcome of the entire battle can be decided at any time. At the critical moment, the blue-silver grass around Wang Jingxi's waist tightened suddenly, forcing his body that was falling at high speed back to the ground. At the same time, a piece of blue-silver grass that was entangled with the century-old spider god and was about to be cut off suddenly turned golden without warning. All poisonous corrosion has no effect on it. The body of the man-faced demon spider that was about to break free suddenly stagnated, and was tightly entangled by the golden blue-silver grass. At this moment, another figure fell from the sky like a golden whirlwind. The target pointed at the man-faced demon spider's back. Kang! The golden cone-shaped light and shadow stabbed fiercely in the middle of the man-faced demon spider's back, and a series of sparks erupted amidst the harsh friction sound. The man-faced demon spider was in pain and let out a scream. It exerted its body force suddenly and threw the figure on its back away. At the same time, it also threw out the yellow-green blood that appeared after the carapace on its back was broken. The second figure falling from the sky is Xie, Light Dragon Storm. Wang Jingxi used 2 soul skills, but in fact they had only one purpose, which was to attract the attention of the demon-faced spider and at the same time induce it to launch a second attack. After seducing its spider web, it was pulled back into the dark sky by Tang Wulin. Xie took advantage of this time difference and descended from the sky to launch a real attack on the man-faced demon spider. Although the light dragon storm failed to tear the man-faced demon spider into pieces, the powerful penetration attack still caused it to suffer considerable trauma. Bang! The golden blue-silver grass finally broke under the full struggle of the man-faced demon spider after being injured. In other words, the golden color on the blue-silver grass disappeared at the moment before it broke. The restraints suddenly disappeared, and the 8 long legs of the human-faced demon spider that had been pushing outwards expanded outwards almost at the same time, and the body also sank. 2 bumps rose from the ground, just enough to separate the tops of the 2 spider legs outwards. A figure quietly passed through the gap and appeared under its belly, and a golden claw stabbed the face in its belly brazenly. It was possible to disembowel the man-faced demon spider at a glance, but suddenly the 8 long legs that expanded outwards quickly closed inward at an incredible angle, and the entire spider rolled up into a ball. Clang! The golden dragon claw and the 8 curled-up spider spears happened after the collision. The body of the human-faced demon spider was directly knocked away by Tang Woolen. Then, the human-faced demon spider that was shot away stretched out in mid-air, and its 8 spears directly drew a long mark on the ground. But if you take a closer look, you can see that there are quite a few cracks on the 2 spider spears at the front. It can be seen that Tang Woolen's attack just now was not without effect. Hiss! Hiss! The man-faced demon spider roared, and the 8 spider spears slammed hard on the ground, and the whole body was ejected directly, and the direction it shot out was the direction where Xie was thrown away just now. Xie! Without enough time to think about why the man-faced demon spider discovered Xie's location, Tang Woolen pulled the blue-silver grass hard, preparing to pull Xie back. The series of attacks just seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only lasted 5 or 6 seconds. At this time, Xie, who was adjusting his posture in the air to land better, only heard a roar, and then a huge figure appeared in front of him. In front of you! Fuck! Xie cursed angrily and quickly made a defensive posture in mid-air. Although he might be killed, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Suddenly, a pulling force came from his waist, and Xie's face lit up. Ha! You can't hit me, big spider! Unexpectedly, the man-faced demon spider seemed to understand his words. The 2 spider spears at the front began to glow with purple light. Then the 2 spider spears swung and 2 purple slashes flew straight towards Xie. Holy crap, does the man-faced spider have this kind of ability? Why didn't anyone tell me? When Xie saw this scene, he screamed. Now he just wants to go back and beat up those who record the abilities of the soul beasts. The man-faced demon spider has this ability, why don't you record it? Insufficient information will cause harm. Dead man. Fortunately, the blue-silver grass around his waist pulled him in time, but it was torn to pieces by the slashes, and Xie's figure began to shake. At this time, the man-faced demon spider was waiting at his landing point. 2 long spider spears were stabbing upwards from below. The 2 pointed spider spears were pointed directly at Xie's buttocks. This was 1,000 years of killing. Chapter 62 Mutated Individuals. Ah, no. Although his body was shaking in mid-air, Xie still caught a glimpse of the man-faced demon spider's movements from the corner of his eye. His expression changed from to S. No matter how big the spider spear is, it can't be stuffed in. I'm afraid it will turn him into a skewer once it goes in. Moreover, this way of death would be too painful, and it will affect his physical, psychological, and even social aspects. Xanadu is completely dead. Unfortunately, Xie could no longer adjust his body shape in mid-air. Otherwise, even if he was directly stabbed to death by the man-faced demon spider's spider spear, it would be 100 times better than the way he died now. Just as Xie's buttocks and the man-faced demon spider's spider spear were getting closer and closer, the man-faced demon spider's body suddenly stagnated and collapsed directly to the ground. 1,000 forged heavy silver hammer carried a huge momentum and directly knocked the man-faced demon spider away. It was the joint attack of Nanfuxian and Tang Woolen. Fireballs were also shot in the direction of the human-faced demon spider to prevent it from rushing over again. It was Gu Yu who took action. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi, who were looking for opportunities on the outside, quickly moved towards Xie's direction. Everyone, adjust your status. The century-old man-faced demon spider can only launch its web 3 times a day. It has just used up all its webs. Xie is on guard next to me. Gu Yu continued to interfere. Wu Lin used your blue-silver grass to control it for a while, and I will find an opportunity to control the man-faced demon spider. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi took this opportunity to use martial soul fusion skills to decide the outcome. Nan Fuxian, who was at the center of the crowd, directed everyone's division of labor in an orderly manner. The man-faced demon spider, who had been knocked away by everyone before, seemed to have recovered from his trance at this moment. He looked at the 6 Nan Fuxian people gathered together and kept roaring at them. The 8 spider spears were constantly rubbing against the ground, and the entire spider's body began to press down, as if it would kill it in the next second. Here we come! Everyone in Class 0 looked at the man-faced demon spider who was constantly adjusting its body shape, and immediately began to concentrate highly. The next second, the man-faced demon spider directly ejected backwards with force. It ran away, ran away? Everyone in Class 0 was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the man-faced demon spider would directly choose to escape. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi are on alert, while the others take a rest first. Nan Fuxian said directly to the 2 of them, and the others did not object. As for why he didn't chase after him, no one would be that stupid. The man-faced demon spider is known as the forest assassin. If he chased after him, he might actually be killed if he wasn't careful. Hey, you scared me to death. Fuxian and Wulin, I won't thank you for your kindness. I'll treat you to dinner when you get back. After hearing the break, Xie sat down on the ground and said to Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin. The scene just now was really thrilling, and even when he thought about it now, he felt his anus tighten. Hey, it doesn't matter if you treat 2 people to dinner. We are a team, so we can't eat alone. Wang Jingxi, who was on guard at the side, heard Xie's words and teased him. After the first battle, his inner fear of the man-faced demon spider has been eliminated a lot, and he believes that in a few days he will completely forget the original fear. Mainly because of the scene where Xie almost experienced the pain of breaking a melon just now, Wang Jingxi couldn't help but compare it to the fact that he was directly killed by the man-faced demon spider once before, which left a psychological shadow. But others Xie is bad, the point is about to become an adult. Without comparison, there is no harm. Compared with Xie, the way he died seemed to be less difficult to accept. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. Once the final exam is over, I'll treat you all to a big meal. It seems that because of his narrow escape, Xie has become extremely open-minded at this time. The look on his face that said, "Thank you, Master, for covering all purchases." It was because he didn't know if his wallet was enough, so Tang Wulin, a big eater, couldn't bear it. Hey! At this time, all the staff of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda exhaled, including Wu Zhongkong. The performance of everyone in Class 0 has been played on the Soul Guide screen. Just now when Xie was almost killed by the man-faced demon spider, everyone became extremely nervous. The staff of the Spirit Transferring Tower were already ready to rescue him. After all, Soul Masters on the Soul Ascension platform can die in various ways, but this is the first time for someone to die like Xie. The sensory transmission of the Soul Ascension platform is not low. That kind of death may cause even an experienced adult Soul Master to be in pain and life-threatening. Even if he survives it, it will greatly affect the rest of his life. If Xie was really killed by the Millennium Killing like that, it would definitely be recorded in the history of Spirit Pagoda. Fortunately, things did not turn to the worst. The tacit cooperation of everyone in Class 0 prevented this tragedy from happening. Looking back, even they couldn't help but praise Nan Fuxian and others. That is the century-old man-faced demon spider. Even if a soul master at the 4th or 5th ring level is encountered alone, he should stay away from them and not dare to hunt them easily. However, the average strength of this group of children is only the second level, but they miraculously managed to push back the powerful man-faced demon spider. Even if the man-faced demon spider hadn't retreated directly when he saw that the situation was not good, the people in Class 0 might not have been able to defeat it. Kill. This is unbelievable. Teacher Wu, do these children have the idea of joining the spirit transferring pagoda? I think that after the battle just now, they may be admitted under special conditions. They have too much potential for development. The staff of the spirit pagoda finally woke up, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. As a staff member of the Ascension platform, he knows the characteristics of various soul beasts and the fighting methods of soul masters very well. But just now, he was completely shocked by the imaginative fighting style of the students in Class 0. There was something wrong with that man-faced demon spider just now. It was too smart. Wu Zhongkong did not answer the staff's words, but instead asked the staff this question. The staff was startled, and just about to refute. They couldn't help but recall the battle scene just now. At the beginning, the man-faced demon spider compressed the activity space of Class 0 and others to better hunt its prey. This is no problem. This is how most spider spirit beasts hunt their prey. However, facing Tang Wulin's decisive blow, it should logically be unable to evade it, but in fact, the man-faced demon spider seemed to have expected it and reserved a lot of energy for itself to block it. The outrageous slash that followed was even less like what a spirit beast like the man-faced demon spider could do. Facing Nanfuxian and others who were gathered together, with the ferocious personality of the man-faced demon spider, he should have fought with them in a either you die or I die battle, but the man-faced demon spider instead withdrew. All these things highlighted the extraordinary nature of the man-faced demon spider. Perhaps that man-faced demon spider is a mutant, so it is different from other man-faced demon spiders. Faced with Wu Zhangkong's question, the staff gave their own answer. Mutated individuals occasionally appear among soul beasts. Such mutants are generally much stronger than similar ones, because the weak ones cannot survive to adulthood. Maybe. Chapter 63 Stuck Bug. In the Spirit Ascension platform, everyone from Class 0 gathered together. Tang Wulin and Xiesia were in the center, concentrating on recovering their soul power, while Nanfuxian and 4 others were protecting them on the outside. They were said to be protectors, but they were also sitting cross-legged on the ground, recovering from their previous exertion, and only focusing part of their attention on their surroundings. As for safety issues, there is no need to worry too much about this. There are poisonous spider webs all around. No matter whether it is a human or a spirit beast, it will not end well if it comes close. In fact, when Nanfuxian and the 6 were resting, many soul beasts were already attracted and fell into the trap. Because it is a riot period, the number of soul beasts in this large forest is much more than normal. Not every soul beast has a keen perception, and different soul beasts have different ways of sensing the outside world. So, some took a detour, and some bumped into. The terrifying poison of the man-faced demon spider is fully revealed at this time. Its spider silk is not only highly poisonous, but also extremely tough. Even if some very large soul beasts bump into it, it will be difficult to break it. And then it was tragic. Under the attack of the poison, 10-year-old spirit beasts almost died instantly, while 100-year-old spirit beasts could only last a little longer. As long as anyone touches the spider silk, no one will survive. Those with keen perception can avoid it, but those with poor perception are in danger of death. After death, the soul beast's spiritual power will naturally overflow. If it were a normal spiritual ascension platform, their spiritual power would dissipate quickly after overflowing. However, in the riot period, the spiritual power will escape much slower. Not far from the spider silk is the living space of Nanfuxian and the 6 people. They are in a state of meditation, so they naturally attract these spiritual powers and then slowly absorb them. At first, there were only a few weak soul beasts, but gradually, the soul beasts that died under the poison, the number of beasts began to increase, and more spiritual power began to flow over. How could this happen? There is something wrong with the Spirit Ascension platform. The staff looked dumbfounded as the spiritual power around the bodies of the 6 Nanfusion began to become more and more intense, as if they had seen a ghost. Can you say that Nanfusion and others cheated? I definitely can't tell now. However, if the current situation continues, they will be able to absorb more and more soul beast spiritual power. Of course, these spiritual powers do not come out of thin air. As for where they come from, that is one of the biggest secrets of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda organization, and it will undoubtedly be consumed. It can be said that the 6 people in Class 0 got a rare opportunity by accident and with the help of the power of the man-faced demon spider. Teacher Wu, I must report this situation to the superiors. The staff member said seriously. Wu Zhongkong glanced at him. Did my students do anything wrong? They faced the powerful 100-year-old man-faced demon spider and defeated it. Now they are just meditating to recover. Everything in front of them is formed naturally. According to my understanding of the Ascension platform, you should not have the right to change all this. The Ascension platform is completely free to operate and can only be fine-tuned. The staff member had sweat on his forehead. Yes, the spiritual Ascension platform cannot be changed easily. However, if this continues, your students will also have problems. Can their mental and physical strength be able to withstand the impact of their souls evolving to a 1000-year level? This is especially true for the 2 children with first-level cultivation. If the soul is promoted too much, they will be in danger. Yes, according to the situation Nanfusion and the others are facing now, if they continue to evolve, their bodies may not be able to withstand it. But, at least for now, it's still far from unbearable. As for whether one ring can withstand the impact of 1000 years of souls, Wu Zhongkong is not worried at all. Tang Wulan's physical strength cannot be measured by ordinary soul masters. In the near future, his mental power has reached the level of psychic power. Coupled with his strong body, he will be able to survive for thousands of years. Not to mention Guyu is about to reach level 20, reaching the 2nd level, and her physical fitness and mental strength are even better. In this final exam, these little guys really overfulfilled their tasks. Seeing that Wu Zhongkong had no reaction, the staff hesitated for a moment, then picked up the soul communicator and dialed a number. Their existence was originally to ensure the normal operation of the Spirit Ascension platform. When Tang Wulan's soul power was fully restored, he felt that his whole body was slightly swollen. When he opened his eyes, he was even more shocked by what he saw. There was an extremely rich yellow halo surrounding him and his companions. Is this spiritual power? Looking further away, there were many corpses of soul beasts lying on the ground, some of which had been corroded and dissolved. But there are still some who are making their final struggle. He consumed the most, so he was the last one to wake up from meditation. The other partners had already woken up, but they were also looking at everything outside and were in a sluggish state. What is going on? Tang Wulan asked in a low voice. The poison is the poison of the man-faced demon spider. Nanfusion answered Tang Wulan's question calmly. He had expected the scene in front of him. During the 3 months of training at the Ascension platform, after constantly screening the parasitic soul beasts, 3 soul beasts were finally selected, namely the Centennial Man-Faced Demon Spider, the Centennial Blue Bird, and the 1000-Year Flame Demon Lion. The latter 2 are the kings of their respective groups. These are the things that Nanfusion spent his life on. In exchange, when encountering these 3 soul beasts, Nanfusion directly threw a parasite, then immediately pressed the distress signal and teleported out, saying that he had exchanged his life for it and there was nothing wrong with it. The human-faced demon spider just now was one of Nanfusion's clones. This was also the first time he fought against his soul beast clone. How to say? It doesn't feel difficult, and you can review the battle scenes from 2 angles, which is a very novel feeling. Likewise, this human-faced demon spider came to attack them because of his instruction. The purpose is to create the environment in front of us and surround it with the poisonous threads of the man-faced demon spider. Then he let the 1,000-year-old flame demon Lion King lead the lion group to hunt in the surrounding areas, intentionally or unintentionally driving the soul beasts here. At first, the soul beasts Nanfuxian and others encountered were basically one by one. There is also this factor. However, the progress like this was too slow, so he controlled the man-faced demon spider and used this method to fix bugs, saving time and effort. The human-faced demon spider is indeed a soul beast killer. Its poisonous spider silk has killed a large number of 10-year-old and century-old soul beasts, but the spiritual power has been absorbed by them. In this case, their souls are naturally evolving. Chapter 64 One word, poor. If we continue like this, our souls will. Tang Wulan said in surprise. Wang Jingxi on the side smiled bitterly and said, no, our bodies all have limits. Our two-ring ones definitely can't do it. Because the spiritual power is absorbed evenly. My mental strength cannot bear the appearance of 2,000-year-old soul rings at the same time. I estimate that when my 2 soul rings are close to 500 years old, my limit will be reached. Yang's situation should be similar, at most he could absorb a little more than me. Maybe, you and Guyu are the only ones who haven't reached the second level yet, and instead may have a 1,000-year soul ring. Guyu said, do you have any estimate of how much spiritual power we have absorbed now? Nanfuxian said, everyone has absorbed about 400 to 500 years. On average, we 2 rings that is, each soul ring has been absorbed for more than 200 years. This does not include the spiritual power currently around our bodies. The spiritual power around our bodies will last for at least 100 to 200 years, but it will take longer to absorb. After leaving here, we may have to be more careful about other soul masters instead of soul beasts, and we may not be able to enter the spirit ascension platform in a short period of time. With such strong spiritual power in their bodies, once other soul masters see it, they may immediately become targets. After all, there is no real killing in the spirit ascension platform. Who doesn't want strong spiritual power? And if their souls are absorbed to saturation, this means that they can no longer enter the spirit ascension platform to gain practical experience by hunting soul beasts in a short period of time, because there is a danger of their souls exploding themselves. As for leaving, it was because the man-faced demon spider's spider silk had been consumed a lot. The original rich yellow-green silk was now very faded in color, its toughness and strength had also dropped significantly, and some signs of breakage had begun to appear. Although the man-faced demon spider is extremely poisonous, the total amount of poison is still limited. Without the protection of the surrounding spider silk, this place is not a safe place. After all, they are also afraid of encountering poisonous spider silk. Nanfuxian smiled slightly and said, relax. First of all, we have completed the final exam, and we have absorbed spiritual power far more than normal. It can be said that we have achieved multiple things with one stone. Even if you encounter a strong enemy and leave the spirit ascension platform, it will not be a loss. Everyone, please recover. Let's get out of here. After hearing what Nanfuxian said, everyone immediately cheered up. Nanfuxian thought for a moment, and then warned his companions, everyone, please pay attention to your soul endurance. If you feel that the absorbed spiritual power is unbearable, immediately press the rescue signal and leave the spiritual ascension platform. Don't be greedy, otherwise it will be a big trouble whether it is mental or physical collapse. Although he didn't feel full yet. But that may not be the case for others. According to his estimation, there is still a lot of spiritual power he can absorb. So there's no rush. After all, the ability to withstand souls is directly related to one's physical strength and mental strength. With his current physical strength, he has the confidence to withstand even 2,000-year soul rings. Not to mention spiritual power, the spiritual sea realm. That is a realm that can fully carry 3,000-year souls and one 10,000-year soul. But there is no rush, after all, the spiritual power he displays is only at the psychic level, and even if he absorbs all the spiritual power around him, his soul cannot reach the level of a 1,000-year soul. Unless he chooses a soul first and gives all his spiritual power to it to absorb. At present, Nanfuxian's first soul is about 600 years old, and his second soul is more than 200 years old. When I first purchased it, the second soul was only about 100 years old. The main reason was that the older the soul, the more expensive it was. And he only has more than 1.2 million federal coins, so he can't choose those century-old souls with high age. Fortunately, there is the Soul Ascension platform sponsored by Donghai College, so he doesn't have to worry about the low age of the soul. After buying the soul, Nanfuxian's savings also shrank greatly. Although for an ordinary person, more than 200,000 is a huge sum of money, but for a soul master, it is just a drop in the bucket. 200,000, enough to buy a few mecha parts? Now Nanfuxian can only be described in one word, poor. It's not like I was infected by Mr. K and contracted the disease of poverty. No, the most important thing now is to concentrate. Nanfuxian pulled back his wandering thoughts. K always contracted the disease of poverty because his moral bottom line was very high. We are different, we have a very flexible moral bottom line. There is a saying that goes well, the most important thing in doing business is to be conscientious. If you have a conscience, you will earn more. If you have no conscience, you will earn more. This principle also applies to the practice of soul masters. The 6 Nanfuxian carefully avoided the poisonous spider threads, walked out of the densely packed space, and returned to the big forest. As soon as they left there, they soon heard various strange noises and collisions coming from around them. There were the roars of soul beasts, and occasionally the screams of some human soul masters could be heard. Everyone in Class 0 had already decided a while ago that now everyone should focus on absorbing the spiritual power they have obtained so far. Normally, if you want to obtain so much spiritual power, you don't know how many soul beasts you have to kill. Although the absorption is slower now, it is still a rare opportunity. As for the issue of actual combat experience, Teacher Wu can naturally help solve it, but the most important thing is to improve one's own soul realm as much as possible. This is the primary goal of entering the Spirit Ascension platform. Roar! A roar sounded from the front, and then, a strange python with 6 arms and a body blazing on fire appeared not far ahead. 6-armed fire snake. 100 years old, everyone, be careful! Nanfuxian shouted. At this moment, a white light flashed in front, and the 6-armed fire snake suddenly became riddled with holes. It was a circle of strange-looking ice wheels flying in the air, and the sharp outer edge cut into the body of the 6-armed fire snake. Although the 6-armed fire snake was not a particularly powerful soul beast, and its defense was particularly weak, but it was instantly divided in this ice wheel. It also surprised everyone. A figure with 3 soul rings rising from his feet then appeared in everyone's sight. The spiritual power emanating from the 6-winged fire snake had been absorbed by him. This is a young man who looks to be 17 or 18 years old. There are 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings around his body, showing his soul master level cultivation. In his right hand, he holds the handle is completely white. There was only a long-handled staff with a blue crystal on the top, and his face was cold and arrogant. Around his body, there was also a rich yellow halo flashing, which was no weaker than the spiritual halo on Nanfuxian Gliu's body. Chapter 65 Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder. So strong! Just by feeling the aura emanating from his body, Nanfuxian and the other 6 people could clearly feel the power of this soul master. Wait, he is not alone. Behind this young man, a head was revealed. It was a little girl who looked about the same age as Tang Wulin and others. She had 2 braids and light blue hair. She looked very beautiful with pink makeup and jade, even more beautiful than Guyu. A bit more beautiful. He also held an ice staff in his hand, which was similar to that of the young man. It's just not as big as the young man's ice staff. There is a yellow soul ring flashing under his feet, but he looks a little frightened, as if he is not used to killing. The young man's eyes immediately fell on the 6 Nanfuxian people. When he saw that all 6 people were covered with a very strong halo of spiritual power, his eyes jumped slightly. Then he strode towards the direction of the 6 people. Tang Wulin, who was standing at the front, narrowed his eyes slightly and gestured to Nanfuxian and the others with his left hand behind his back. I will exit the spiritual ascension platform and leave behind a halo of spiritual power so that you won't feel the pain. The ice staff young man said matter-of-factly. A trace of disdain showed at the corner of Xie's mouth. Is this a humanoid soul beast? Nowadays, humanoid soul beasts can speak human words, and they have evolved really well. The ice stick young man's eyes flashed with light, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The ice stick in his hand pointed in the direction of Xie. Suddenly, a circle of light blue ice wheels flew out and shot straight in Xie's direction. Xie didn't show any weakness. He swung out the light dragon dagger with his right hand, and a light dragon blade went straight towards the opponent's ice wheel and slashed at it. Nanfuxian and others did not take action. The opponent had 3 soul rings, and there were also soul rings at the 1000-year level. Their strength should not be underestimated. It was obviously a good choice for Xie to conduct a tentative attack first. The ice wheel flew, drawing a strange arc in the air, easily getting out of the way of the light dragon blade, and then accelerated violently, like a whirlwind, arriving in front of Xie almost instantly. Changing direction, accelerating, great control. This was Nanfuxian's first feeling. Xie was also startled, but he reacted very quickly. He ducked and the ice wheel flew over his head. Just as he was about to take action again, Nanfuxian's voice came to his ears. Let me try it. I saw the space behind Xie distorting, and the ice wheel that flew back crashed into it, and then disappeared without a trace. A space soul skill. The young man with the ice stick was slightly stunned. He could clearly feel that he had lost contact with the ice wheel just now. It was obviously the boy who did it. Nanfuxian took the initiative to walk out from the crowd, and 2 soul rings rose from his feet. Fuxian, what are you doing? Others couldn't figure out why Nanfuxian took the initiative. Let me try. Nanfuxian looked at Tang Wulin and said. Okay. Although Tang Wulin didn't understand why Nanfuxian, who had always been protected by everyone, took the initiative, he did not refuse. He believed in his partner. And as early as class 5, Nanfuxian was second only to Guyu in the class. His cheating first soul skill gave him an advantage in one-on-one situations, but later he became less and less popular. He took action, so everyone regarded him as an auxiliary soul master. Seeing Nanfuxian, the ice stick youth frowned slightly. Spatial attribute. You'll know it soon. Nanfuxian said calmly. After saying that, he waved, and the space in front began to fluctuate. A circle of light blue ice wheels flew out and slashed towards the ice stick young man who had just been teleported by Nanfuxian. Walking attack. Hey, what a trick! Although it was a bit surprising that the opponent used his attack to attack him in turn, the ice stick youth did not panic. If you only have this ability, you are no match for me. Really? The first soul ring at Nanfuxian's feet flashed and was stolen. The young man with the ice stick felt his mind go blank for a while, and the movement in his hand that was preparing to counterattack stopped. And the ice wheel slashed directly towards his neck. Brother! Just when the ice stick man was about to be decapitated by his own attack, the girl hiding behind him pushed forward and knocked him down from behind. The ice wheel passed directly over the 2 people's heads, cutting off several strands of hair. Xiao Yan. The young man with the ice stick who was knocked down by the girl recovered from his daze due to being knocked down. He immediately turned back to look at the girl named Xiao Yan and saw that she was safe and sound. He unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the coldness caused by the ice wheel grazing the top of his head, he felt a little chilly in his heart. If his sister hadn't knocked him down from behind just now, he might not have been beheaded directly. You must know that the feeling of beheading is not pleasant. It doesn't matter if he dies, but if his sister is implicated by him, he will never forgive himself in this life. After thinking about it, the only purple soul ring on the ice staff man began to light up. He didn't want any more accidents to happen. One strike would determine the outcome. Tang Wulin and others who were watching the battle all had their eyes fixed on the 1000-year soul ring skill. You know, they have rarely seen the power of 1000-year soul skills. In the world of soul masters, this is already a very high-end existence. As for the 10,000-year soul ring, they had only seen Wu Changkong's, but they had not seen him perform 10,000-year soul skills. At the top of the ice staff, a dense mass of extremely pure ice energy began to explode crazily, along the spear slowly condensed into shape. The Fury of Ice. Powerful single-target attack soul skill. The ice spear is about 2 meters long, and there are faint magic lines flickering on it. Just by looking at it, everyone in Class 0 can feel its huge threat. They were absolutely sure that among the 6 of them, no one could withstand this blow. What a powerful 1000-year soul skill! It's still too late to withdraw on your own initiative. The ice stick young man said to Nanfuxian. Although he was almost beheaded just now, the ice stick young man still reminded Nanfuxian kindly. This guy is surprisingly a good person. Nanfuxian secretly said. But he had no intention of quitting. Now he wanted to test the skills he had developed over the past 3 days. How could he just surrender like this? Come on! The ice stick young man's eyes were cold, and he pointed the ice stick in his hand towards Nanfuxian. The ice spear turned into a blue light and shot away almost instantly, so fast. Like lightning and flint. But at the same moment, the space in front of Nanfuxian wrinkled, and the ice spear thrust forward, but was directly swallowed up, like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing many ripples. Space soul skills? Or is it a magical skill, teleportation? He neutralized my strongest attack so easily. Judging from the opponent's face, it was clear that he still had some energy left. How could it be possible? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the young man with the ice stick. Brother, what's up there? The little girl beside him suddenly pointed in the air. The young man with the ice stick subconsciously raised his head. Then he saw the familiar ripples, space teleportation. How about, admit defeat or not? Nanfuxian said that this move was something he had worked hard on for the past 3 days. It was created with the teleportation ability of the door as the core, supplemented by the marking ability of the star insect. Its name is, Flying Thunder God Time and Space Barrier. Also known as, Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder. Chapter 66 Thanks. Admit defeat, we admit defeat. The ice stick young man said, it's okay if you don't admit defeat. The familiar ripples are obviously the opponent's attack using his ice chakra just now. If he doesn't admit defeat, the next one to attack him should be his own ice fury. He is not a person who does not understand the situation clearly. Others are obviously showing mercy, otherwise he would never be able to block the attacks if they were to directly send them over. Even if his soul power has reached level 35 and is the top among his peers, it is impossible for him to use another soul skill right after he has just used a 1000-year soul skill that consumed a huge amount of money. He didn't have the time or buffer to release his soul skills. All of his attacks can be used by the opponent, and the opponent can also use methods similar to mind control. It is obvious that he is not the opponent's opponent. What's more important is that the opponent is not alone yet, his teammates are still watching over there. As an element control mage, he is also desperate. He can't ask for anything. He and his sister should fight each other hand to hand with ice sticks. The spatial ripples did not disappear, Nanfuxian just looked at each other quietly. The young man with the ice stick smiled bitterly and was about to press the distress signal for himself and his sister. Suddenly, a fireball shot straight at him and his sister. He was so frightened that he knocked his sister down quickly. The fireball passed over his head and directly exploded a small crater in the ground not far away. "We have already given up, what else do you want?" The ice stick man shouted angrily. In his opinion, the fireball just now was either fired by the other party or by his teammates. But he didn't expect that the other party had a solemn look on his face and retreated directly to his teammates. At the same time, there was a boom, boom, boom sound all around, as if some giant beast was running. The ground trembled, and there was a faint roar of beasts. "A soul beast is coming!" Nanfuxian, who had just retreated to his teammates, heard Zhang Yangzi, who was in charge of the reconnaissance, say urgently. "A large group of them are social soul beasts. There are at least 30 of them, they seem to be flame demon lions." After hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions in shock. Lions are undoubtedly one of the most powerful types of spirit beasts that live in groups on land. Generally speaking, the stronger the individual strength of a soul beast, the more willing it is to be independent, because it can obtain more resources. Only lion-type soul beasts are strange. With a male lion at its core and a group of female lions, it is definitely the overlord of places like forests and grasslands. Even spirit beasts whose individual strength is much stronger than male lions are not willing to provoke them easily, because their overall combat strength is too strong. Xiao Yan. At this moment, the ice stick man shouted his sister's name loudly. It turned out that at some point, a flame demon lion had sneaked up behind the girl. At this time, it was biting the girl's head with its bloody mouth open. The ice staff man could see clearly because of the angle, but it was of no use. The flame demon lion was already close at hand, and now he wanted to. It was too late to release his soul skills. I saw the ice stick man using his own body to protect his sister, preparing to protect her from harm. At the same time, he also slapped the distress signal device on his sister's hand with his wrist. "Brother!" Although the girl looked pale, she still couldn't help shouting after seeing her brother's actions. "I'm really useless. My brother has been protecting me since I entered the ascension platform. Now I can only watch my brother being injured and unable to do anything. I can't do anything." This is the inner thought of the girl Su Xiaoyan at this moment. At this moment, an ice spear about 2 meters long pierced the body of the flame demon lion directly, causing it to let out a mournful cry, and then turned into a wisp of spiritual power and was absorbed by the young man not far away. Because of separation due to the close relationship, the brother and sister also absorbed a lot of spiritual power. They looked over and saw that it was Nanfuxian who gave the flame demon lion a fatal blow with the ice spear he had just transferred. Thank you." After hesitating, the ice stick man thanked Nanfuxian. After all, being bitten to death is not a good experience. "No, you are ready to quit anyway. It is better to press it yourself than to be sent out." Nanfuxian waved his hand. "Well, my name is Su Xiaoyu. I am in class 1 of the 2nd grade of the advanced department of Donghai College. This is my sister Su Xiaoyan. Thank you for your help this time. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to Donghai College to find me." Although he was choked by Nanfuxian's words, the ice stick man, no, I should say Su Xiaoyu, still expressed his gratitude to Nanfuxian seriously, and even told Nanfuxian that if there is any trouble in the future, he can go to him for help. This is not only gratitude to Nanfuxian for helping them, but also a kind of friendship with Nanfuxian. After all, Nanfuxian looks similar to his sister, but he is already a 2nd ring soul master. It is still a rare space system, and you will never lose money if you make friends with such a genius. Then, without waiting for Nanfuxian to answer, he pressed the SOS signal for himself and his sister. Before leaving, the girl named Su Xiaoyan stared at Nanfuxian curiously and gesticulated, "Thank you. Run." After Nanfuxian saw the two brothers and sisters being teleported away, he accepted their spiritual power, then shouted without hesitation, turned around and ran away. Guyu waved her hands, and a green light enveloped her. Unlike before, which only acted on their feet, this time the assistance of the wind element made them feel light and airy all over, and their speed was greatly improved. Xie took the lead and explored the way in front, while Zhang Yangzi continued to control his soul Black Eagle to scout the rear. Little Black Eagle gradually recovered from his meditation after killing the man-faced spider. Now he has no ability to assist him in fighting, but the role of shared vision is still there. It will take at least several days to fully recover. Not far behind them, a roar sounded. And groups of red lights and shadows ran fast, chasing them. Not only human souls can absorb spiritual power, but these soul beasts can also absorb it. What attracted Nanfuxian and the others to the soul beasts was the rich spiritual power fluctuations in their bodies. The flame demon lion is one of the most powerful ethnic soul beasts, and it is extremely easy to feel the fluctuations of spiritual power on their bodies. Chase quickly. Run, you can run for a while. Every second that passes, everyone's spiritual energy will be absorbed 1 more point. Facing the flame demon lions, they would not stand any chance. Unless all 6 people are promoted to the 3rd ring, there may be a possibility of confrontation. The group of flame demon lions is definitely the most heaven-defying existence in this primary spiritual ascension platform. Although the man-faced demon spider is strong individually, it faces such a group of wild lions. He didn't dare to confront him head-on, he could only dodge. The male lions of the flame demon lion group are 1,000-year-old soul beasts, and the remaining female lions are also soul beasts that have been cultivated for more than 100 years, and some of them even have 1,000-year existence. This is because they have few natural enemies in this forest. Whether it is an individual or a group of human soul masters, it is almost impossible for those below the 4th ring to fight against them. Chapter 67 After the break. Therefore, when he heard their names, Nanfuxian ordered to escape without hesitation. Now, it's just a race against time. But the roar of the flame demon lion also has a benefit, that is, it has an intimidating effect on other soul beasts. Hearing their existence, not only the soul masters were afraid, but the soul beasts were also afraid. No matter what type of lion soul beast they are, one thing is the same, and that is meat. They don't just eat humans, other soul beasts are also their nutrients. So, Nanfuxian and the others kept running wildly without encountering any obstacles in front of them. If a spirit beast appeared, they would immediately hide away when they heard the roar of the flame demon lion or felt their breath. However, the flame demon lion lives in the great forest after all. The speed is far superior to everyone. In this case, any cooperation is meaningless. The one who was the slowest was none other than Wang Jingxi. In desperation, he took advantage of the fact that the flame demon lion had not completely caught up and took a picture of his rescue signal. With a flash of light, Wang Jingxi disappeared, and the spiritual power that had not been absorbed by him floated forward and attached to the other 5 people. Then there is Guyu. Although Guyu can use the wind element to attach to himself, but her elemental control means that her physical abilities cannot be compared with those of non-human beings with innate power like agility attack war spirit masters and Tang Wulin. She pressed her rescue signal for the 2nd time. However, I don't know if she deliberately controlled it, but all the spiritual power flying out of her body floated to Tang Wulin, and it was not dispersed much. Damn it, you still treated me differently after you left. You really didn't give any spiritual power to us, only to Tang Wulin. Different from Tang Wulin and the other 3 who were running wildly, Nanfuxian still had time to think about Guyu's eccentric treatment. He was probably the most calm among them. When he was about to be caught, he directly used the 3rd second soul skill, door. Pass from the back to the front all at once, then run, and then when you are about to be caught, repeat the operation just now. This is also to save soul power, otherwise he would have disappeared long ago with his ability. But he couldn't do this. After all, what Wu Zhongkong valued most was team friendship, bonds, and the like. If he really abandons Tang Wulin and others and runs away, no matter how good his grades are later, Wu Zhongkong will not. If you give him a good look, you might even give him a 0 score. At the same time, sharing the joys and sorrows also helps to improve the friendship with teammates, but does this count as sharing the joys and sorrows? Nanfuxian thought to himself as he looked at the 3 people running and sweating profusely. Fortunately, before Guyu left the Spirit Ascension platform, she performed the strongest soul power fusion she could achieve. A powerful ice storm swept around and had a certain impact on the flame demon lions, causing Nanfuxian and the 4 of them to temporarily put some distance between them. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Several screams suddenly came from the sky, and then a large dense shadow enveloped the 4 of Nanfuxian, flying soul beasts, and there were a large group of them. It's a bluebird, and there are at least hundreds of them. Captain, I have a bold idea. Zhang Yangzi, who was running, suddenly said, I'll try to lure the group of spirit beasts in the sky to bring them down. Maybe I can cause some interference to the flame demon lion. Don't go, it's too dangerous. Tang Wulin said without hesitation. It is not an easy task to lure the spirit beasts from the sky. If one fails, Zhang Yangzi will die first. Zhang Yangzi chuckled and said, this is the spiritual ascension platform. There is no real danger. The worst we can do is to get killed and go back to shivering for a few days. This time we are fully prepared. I don't have much contribution in the team, so let me try. After saying that, he dodged without waiting for Tang Wulin's reply, suddenly flapped his wings behind his back, and released his second soul skill, Eagle Strike, into the sky. With the instant burst of soul power, he pushed his body directly into the air. Hey, grandsons, your grandpa is here, come and beat me if you can. Zhang Yangzi shouted. Although the blue bird could not understand human language, it could see the strong spiritual power in Zhang Yangzi's body, and the bird suddenly rioted and rushed towards Zhang Yangzi. Silly bird, come after me. As he said this, Zhang Yangzi identified the direction of the approaching red light flashing in the forest below, and rushed down. When he was approaching the group of flame demon lions, he took a picture of himself rescue signal. Mission accomplished. With a flash of light, Zhang Yangzi disappeared out of thin air, and more than 10 huge flying spirit beasts instantly jumped into the woods. The spiritual power in Zhang Yangzi's body escaped and was absorbed by these flying soul beasts. I scolded you a few times, but you still made a profit by giving you so much soul power. The premise is that you can survive in front of the flame demon lion. This was the last thought in Zhang Yangzi's mind before leaving the ascension platform. There were constant roars and the sound of branches being broken from behind, and the pressure disappeared. They understood that Zhang Yangzi succeeded. Well done. Xie couldn't help but praise. Give up more of yourself to absorb spiritual power and create more opportunities for your partners. This is a team. However, I doubt that Guy's mental strength can support himself in absorbing more spiritual energy, haha. Xie laughed and accelerated again. Suddenly, Nanfu, who was next to Xie, gave him a sudden kick and kicked him out. Ouch, what are you doing? Xie stopped before he finished speaking, because he saw that Nanfuxian's foot that kicked him away had disappeared. To be more precise, it was cut off. Fuxian! Xie shouted when he saw his partner was seriously injured. At this moment, he suddenly saw a dark golden light flashing away. Fear filled his heart for a moment, and Xie subconsciously flashed to his side. Xie couldn't help but take a breath. His left hand disappeared and was cut off by the dark golden light just now. If Fu Sheng hadn't kicked me just now, I should have been cut into pieces. Roar! Along with a roar, a huge figure appeared in the sight of the three people. It was a giant bear with dark golden hair all over its body. It was more than 3 meters tall. Its arms were particularly thick, and its shoulders were as broad and majestic as a city wall. At the front of the two thick arms are extremely sharp dark golden giant claws. The length of the giant claws alone is enough to be 1 meter away. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Yes, said the name of this soul beast with an ugly expression. Hurry up and press the signal for help. At this time, Nanfuxian, who had one of his legs cut off, said to the two of them. After hearing Nanfuxian's words, Xie pressed the distress signal without hesitation, but Tang Wulin seemed a little hesitant. Wulin, you go first. I'll hold him for a while. Forget about mother-in-law and mother-in-law. My soul skills are suitable for use in this environment. When I feel something is wrong, I will press the rescue button. What can you do now? Just absorb as much spiritual power as you can. Nanfuxian could tell at a glance what Tang Wulin was thinking, so he spoke to him directly and said it to death without giving Tang Wulin a chance to refute. Chapter 68 I Conquered the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Well, I understand. Tang Wulin was still about to say something, but with Nanfuxian's firm eyes, he swallowed all his words in the end. After responding, Tang Wulin ran away. This was the time his companions sacrificed to buy for themselves. He must hold on as long as possible. After seeing Tang Wulin running away, Nanfuxian turned his attention to the front. It's not in vain that I broke a leg. I finally met you. Nanfuxian looked at the dark gold terror claw bear in front of him. Whether it was a group of flame demon lions or a group of blue birds, they were all controlled by his clone. To be more precise, it was his clone who commanded his men to drive everyone in Class 0 towards the depths of the Spirit Ascension platform. The purpose is to lure out the dark gold fear claw bear in front of you. 0 class members. Every time people practice on the Spirit Ascension platform, they are carried out on the outside of the forest. They rarely go deep into the depths of the forest. This big guy in front of them often moves in the depths of the forest, so no one in Class 0 has ever encountered it. Naturally, Nanfuxian had no chance to come into contact with it. However, in the Spirit Ascension platform during the riot period, all the soul beasts will be in a state of restlessness, which gives Nanfuxian a good opportunity to control. He first uses the man-faced demon spider clone to allow everyone to absorb enough spiritual power, and at the same time complete the final exam. After that, let the blue bird look for the target in the sky, and at the same time drive away the group of flame demon lions, and approach everyone to the designated location. As for Su Xiaoyan's brother and sister, it was an unexpected encounter. Thinking that they would meet each other, it would be okay to gain a good impression first, so they controlled the 1,000-year-old flame demon lion king and asked him to arrange for a female lion to attack them secretly. In the end, the result was very successful. I got a good impression and met my goal. Parasite. With Nanfuxian's soul skills, the dark gold terror claw bear in front of him had no resistance and was controlled. No matter how superb your fighting power is, you are still unable to withstand my parasitism. Nanfuxian silently recorded the time. 20 seconds should be enough. Then he pretended to be weak and pressed the distress signal without hesitation. After Nanfuxian left, the dark gold terror claw bear let out a roar. After absorbing the spiritual power left by Nanfuxian, it chased in the direction of Tang Wulin. Power, I feel strong power. Powerful enough to tear apart the earth and the sky. This was Nanfuxian's first feeling after using his own consciousness to control the dark gold terror claw bear. Look at this powerful body, these unparalleled claws, this huge power, I am already invincible. Even if Wu Zhongkong appears in front of me at this moment, I can. Ahem, okay, even if it's Tang Wulin. It can also tear him apart easily. There is no way, Wu Zhongkong is the Soul Emperor, and he is also the top Soul Emperor, and he has a battle armor with him. He is not something that 100-year-old dark gold terror claw bear can touch. Even if others don't use the battle armor, he may not be able to beat it. However, he can still handle a small Tang Woolen. Woolen, your good friend is here to see you now. Damn it! Tang Woolen cursed angrily at this moment. He also heard the roar behind him. I wonder if Fusion retreated safely? But soon he no longer had the time to think. Roar! A flaming demon lion rushed towards him directly in front. Tang Woolen's eyes turned cold and he swung the golden dragon claw on his right arm forward, directly turning the flaming demon lion into a touch of spiritual power. At the same time, several fireballs shot straight at him. Tang Woolen rolled on the ground in a panic, barely avoiding the fireballs. However, the high temperature and shock caused by the explosion of the fireballs still made him a little dizzy. When Nanfusion cut off his back, Tang Woolen didn't run very far when he encountered the group of flame demon lions. They seemed to be attracted by the strong spiritual power on his body and kept chasing him. He hadn't run very far yet. He was surrounded by lions. Fight, try your best to hold on as long as you can, don't let the efforts of your partners go in vain. Tang Woolen stared at the group of flame demon lions in front of him with a fierce look, with the mentality of taking away one by one. As if being shocked by his eyes, the lions in front of him kept circling around him, and they had no idea of attacking yet. Before Tang Woolen could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold aura suddenly came from behind. Tang Woolen turned around and saw a huge figure slowly walking towards him. The gloomy aura seemed to change the light in the entire forest. Got to dim down. Wherever the dark gold dread claw bear passed by, even the chirping of insects and birds in the primeval forest fell silent. Tang Woolen knew that there was no way he could survive, so he simply gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards the group of flame demon lions. No matter which side of you kills me, you can't even think about it. He did not teleport away directly. For him, absorbing more spiritual power might lead to the situation he imagined, so he had to absorb as much as possible. The leader of the flame demon lion is exactly that male lion. It is more than 4 meters long, with a ring of fiery red mane around its head, like a ball of beating flames, and its whole body is burning with dazzling orange-red flames, which is very impressive. That powerful aura and angry roar seemed to be declaring its sovereignty. Tell all the surrounding creatures that you are the master of this forest. Tang Woolen was heading straight for it. Unexpectedly, as if to tease him, the Lion King in front of him did not choose to fight with him directly. Instead, he kept bombarding him with fireballs, causing Tang Woolen to be stunned for a moment. There is no way to get close to it. At this moment, Tang Woolen suddenly jumped forward, threw out a piece of blue-silver grass with his right hand and pulled hard, causing his body to change direction instantly. A dark golden light passed through the sky again. The dark gold terror claw bear appeared out of thin air. Its speed is completely out of proportion to its huge body. And it even makes no sound when running. The moment the dark gold terror claw bear appeared, the surrounding flame demon lions crawled directly on the ground, making a woohoo sound from their mouths. The fire demon lions that were showing off their power just now, all the flames on their bodies were extinguished at this moment, and even the manes on their heads instantly became supple and fell down. With its tail between its hind legs, it crawled directly on the ground, purring like a harmless kitten. Tang Woolen was dumbfounded by this scene, but he also noticed that the flame demon Lion King, who had been watching, although his body seemed a little trembling, but still standing erect, is it the pride of being a king that makes him unwilling to bow his head? At this moment, the dark gold terror claw bear ignored the prostrate flame demon lions around it and stared directly at Tang Woolen and the flame demon Lion King beside him. The situation at this moment seems to be three-legged. Chapter 69 Golden Dragon Claw vs Dark Gold Terror Claw. Fight, fight! Tang Woolen on the side was trying his best to reduce his presence, and secretly expected the two giant beasts to fight. As long as they fight, I might have a chance to escape. No matter how difficult it is to maintain the current situation, it's not bad. I can absorb as much spiritual power as possible. Unfortunately, the situation did not go as Tang Wulin imagined. The flame demon Lion King faced the dark gold terror claw bear and began to retreat slowly. It was obvious that it did not want to fight the latter. After seeing the flame demon Lion King retreat, the dark gold terror claw bear looked at Tang Wulin, and then he raised his right paw. The dark golden light suddenly shined brightly, and Tang Wulin's heart suddenly tightened. An inexplicable sense of crisis prompted him to pull another piece of blue-silver grass that he had quickly deployed after changing direction, and his body instantly bounced away. A huge dark golden light and shadow cut through everything at his previous location in the next moment. Yes, everything. There was no roar, and the trees, shrubs, and the ground were completely torn apart by the terrifying dark golden light and shadow. Dark Gold Terror Claw, this is the real Dark Gold Terror Claw. A terrifying attack method that can tear apart the dragon's body. Let's fight! Tang Wulin fiercely threw the 1000-forged heavy silver hammer in his left hand towards the Dark Gold Terror Claw bear. At this moment, Nanfuxian looked at the 1000-forged heavy silver hammer that was heading straight towards his door, and directly stretched out his sharp claws to strike at it. Kong! With a crisp sound, the solid 1000-forged heavy silver hammer was instantly torn into pieces under Nanfuxian's sharp claws. It was as easy as cutting tofu. This was Nanfuxian's first feeling. At this moment, Tang Wulin had also run in front of the dark golden terror claw bear, Nanfuxian. The golden scales floated and the golden dragon claws appeared instantly. Tang Wulin had just thought of this way of coping, because he was really unwilling to not test the strength of his golden dragon claws. Looking at Tang Wulin in front of him, the dark gold terror claw bear, Nanfuxian, also stretched out his claws, and a dark golden light emerged, which was the dark gold terror claw. Kang! The golden dragon claws collided with the dark gold terror claws. Immediately afterwards, Nanfuxian saw that Tang Wulin's eyebrows seemed to be glowing with a golden light. A suppressed bloodline made Nanfuxian feel a little uncomfortable, and then he felt angry. Although it was a bit inexplicable, Nanfuxian miraculously knew that this was the anger coming from his bloodline, anger towards his old enemy, and at the same time, there was a little fear. The bloodline of the dark gold terror claw bear comes from the legendary golden behemoth. In ancient times, the golden behemoth fed on the dragon clan. In the end, the dragon clan was angered and was destroyed. As a soul beast with part of the behemoth bloodline, the dark gold terror claw bear survived, but its instincts engraved in its blood also made it difficult for it to have a favorable impression of the dragon clan. The dark gold terror claw bear Mr. Bear, one of the top 10 ferocious beasts in the legend, would be dissatisfied with Dityan and want to challenge him. This may not be without this influence. As for fear, Tang Wulin's bloodline level was too high. You must know that it was the dragon god who ordered the extermination of the behemoth clan. As the half-body of the dragon god, the golden dragon king has the strength of a god king level, and his own bloodline is very advanced. It is natural that only some dark gold terror claw bears with behemoth bloodline will feel fear. The dark gold fear claw was slightly swung open, and Nanfuxian's pupils shrank slightly, but fortunately the next moment, the golden dragon claw on Tang Wulin's right hand disappeared. His soul power was no longer enough. The dark gold fear claws flashed across instantly. Tang Wulin's body was directly cut open horizontally, and Nanfuxian absorbed all the spiritual power left behind. On the other side, where Nanfuxian's body was, after exiting the ascension platform, he only felt a sense of numbness filling his whole body. After opening his eyes, what he saw was Wu Zhangkong's face. How is it? It's nothing serious, just my legs are a little numb. Then some staff members began to come over. They first used a popsicle-like object to move various places on Nanfuxian's body. Are you aware? Do you feel cold? Yes. Nanfuxian replied. She's conscious and feeling. It's strange. Did you respond so quickly? The other one's hand is still shaking. The staff felt strange. The other one was referring to Xie, whose left hand was struck by the dark gold terror claw. It was torn, and it hasn't recovered yet. Nanfuxian raised his hand, held the edge of the metal cabinet, and slowly sat up. Teacher, I'm fine. After confirming that he was fine, Nanfuxian dug out the metal cabinet. Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi were waiting nearby, while Gu Yu stood guard next to Tang Wulin's metal cabinet. On the other side of the metal cabinet, a group of people were busy. Hurry up and save people. Doesn't this kid know the Dark Claw Bear? Why didn't he press the rescue signal? A group of staff were standing in front of Tang Wulin's metal cabinet, preparing to give him first aid. After all, Tang Wulin was cut into several pieces by the dark gold terror claw bear. This method of death would definitely leave him with a lot of trouble. Deep sequelae. But what was shocking was that after Tang Wulin regained consciousness, the staff carefully inspected the child and found that the child was only mentally weak. But other aspects of his body appeared to be extremely normal. How could this be possible? Look at the one next to it that has been cut. The left hand is still lying in a metal cabinet for recuperation. Why is Tang Wulin, who died directly, nothing happened? Tang Wulin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Nanfuxian was safe, and then quickly ran to Xie's position. Others also ran to Xie's position. At this time, Xie's face turned pale. His body was twitching slightly, and his left hand was twitching from time to time. This was the normal behavior after being injured in the ascension platform. Fortunately, only his left hand was cut off, rather than his whole body being killed. Although Xie's face was pale at this moment, his consciousness was still awake. It's good that everyone is fine. Wu Zhongkong said calmly. Fuxian. Thank you. Xie's weak voice sounded from the metal cabinet. Hey? What can you thank me for? Nanfuxian said with a wry smile. Xie forced a smile on his face. Thank you for kicking me at that moment, otherwise it is not certain whether I would be able to talk to you soberly at this moment. But I also want to apologize to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had one of your legs cut off. With your ability, you wouldn't have been eliminated so early. I'm sorry, it was me who caused you trouble. Nanfuxian would smile and say, aren't we companions? Shouldn't we help each other? If you really want to thank me, don't forget the big meal you mentioned before. Okay, when I can come out, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Xie replied with a smile. When the others heard his words, they also smiled, and the atmosphere suddenly became lighter. Asking for votes. Chapter 70 Full Score. You're cheating. At this moment, Wu Zhangkong's voice came coldly from the side. He was holding 1,000 forged cloud titanium vest in his hand. This undoubtedly belonged to Xie and had been removed during a previous inspection of his body. Tang Wulin's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Teacher Wu, this shouldn't be considered cheating. I'm mainly afraid that everyone will suffer the same harm as Jin Xi did that time, so. Wu Zhongkong handed him the vest and said calmly, you're doing well. Are you ready for 1,000 tempering? Hey! Tang Wulin was stunned. Yes. Wu Zhongkong said, the final exam, the first one. Nanfuxian, Gu Yu, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi got perfect marks. And as the captain, you took the lead in cheating and induced others to cheat. Your final exam results. Just 99 points. Ah! 99 points? Is this a big difference from 100%? Before Tang Wulin could react, Zhang Yangzi next to him had already shouted loudly, long live Teacher Wu. Wu Zhongkong said coldly, don't be too happy. There is a second subject in your final exam. You will only pass the exam if you pass this subject. The staff used instruments to stabilize Xie's physical condition. To be precise, they used an electric current to stimulate his body, thereby mitigating the side effects of the ascension platform. Fortunately, Xiexie's sequelae were not serious. In just 10 minutes, Xiexie regained his composure and stood on the ground, moving his left hand. Everyone's physical condition has basically recovered and they are all waiting for Xiexie. On the way back to the academy, Xiexie also learned that Nanfuxian had one of his legs cut off but was still alive and kicking, and that Tang Wulin had no sequelae after being killed by the dark gold terror claw bear. Xiexie so sad. Xiexie said angrily, it's so unfair. You two were obviously cut, so why don't you feel anything? Nanfuxian said angrily, I don't know either. Anyway, I was fine when I came out. Maybe this is also related to physical strength. Tang Wulin on the side also shrugged, your body is still too weak. Why don't you run with me every morning from now on? After you strengthen your physique, you should feel better. Xiexie said with bad intentions, okay. It's just the right time for me to meet my senior sister with you. Tang Wulin blushed, what about meeting senior sister? Don't talk nonsense. Guyu on the side cast her gaze over. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi also looked at Tang Wulin curiously. Tang Wulin said, it's nothing. There are many people jogging every morning. Of course there are seniors. Nanfuxian smiled and said, how come you have become a senior? Why do I remember that there is only one senior? Ahem, we met by chance, by chance. Tang Wulin said in an attempt to conceal the truth. Go back and have a good rest. There will be a summary meeting tomorrow. Tang Wulin, come to my dormitory. Back at the academy, Wu Zhongkong immediately gave the order to disband. Everyone who had gone through a hard battle today was very tired. They said hello to each other and went back to the dormitory to rest. After Nanfuxian returned to the dormitory, he began to review today's battle. There is no doubt that his goal has been achieved. The dark gold terror claw bear is in my hands, and the attached soul bone cannot escape. But it's not that easy to get it. After all, the staff of the spirit transferring tower are not fools. If the attached soul bone is taken away, they will definitely check the corresponding monitoring. The powerful soul beasts in the spirit transferring tower are under certain surveillance, because these soul beasts themselves are equivalent to the guardians of the spirit ascension tower. Nanfuxian also learned this from the memories of the staff. This also means that I can't simply get the soul bones. Is it possible that I have to cooperate with Tang Wulin and the others to go through a hard battle and win, and then get the soul bones? But the distribution of soul bones is also a problem. I still have to do something about it. The dark gold terror claw bear sees how domineering I am and surrenders to me as my soul. Spirit drama? Nanfuxian was thinking about the feasibility of this idea. After all, didn't Tang Wulin directly turn a certain Tyrannosaurus Rex into a soul by relying on the blood of the Golden Dragon King? Forget it, the magic potion of Dream Stealer is almost finished. Now I will go and look for the lucky one who will be chosen by me. You all got very high scores in yesterday's exam. The main reason is that you did exactly what you were supposed to do. These 3 months have not been in vain, at least you are a complete team. Wu Zhongkong was obviously praising his disciples, but his words still sounded so cold and hard. It makes people wonder if he is really happy about this. But you absorbed too much spiritual power yesterday. After the final exam, we will do a physical test for you as a whole to determine the limit of spiritual power your body can bear now. Remember, don't try to cross the red line. Next is a summary of each battle yesterday. When talking about yesterday's riot period, the spiritual ascension platform, the 6 members of Class 0 couldn't help but feel a little elated, especially the battle with the man-faced demon spider. Even now, everyone still has an incredible feeling. And Guyu was successfully promoted to a 2nd-level soul master in the spirit ascension platform during this riot period. Tang Wulin, I have a question for you. When you were planning to deal with the man-faced demon spider, did you consider that the man-faced demon spider's poisonous spider silk would help you later and be used to kill other people? A soul beast. Wu Chongkong looked at Tang Wulin with burning eyes. Tang Wulin shook his head. What I was thinking at the time was, let it finish laying out the spider silk, and it would be easier to relax. At the same time, these spider silks can at least act as a barrier to protect us. But we never thought that these spider silks would help us kill so many soul beasts and bring us a lot of spiritual power. Wu Zhongkong nodded. The chain control is done very well. Remember, the essence of the control-type war spirit master is to never let the opponent know what your ultimate goal is. You have done a good job in this regard, through create opportunities for yourself with many real temptations. Tang Wulin scratched his head in embarrassment. Wu Chongkong said, however, your calmness is still insufficient. When Xie was chased by the man-faced demon spider, your calmness was completely broken. If Nanfuxian hadn't been there to assist you, you might have been killed. Kill the faced demon spiders one by one. Controlling the enemy and controlling oneself is the essence of the control soul master. This sentence is also said to Nanfuxian. Is it cool to break up the queen for a companion? Facing the dark gold terror claw bear, you can protect your companions regardless of your own safety. As a teacher, I am very pleased. But don't do such dangerous things next time. If you die in the ascension platform, if you are not careful, you will leave deep sequelae, and you may even become a vegetative state. Also, your subsequent progress and handling of the soul beasts were obviously a bit loose, and were much worse than before. Do you think that you have gained so much in the ascension platform? Satisfied? Chapter 71 Remarks on the launch. It was only at noon that I noticed that it was going to be put on the shelves. Seeing that other people had written testimonials about the release, the author followed suit. Since I am a newbie, I ask for your tolerance. The author will also correct some small bugs and details. Just like some readers said that the protagonist's paddling was not mentioned. The author is already correcting it at the end of chapter 42. There are also issues raised by readers about the setting and the strength of the protagonist, and the author will try to pay attention to them. It may be different from what some readers think, but please forgive me. After all, the sequence 0 of Stealer is called Bug, Error. Chapter 72 Interests are heartwarming. Everyone looked at each other in shock. In fact, everyone except Nanfuxian had this idea in their minds at that time. After all, their harvest had far exceeded the plan. Wu Zhongkong said, then, let me ask you a question. What if you were in a real forest and faced a large number of rioting spirit beasts? Can you still appear in front of me alive now? Everyone was silent. Wu Chongkong said, remember, no matter how big the temptation or the benefits, nothing is more important than surviving safely. Xie said, Teacher Wu, I have a question. What should we do if we really encounter a soul beast like the dark gold terror claw bear in the future? Wu Zhongkong said, run. If you can't run away, you will die. Xie looked at Wu Zhongkong in surprise. Wu Zhongkong said, the dark gold terror claw bear is a very peculiar soul beast. It has been the king of soul beasts since it was born. Its strength cannot be measured by simple training years. However, when you encounter the possibility of a real dark gold terror claw bear is almost non-existent. After all, most of the real dark gold terror claw bears were hunted in the early years. Is it because they are dangerous? Zhang Yangzi asked. Wu Zhongkong shook his head and said, no, it's because there is a high possibility of soul bones appearing on the dark gold terror claw bear. From the perspective of soul beasts, we humans are the most greedy creatures. The reason why soul beasts are on the verge of extinction is not because of the dangers they bring to us humans, but because of the benefits they can bring to us humans. Hearing Wu Zhongkong's words, Gu Yu and Tang Wulin were stunned. Even the others were thoughtful. Nanfuxian followed the others and pretended to be deeply moved, but in his heart he didn't take Wu Zhongkong's words seriously. Interests move people's hearts, and this is the same in every world. Soul beasts will be hunted, and if you want to blame them, you can only blame them for being too weak. Anyway, for Nanfuxian, as long as the profit is sufficient, he doesn't mind hunting the soul beasts. Although the soul beasts have been killed now, only 2 or 3 kittens are left. Brother, don't be angry, Su Xiaoyan said timidly to his brother. Although Su Xiaohu's face was a little ugly, he was not angry. Although he was a little bit angry, it was because of his own dissatisfaction. I'm not angry, but I'm thinking about how to tell my family about this. The family spent a huge amount of money to finally get 2 entry cards to the Ascension platform during the riot period, and sent him and his sister to enter it. However, the original harvest was not achieved, and the journey to the Ascension platform ended just like that. He really doesn't know how to tell his family. Is it possible to say that my skills are inferior to others and I was eliminated cleanly? But the only thing that made him feel lucky was that his sister did not suffer too much harm in the Soul Ascension platform. Although Su Xiao was the only male at home, he was not very popular with the family elders because of his stubborn and arrogant nature. But Su Xiaoyan, who has a gentle and timid personality, is the apple of his eye in the eyes of all the elders. Su Xiaoyan is extremely talented and doesn't like practicing, but he is born with full soul power. Because there are outstanding talents like her brother Su Xiao in the family, no one forces her. In this way, not long ago, 3 years after she awakened her martial soul, she was found in an internal test of the family that her soul power had reached level 17 without her knowing it. Furthermore, the star wheel phenomenon, which was extremely rare in family history, appeared, and only then did the family take it seriously. Only then did he truly understand that this girl was actually a better genius than Su Xiao. The Su family is the largest family in the entire Donghai city. The father of Su Xiao and Su Xiaoyan is the chief financial officer of Donghai city and holds a high position. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he discovered that his daughter possesses the legendary martial arts spirit of the family. Only then did he use his own rights and financial resources to obtain an additional entrance card, and send his son and daughter to the Spirit Ascension platform during the outbreak period. He also repeatedly told Su Xiao to take good care of his sister and help her gain more spiritual power. But Su Xiaoyan was timid by nature and had not been trained as a soul master. Naturally, he was timid when entering the Spirit Ascension platform, and he did not dare to kill the soul beast. Su Xiao absorbed a lot of spiritual power, but her sister didn't absorb much because she didn't dare to kill the soul beast. He had just finally convinced his sister, and when he had to take action on the next soul beast, he met the 6 Nanfuxian, and then, tragedy struck. During the riots yesterday, this area should have been entered by our soul masters from Donghai city. Judging from their age, they should have gone to intermediate colleges. Could it be that they are students from Donghai College? Su Xiao thought thoughtfully. Said. Su Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Really? In that case, they will be my seniors in the future. As he spoke, Su Xiaoyan couldn't help but think of Nanfuxian's indifferent face. Although he was a little indifferent, but the way he looked when he rescued me was so handsome. Although Nanfuxian saved her and her brother at that time, she still subconsciously excluded her brother. After all, my brother is so strong, so it won't be a big deal if he gets bitten twice, right? Poor Su Xiao didn't know that his sister had already programmed him in his mind, otherwise he would have given his sister 2 brains to collapse. No matter who they are, if we meet again next time, we must discuss with them again and let them know that I, Su Xiao, am not in vain. Okay, brother, didn't you get defeated this time after you tried your best? It's obvious that others still have some strength left. And that person saved us once. Didn't you also say that if there is any trouble, I can come to you? If someone does come, don't scare them by talking with each other. Looking at her leaky little cotton-padded jacket, Su Xiao patted her on the head angrily. I know, but don't always mention that I was defeated by others. I was careless this time and did not dodge, but the other party came to cheat and sneak attack. Otherwise, how could I lose so easily? Looking at her tough-talking brother, Su Xiaoyan said aggrievedly, "You beat me, and I'll tell Dad when you get back." "How come it's a beating?" "It's a touch, it's a touch," Su Xiaohu said helplessly. "Then it's settled. If you meet that person coming to see you next time, you must come and tell me. Speaking of which, I haven't asked him what his name is yet. I must thank him properly next time we meet." "Here," Su Xiaoyan said excitedly. Have I ever promised you such a thing? How come I don't know?" Su Xiaohu had a question mark on her face. But looking at his sister's expectant look, Su Xiaohu seemed to have thought of something, and his face became even more ugly. He began to pray secretly that it would be best if Nanfuxian would never come to him again in this life. Chapter 73 Wulan's Temptation. From the day Wu Zhongkong criticized everyone in Class 0, the atmosphere in Class 0 began to become weird. Zhang Yangzi became silent, and Wang Jingxi became even more silent than usual. The reason is that during a training session, the 6 members of Class 0 fought against Wu Zhongkong, but at the critical moment, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi were unable to perform the martial soul fusion technique. At first, the two of them were panicked, but after Wu Changkong's analysis, they finally found that Wang Jingxi's relationship with Tang Wulan caused a benign mutation of the martial soul, which made the two unable to use the martial soul fusion technique. Zhang Yangzi and Tang Wulan. Wang Jingxi must choose one of these two people. If you choose Zhang Yangzi, you must stay away from Tang Wulan. Because Tang Wulan's strength is still very weak now, and his influence on his martial spirit is not that great. As long as he keeps a distance, his martial spirit can quickly return to its original appearance. Everything will return to how it was originally. If Tang Wulan is chosen, his martial soul will continue to mutate and his potential will increase. This will be of obvious benefit to his future. On one side is friendship, on the other side is the future. Wang Jingxi fell into confusion. After school every day, he would lock himself in his room immediately and not have contact with other people. However, Nanfuxian knew that when Wang Jingxi did this, it actually meant that his choice had tilted to a certain extent. 2 days passed quickly, and it was time for the second item of the final exam. "Follow me to take the second part of the final exam," Wu Zhongkong said calmly. "Teacher Wu." At this moment, Wang Jingxi stood up. "Hey!" Wu Zhongkong looked at him. "Teacher Wu, I have decided. I will give up the opportunity to practice with Tang Wulan," Wang Jingxi said slowly but firmly. Zhang Yangzi also looked at him in astonishment, with something in his eyes. Wu Zhongkong looked at him. "Have you really thought about it?" Wang Jingxi nodded seriously. Nanfuxian looked at this scene with some emotion in his heart. Unexpectedly, it would be the pure love root of heavenly fall and losing to childhood sweetheart. No one can judge whether Wang Jingxi's choice is good or bad. He chose Zhang Yangzi, which shows that he is tough and will not be moved by interests. After experiencing the temptation of Tang Wulan, the mistress, his friendship and trust with Zhang Yangzi will skyrocket. But from a practical point of view, he is stupid. Martial spirits mutate in a stronger direction, especially the mutation of high-level martial spirits like the Bone Dragon King. It can be said that it is a rare thing, but he gave up like this. This is a complete joke on your own future. Finally, Wang Jingxi turned his eyes in the direction of Nanfuxian, Tang Wulan, Gu Yu, and Xie Xie, and took a deep breath, as if to summon up the courage. "Also, Teacher Wu, thank you for your teaching this semester, and thank you also my friends. But, I'm sorry. I have to transfer to another school. I will transfer to another school with Yangzi and leave here. I feel Wulan's bloodline aura too clearly. If I continue to stay in the academy, no matter what, I will be subtly influenced by him. If I don't practice with him, I have obviously felt a little depressed in the past 2 days, so I have no choice but to leave." Nan Fuxian could clearly see that when Wang Jingxi said these words, Zhang Yangzi looked at Wang Jingxi with a shuddering look in his eyes. Isn't he suffering a lot these days? Without his soul fusion skill partner, he will be reduced to an ordinary soul master. Whether his training speed can keep up in the future is another matter. The level of attention he receives will also be greatly reduced. The family he belongs to is more loose, and strength is an important factor in determining the family's status. At this moment, Wang Jingxi's firm words finally made all the worries in his heart disappear. As for the contract with the college, Teacher Wu, I have to trouble you. I have discussed it with my father. My family will pay a sum of money to compensate the college for the resources that Yangzi and I have used in the college this semester. I'm sorry. He bent deeply towards Wu Zhongkong, but what Tang Wulin saw was that as he bent down, two small groups of water stains appeared on the ground. Why is Wang Jingxi willing to leave this group? After practicing together for a semester, they not only established a friendship, but also established the most rare tacit understanding between soul masters. Together they are a whole, comrades who can rely on each other from behind. Now that he is leaving, how can he bear it? Just as Wang Jingxi said himself, he will always be influenced by Tang Wulin here. If he can practice with Tang Wulin, this influence will be more positive. After not practicing together for 2 days, Wang Jingxi discovered how deeply he was affected by Tang Wulin. The feeling of being unable to sleep at night and even being unable to concentrate on meditation made him feel pain from the bottom of his heart. This decision is difficult and painful, but it has to be done. Wu Zhongkong remained expressionless, but Nan Fuxian noticed that a hint of sadness flashed deep in his eyes. Okay. Now that you have decided, don't worry about other things. I will tell the college and ask your family to handle this matter. Maybe this is the right choice. Wu Zhongkong's answer was simple, so. Do you still want to go with me to take today's final exam? Wang Jingxi smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Wu. With Yangzi and I's current mood, I'm afraid we won't be able to take part in today's exam. Fuxian, Wu Lin, Xie, Gu Yu, you have to work hard. Don't be influenced by us, you are all the best. We will meet again in the future, then. Maybe we will become your challenger. We will definitely become stronger at a faster pace and we will not be left behind by you. After hearing Wang Jingxi's words, Tang Wulin couldn't help but rush forward, hugged him and Zhang Yangzi, and the three of them gathered around and burst into tears. Xie, who was on the side, looked at the three people hugging each other awkwardly. Why don't you leave a place for me? Xie looked at Nan Fuxian, and Nan Fuxian waved his hand, indicating that I did not want to participate in this parting scene. Looking at Gu Yu looked at Xie with disgust, saying that she didn't want to hug a crying boy. The exam will be held tomorrow. Wu Changkong dropped such a sentence. Strided out of the classroom. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi returned to the dormitory to pack their things and left. As for what kind of agreement their family and the college had reached, Tang Wulin didn't know. All he knew was that only the original 4 of them were left in Class 0. On this day, Tang Wulin thought a lot. His temperament suddenly changed from a sunny and cheerful boy to a melancholic boy. Chapter 74 70%? What a liar! Early morning. Nan Fuxian walked to the cafeteria as always, and saw the 2 figures running on the playground as always, but he always felt that something was missing. By the way, there is a Xie watching from the side. Nan Fuxian walked into the cafeteria to eat with a normal expression, as if Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi who left yesterday had no impact on him at all. In fact, it has no impact at all. But Nan Fuxian is still a little pity. After all, those 2 people have martial soul fusion skills and are potential high-quality targets worthy of parasitism in the future. Now that they have left, he is really reluctant to leave. But it doesn't matter. Class 0 is expected to welcome a new teammate soon. Su Xiaoyan, who has the ability of absolute control, is also a good partner worthy of parasitism. But even if he wants to parasitize, he has to wait until he becomes a sequence 4 demigod. The most important thing now is to accumulate strength and strive to do something big in the future. Unsurprisingly, the second final exam was still conducted outside the college. Wu Zhongkong led Nanfuxian and the other 4 out of the academy. This time they did not walk, but took a Liang Seoul guide bus and headed directly to the suburbs. Teacher Wu, can you tell me a little bit about what our exam is about today? Xie asked with a smile. Wu Zhongkong glanced at him. You'll know when you get there. It's a bit similar to the Spirit Ascension platform, but not exactly the same. Oh. Xie nodded. The bus drove all the way out of the city. When it reached the suburbs, everything began to seem strange. Although Lin Li was still there, it was obviously a little empty. They got off the bus in the suburbs, and Wu Zhongkong took them into a huge park. This park has a name, Donghai Seoul Guidance Technology Park. There are large areas of greenery in the park, as well as buildings of different styles. Each building has its own characteristics, and most of them are made of metal. Do you know this place? Tang Wulin asked Xie beside him in a low voice. Xie said, I've heard of it. It seems that all the high-tech companies in Donghai City are here. Most of our big companies in Donghai City are here. I heard that there are also factories that produce mechas here. Mecha. Upon hearing these 2 words, Nanfuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Assessment, mecha production? It seems that Wu Zhongkong should have brought them to the location of Tang sect. The park is very big, and it took them half an hour to walk. Although this journey was not too tiring for them as soul masters, Nanfuxian still wanted to complain, you don't know how to own a small electric car. Are there any such things in there? Do you know how much walking for half an hour wears out people's patience? Wu Zhongkong took them to a small park in the park. The first thing that catches the eye is also an open green area, and then a small building. Compared with the buildings they had seen before, this small building seemed a bit smaller. Compared with the vast scope of this garden within a garden, it is somewhat disproportionate. When I walked to the door, I saw that there wasn't even a nameplate on the small building, and I didn't know where it was. Could it be that the second final exam is here? The dark blue small building has a mirror effect on the exterior wall, which seems to be made of pieces of glass. The mirror gives people a strange beauty and refracts the light source from different angles. There was no one at the door, and the same dark blue glass door was closed. Wu Zhongkong stepped forward and pressed his right hand directly on the glass. A bright blue light flashed away, a projection lit up, and a somewhat humorous voice sounded, Hey, long time no see. East China Sea Zio Kang Kong. Wu Zhongkong said coldly, Open the door. The voice said helplessly, You are still so boring. There was a soft ding sound, and the glass door silently opened to both sides. Tang Wulin, Xie, and Gu Yu were all stunned. East China Sea Xiao Chong Kong? What the hell? Walking into the glass door, the white floor, dark blue walls, and soft white lights made everything look very fresh and tidy, but there was still no one there. A circular metal platform floats up. 4 metal bracelets are supported on it. Put it on. Wu Zhongkong said to Nanfuxian and the others. Xie asked curiously, Teacher Wu, what is this for? Wu Zhongkong said, Identification. Wearing it can ensure that you are not regarded as an enemy and will not be destroyed by the defense system here. Xie exclaimed, It feels so high-end. Wu Zhongkong didn't say much and continued to lead the 4 people inside. Once again, we came to the dark blue glass door. The bright blue light swept across again, and this time there was no voice. The 4 people wearing the metal rings saw a flash of light on their bracelets and returned to peace. Behind the door is a corridor that extends inwards and turns several corners in succession. After passing another glass door, the light flashed, and Wu Zhongkong, who was walking at the front, suddenly disappeared. Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin, Xie and Gu Yu subconsciously stopped. This is space technology, Xie said in shock. He comes from a big family and has a very deep understanding of the current mainland technology. He clearly understands. Remember, space technology is still in the research and development stage. It is far from reaching the level that can be applied. However, this seems to be space technology. Forward! Wu Zhangkong's voice came from all directions. Nanfuxian looked at his three companions and took the lead in walking forward. Walking into the area that Wu Zhangkong passed by before, a strange feeling instantly came over him. Nanfuxian felt that his body seemed to be wrapped in a strange energy. The next moment, he appeared in another place out of thin air. This is a dark blue space. There are dark blue crystals above the head and under the feet. The walls are made of silver-white metal. The halo is refracted, making it extremely strange. 3 more rays of light flashed, and Tang Wulin and the others appeared beside him. Wow, it's really space technology. The place where we take the final exam is really high-end. Xie exclaimed. Wu Zhangkong is right in front. He walked to the side of the wall and didn't know what operation was performed. The wall suddenly cracked and a big screen appeared. Various strange symbols lit up on the big screen. A keyboard popped up. Wu Zhangkong ran his hands over the keyboard. Lightning struck like rain hitting banana trees. Identity confirmed, Donghai Zio Kang Kong. Test difficulty, medium. Number of testers, 4. 10-second countdown. 10. 9. What's going on? Why did the countdown start immediately? Xie said in surprise. Wu Zhangkong turned to look at them. Do you still want more time to prepare? Do what you want to do. 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, start. 4 rays of blue light fell from the sky without warning, and instantly fell on the 4 people of Nanfuxian. The blue light flashed, and the 4 people disappeared without a trace in an instant. Nanfuxian only felt that the previous feeling of being enveloped in energy appeared again, but it was stronger and lasted much longer than before. Gradually, the feeling of being pulled appeared in his body. He quickly gathered his soul power, and the blood flow in his body accelerated. He could clearly hear that his heartbeat was also accelerating. Every powerful heartbeat can alleviate the pain he feels at this time. Let his heart gradually calm down. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Nanfuxian felt that his body instantly lost control, and a strong feeling of weightlessness came. The world was spinning, this was his first feeling. Then there was an indescribable strong pulling sensation. This feeling was very clear, but fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough and he quickly adapted to this feeling. Nanfuxian looked around and found that he was in a strange space at this time. The earth was pale white, there was no sky, and there was no end in sight. At this moment, Nanfuxian was in mid-air. Fortunately, he was not too high from the ground. Nanfuxian adjusted his posture to minimize the impact of landing, and then rolled and landed safely. Welcome to the Hall of Heroes, the first trial, medium difficulty level. Name, Nanfuxian, age, 10 years old. Test requirement, first round, endurance time is 30 seconds. Then there was a flash of light, and there was already a shadow opposite him. It was a very elegant-looking young man with long dark blue hair and a lazy smile on his face. Start! The electronic sound sounded again. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up, and then, a blue light lit up between the young man's eyebrows, and strips of blue-purple electricity burst out like small snakes, swimming around his body, and a lightning mark appeared on his forehead. 2 yellow century-old soul rings also rose from his feet. The young man ran directly towards Nanfuxian, with a strange step on his legs. The first soul ring lit up. The dragon claws, which were about 1 foot in diameter and formed from blue-purple lightning, struck directly at Nanfuxian. Steel! The next moment there was a boom, and the boy's attack hit the ground directly, and Nanfu's figure appeared not far away, with a somewhat ugly face. Just now, Nanfuxian wanted to steal the young man's consciousness directly, but he failed and had no choice but to use his second soul skill, Gate. To dodge. Damn it, I almost forgot that this guy is not a real person, he is just a constructed virtual character. How can such a guy have any consciousness at all? Before Nanfuxian could think about it, the young man continued to walk towards him. He raised his right hand, and a strange attraction pulled Nanfuxian to fly towards him. This was the Tang Sec's unique skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Hey, I just didn't react, but now it's different, steal. Nanfuxian used stealing again. This time the theft successfully paralyzed the young man to the ground, and the suction force naturally disappeared. It really works. Nanfuxian just used stealing directly, but the target was switched from consciousness to the boy's mobility, successfully interfering with the boy. Logically speaking, the boy is unconscious, so if the theft fails, then the theft of mobility should also fail. But it is a pity that the boy himself is made up of data. When Nanfuxian turns the object of the theft into actionability, what he steals will naturally be the corresponding data. And because of the lack of data, some things will begin to appear on the boy. Tiny bugs cause inactivity. Although it is a bit troublesome not to be able to steal consciousness, as a mature thief, Nanfuxian is not only limited to this method. At worst, he can just steal other things. Just perform appropriately next time. If the strength of the next opponent begins to exceed a certain standard, you have no choice but to admit defeat. This boy shoots the Pili Bibe from thousands of years ago. 30 seconds are up, the first level has been passed. The second level begins, defeat your opponent. Or hold on for another 30 seconds. The electronic sound sounded, and the boy's body began to stand up from the ground. The light flickered, and Nanfuxian staggered and fell out. His face was pale with excessive consumption of soul power, and he looked very embarrassed. Come out, Fu Sheng, how many tests have you passed? It was Xie who asked. Nanfuxian looked over and saw that Tang Wulin, Guyu, and Xie were all outside. Among them, Tang Wulin and Xie had bruises on their noses and faces, and it looked like they had been beaten badly. Advanced level, 2 levels. The final level is so difficult. I spent a lot of energy on the first level, but I still failed in the end. What about you? Nanfuxian said with a bitter smile. Xie, intermediate level, first level. Tang Wulin, intermediate level, 2 levels. Guyu, same as you. After hearing that Nanfuxian passed the 2 advanced levels, Tang Wulin and Xie were both speechless. It was so infuriating that people were so competitive. Wu Zhongkong walked over and looked at the 4 of them. He nodded, come here. The 4 of them walked up to him. Xie lowered his head. He had the worst grades and thought to himself that he might be criticized. The thought just occurred to him. The light suddenly brightened, and the 4 people felt strong spatial fluctuations again, and they disappeared out of thin air. When the light flashed again, they appeared in an office-like place. The spacious space is 200 square meters wide, with a huge desk in the back and white leather sofas neatly arranged. Sit down, I want to talk to you about something. Wu Zhongkong pointed to the sofa. The 4 of them all had some doubts in their hearts. But he still sat on the sofa. Wu Zhongkong sat down opposite them. You must feel strange about today's test. In the test, you encountered opponents of the same level. What I must tell you is that these opponents you encountered in the Hall of Heroes all once existed in real life. An experienced soul master. Because they are simulated, they can only display about 70% of their true strength. What do you think is your strength compared to them? A real soul master? Tang Wulin immediately thought of the twin martial soul he was facing. It came to Xie's mind. It was the girl who was tall, beautiful, and with a waist as flexible as a long bow. But what emerged in Guyu's mind was the young man with black hair and eyes that shone with strange light. At the final level, it was him who defeated himself easily. The feeling when fighting him was simply terrifying. Nanfuxian said, "Haha, 70%? What a liar." Chapter 75 The Tang sect secretly altered data. In the intermediate level, the Bai that Nanfuxian encountered was indeed in line with the strength of a second-level soul master. He believed it at 70%. But in the advanced level, he met Bai, who still had 2 levels of strength, but he could actually use dragon transformation, which was outrageous. Are you bullying him because Nanfuxian is uneducated? If a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master wants to use dragon transformation, he must have at least a 3rd ring cultivation level. He has seen this from the Martial Soul Encyclopedia. Just think that Bai is talented, but the final level is even more outrageous. He met Huo Yuhao. But this Huo Yuhao's mental power was too strong, and he suffered a mental shock from Huo Yuhao. Damn, he almost eliminated him. His mental power must be at least at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and even the Spirit Abyss realm is not impossible. As for the Ling Yuan realm, it is a realm where one can fuse 100,000-year-old souls. Although Huo Yuhao seemed to have indeed absorbed the 400,000-year-old Ice Emperor soul ring around the 2nd level, that was a special case. The difficulty of absorption by sacrifice was fundamentally different from that by fusion. This stupid Tang sect probably changed the data secretly. Especially his hand-to-hand combat ability. When Nanfuxian realized something was wrong, he directly used his 2nd soul skill, Gate. Teleported in front of Huo Yuhao and prepared to fight him hand-to-hand. As a result, Huo Yuhao was so muscular that he actually suppressed him in hand-to-hand combat. With that physical body, even if you said he was a power-based soul king, he would believe it. There are all kinds of Tang sect's special skills at your fingertips. Nanfuxian was beaten to death, so why don't you steal them? Fictitious data has no consciousness and cannot be stolen. Steal the ability to move and use mental shock to understand. Although he can still fight if he wants to, there is no need. Now that his abilities have been fully demonstrated, there is no need to work so hard there. Well, Nanfu is just lazy. Anyway, his current performance is enough for him to join the Tang clan, so what's the use of his strength? Wu Zhongkong continued, I brought you here for 2 reasons. First, because the absorption range of the Spirit Ascension platformers is not far from the upper limit. After a few more times at most, I won't be able to continue practicing in it. Then, you need another place to experience actual combat. The actual battle in the Hall of Heroes is more realistic, because the one who is traumatized is directly your body. Of course, if your trauma reaches a certain level, it will be automatically transported out, and there will be no mental impact due to physical destruction like the Ascension platform. Relatively speaking, you can understand the Hall of Heroes as a higher-level spiritual ascension platform. Second, the significance of the assessment does not lie in the final exam. Your final exam was completed at the Soul Ascension platform during the riot period, and I also gave you the scores. And passing the assessment here means that you can join here. If you decide to join, in the future you can accumulate meritorious deeds and use the Hall of Heroes to gain experience. Teacher Wu, what does this organization do? Xie asked. He is a member of a large family and cannot join an organization of unknown origin casually. But the origin of this organization's presence in the Donghai High-Tech Park should be very legitimate. Wu Zhongkong said, have you heard of Tang sect? Tang men? Hearing these 2 words, Tang Wulin and the others were shocked. When Nanfuxian saw the performance of the 3 people, his body also shook, and his face showed a shocked look. The Tang sect, together with Shrek Academy, is called the cancer of the mainland and the troublemaker of the mainland by many people. 20,000 years ago, under the leadership of that crazy woman Bibi Dong, the Wuhan Palace prepared to unify the continent, but was defeated by the third brother holding a harpoon in his left hand and a scabbard in his right hand. Two gods fought against two gods. Shrek the college also began to grow stronger from that period. Nearly 5,000 years later, the mainland has maintained a confrontation between two empires and various kingdoms. It is difficult to say that it is not their handiwork. After all, the essence of the Tang sect is arms dealers. If the mainland is too peaceful, who do you sell your hidden weapons to? If it hadn't collided with the Sun and Moon continent later, it is estimated that the situation on the continent would not have changed. Moreover, there had been no innovation in hidden weapons for 5,000 years, which led to him being directly outcompeted by the Soul Guide. If the third brother from the God realm hadn't directly intervened and accepted Huo Yuhao as an ox, the Tang sect would have been destroyed long ago. After being taken away by Huo Yuhao 10,000 years ago, the Tang sect has been painstakingly researching various highly destructive weapons, and even has some scientific research achievements that are much higher than those of the Federation. Secretly, they also provided various aids to the other two continents, selling them powerful soul guides so that they would not be destroyed by the Federation. In order to protect themselves, the other two continents can only rely on the Tang sect, allowing them to easily obtain various scarce resources from the other two continents. It's no wonder that in the original work, he was bombed by the god-killing soul cannon. Who else would be able to accept that he has a son-in-law in his family, and this son-in-law is very strong? Nan Fuxian lamented the Tang sect's ability to make trouble, but it didn't matter. He was not a unificationist person. Unification of the world peace, coexistence of humans and animals, etc. had nothing to do with him. Teacher Wu, hasn't the Tang sect disappeared, or is it in two other continents? Tang Wulin said in surprise. Wu Zhongkong said, no. In fact, the Tang sect has never really disappeared. Yes, the Tang sect also has foundations in the other two continents, just like the spirit transferring pagoda. But on the Douluo continent, the Tang sect has always existed. Yes. The League officials also know. It's just that the Tang sect didn't reveal too much to the outside world in order to avoid showing off. After all, Tang sect's reputation was once too loud. Where we are now is a group company under Tangman. The Hall of Heroes is the experience system developed by Tang sect. The people you just fought against are members of the Shrek 7 Devils in the history of Tang sect. Wu Zhongkong waited for everyone in Class 0 to finish digesting his words, and then said, the ones who defeated Wu Lin were the Shrek 7 monsters who were the same generation as the master of the spirit transferring pagoda 10,000 years ago. Feng Xiao Douluo Xiao Xiao from Feng Lai Yi Xiao. The one who defeated Xie was Demon Rabbit Douluo Zhang Nanan, who was also one of the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation. The one who defeated Nanfuxian and Guyu was the founder and master of Spirit Transferring Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao's strength in the second ring. 2 rings? Nanfuxian's mouth twitched, but he did not interrupt Wu Zhangkong's words. Therefore, you don't need to be discouraged at all. Those who defeated you are all legendary powers in the past. And if you can improve in the Hall of Heroes, you may even have the opportunity to face the test of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters in the future. After hearing what Wu Zhongkong said, Tang Wulin, the Tang Chui, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He almost said without hesitation, I will join. After Xie hesitated for a moment, he said, I'll join in, too. Wu Zhongkong said, there is no need to make a decision in a hurry. You can go back and ask your family. Xie shook his head and said, no, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Teacher Wu, I'll join. I also believe that I can convince my family. Nanfuxian followed closely, I'll join too. Chapter 76 The Dangerous Soul Guide Train. I'll join. As Nanfuxian finished speaking, the pressure suddenly came to Guyu. Tang Wulin and Xie both looked at Guyu, wondering if she was willing to join. The same goes for Wu Zhongkong. In today's test, the most eye-catching ones are undoubtedly Nanfuxian and Guyu. In fact, as long as they can pass an intermediate test, they will have the opportunity to join the Tang sect and become a part of the Tang sect. The subsequent tests will test their limits. Nanfuxian has agreed to join. If Guyu also joins, everyone will be happy. Guyu shook her head and said calmly, "Sorry, Teacher Wu, I already have an organization I want to join, so the Tang sect is not suitable for me." There was no emotion such as regret in Guyu's eyes, as if she was describing a very ordinary thing. Tang Wulin wanted to say something more, but Wu Zhongkong stopped him. "Okay, everyone has their own ambitions. Just think of it yourself. Guyu, with your talent, you can shine wherever you are in the future. Yours I will arrange practical courses separately." "Thank you, Teacher Wu." Guyu nodded. Tang Wulin, a genuine Tang disciple, incredibly came to Guyu's side and lowered his voice. She said in a voice, "Guyu, this is the Tang sect. It has been passed down for 20,000 years. The Tang sect has countless heritage." Guyu looked at him, there was finally something in her eyes, but she still shook her head. "I'm sorry, Wulin. Because before coming here, I had already decided to join the Spirit Transferring Pagoda. Therefore, I can't join another one. An organization. This is the requirement of Spirit Transferring Tower." Tang Wulin was stunned, and Wu Zhongkong raised his eyebrows slightly. "When did Spirit Transferring Pagoda contact Guyu?" "They started really quickly." Wu Zhongkong said, "Guyu is right, both the Tang sect and the Spirit Transferring Pagoda are the top organizations in the mainland. Organizations are not like associations. You can only choose one. If you choose the Tang sect, you will not be able to do anything in the future. I chose the Spirit Transferring Tower. If you want to quit the Tang clan, you need to return everything you got from the Tang clan, including the skills you cultivated. So, you should think about it carefully and tell me your decision later." Nanfuxian said without hesitation, "There is no need to think about it. I want to join the Tang clan. This is my dream." This is not a lie. Not only is it his dream to join the Tang clan, but also to join the Spirit Pagoda and the Federation. His dream. Although he has a lot of dreams, he is still confident that he can realize them, and at worst, he will parasitize a few more people in the future. Tang Wulin also followed, "It is also my dream to join the Tang clan, I will join." As a determined Tang Chui, he did not want to be separated from his partner Guyu, but he could not give up on his dream. When Xie heard the two people's choices, he glanced at Guyu again and said, "Teacher Wu, I also want to join the Tang clan." "Okay. That's it for today's test. After that, you are required to fill in a series of information, and then you will be a member of the Tang sect's outer section. I will tell you everything about the Tang sect, including rules, benefits, and obligations later." On the way back, Tang Wulin was sitting on the bus. Because Guyu did not join the Tang sect, he looked a little unhappy. After Guyu saw it, she walked over and pulled Xie aside. "Xie, ouch, what are you doing?" Ignored Xie's protest, frowned and said to Tang Wulin, "Your emotions are very fragile." Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. "Maybe." Guyu said, "I just chose not to join the Tang sect, and it's not that I want to leave class 0. Which organization I join does not affect where I am. I will not leave. I will always be with you." After Guyu's enlightenment, Tang Wulin's state also changed back to its original state. On the night he joined the Tang sect, Nanfuxian was using his soul communication machine in his dormitory. This was his rare moment of leisure. Because just now, his Dream Stealer potion had been completely digested, and the feedback brought by the potion had allowed him to successfully reach level 22. See Chapter 9 for details. Now that the preparations were almost complete, Nanfuxian was inevitably a little relaxed and wanted to relax, so he took this communication device in the dormitory, which cost him nearly 10,000 federal coins. Brush up on various current affairs news. Sadly, the Seoul Guide train from Sunset City to Sunrise City was attacked by terrorists, causing heavy casualties. Shocked, the Seoul train from Linbing City to Hahai City was attacked again this month. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? Angry, the newly built Seoul train from Northwind City to Sunset City was attacked by terrorists. And all passengers on the train were not spared. Pray, Crescent City's Seoul train was attacked on the way, and all the passengers on the train were seriously injured. Fortunately, only a few people died. Let us pray for their safe recovery. While celebrating, on a Seoul train heading to Shrek City, we were suddenly hijacked by unknown gangsters. Fortunately, there were unknown heroes who stood up to resist and subdued the gangsters. The passengers were very grateful to him. Seeing his young age, they asked about his name and college, wanting to thank this hero. Unexpectedly, the hero actually said, "Doing good deeds without leaving a name is one of the traditional virtues of our Shrek Academy. You no longer need to ask my name and the academy I am in. When the road is rough, draw your sword to help. This is also the responsibility of our Shrek inspectors. Let us once again thank this unknown hero." What the hell? Why do we always get this kind of news? Is it so dangerous to take the Seoul train in love? Nan Fuxian thought that Tang Woolen in the original work seemed to have the title of Seoul Train Killer. This was not because he was the protagonist, so this happened to him, but because it happened frequently. The first few news items were firmly controlled by these news items, and Nan Fuxian scrolled down. Insurance company trustworthy, an insurance company guaranteed by the federal government, has recently launched a new insurance activity. Seoul Train Insurance has a small deposit and a large return. As long as you are attacked and die on the Seoul train, we will pay generous compensation to your family. Everyone is welcome to sign up. The BRICS are calling for the federal government to issue relevant policies, the Seoul Guidance Train Life and Death Contract. The signers are required to clearly state that they want to ride the Seoul Guidance train for their own reasons, and all accidental casualties will be borne by themselves. Require the people of the Federation to know how to save resources for the Federation and use money on more meaningful things. Nan Fuxian clicked on the news and found that there were constant curses in the comment area, and most of them were ordinary people. Terrible, terrible. You have to sign a life and death contract to take a Seoul Guide train, can you still have fun? Chapter 77 Delicious Starch Sausage? This world is still too dangerous. If you don't have some strength, you won't be able to protect yourself. Just when Nan Fuxian lamented the danger of the world, there was a knock on the door of his dormitory. Nan Fuxian opened the door and saw Tang Woolen and Xie Xie. What's the matter? Hey, didn't I promise before that I would treat you to a big dinner? Come on, Mr. Xie will pay for all your meals tonight. Xie Xie said grandly. Okay, then I'm welcome. It turned out that Xie Xie almost forgot about this matter if he didn't mention it. After changing his clothes, Nan Fuxian walked out of the dormitory with them. As soon as he walked out, he met Guyu, who naturally walked into the group of 3 people. Hey, are you watching us? Why did you show up just in time when we were about to set off? Xie Xie said angrily. He had originally planned to invite Guyu, but when he saw Guyu coming so punctually and naturally, he was still a little curious. This guy couldn't really secretly install surveillance cameras in the corridor. Surveillance? Just you. Guyu seemed to have said something, but also seemed not to have said anything. These few words made Xie Xie break his guard. As expected, he still refused to deal with Guyu. Xie Xie clenched his fists, and then, haha, that's right. Let's go for a walk. Let's go to the snack street outside the college and have a good meal today. He complied. There was no way, Guyu, who was in the first ring, was able to blow him up and run away in a panic when he was in the second ring. Now that Guyu has reached the second level, he is even less of a match. Snack Street. Nanfuxian looked at Xie with incredulous eyes. Is this the feast you are talking about? It's not that he dislikes it, it's just that with Xie's wealth, is this the big meal he's talking about? There's a subtle sense of disappointment that I can't kill the local tyrants. That's right, it's the snack street. Xie also looked back at Nanfuxian with a determined look. Among the team was Tang Wulin, a big eater. If he dared to invite them to a high-end restaurant for dinner, then his little I'm afraid the treasury will be in direct loss. The snack street is not close to Donghai College, and the four of them walked for half an hour to get there. A not too wide street was lined with shops. As soon as they arrived at the street entrance, the four of them smelled various aromas wafting out from the snack street, which made them excited. Come on, eat whatever you want, order whatever you want. Master Xie has a lot of money. After hearing Xie's words, Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin were not polite and went directly to the stalls to order food. Nanfuxian ordered food selectively, but Tang Wulin ordered a few portions of everything. The four of them ate while walking, with an aura of vowing to eat the entire snack street. Until they walked to a sausage shop. Pure starch sausage? Uncle, is it true that there is no meat in this sausage? Tang Wulin asked the stall owner curiously. Of course, kids, my uncle's starch sausage is purely made with only starch. The stall owner said confidently. Just add starch? Would it be delicious? This time it was Xie who asked. He had never heard of grilled sausages that only added starch. Of course it's delicious. When paired with Uncle's secret sauce, the taste is even better. How about it, little brother, do you want to give it a try? Today may be the last time that Uncle and I will be open here. It's cheaper for you. 3 federal coins. Let's try 4 of them first. Okay. Tang Wulin and the other 3 took the sausage and bit into it, and then their eyes lit up. Not to mention, it tasted really good. Uncle, did you really not add any meat? I can taste the meat. It was Guyu who spoke this time. No, little girl, don't worry. If I added meat, how could it be sold so cheaply? You can taste the meat. That's because these sausages are made with my family's secret. Come out. Yes, it's delicious. Uncle, here are 20 more skewers. Tang Wulin ate all the sausages in his hands in a few seconds. Then he saw Nanfuxian, who was motionless, and said, Fuxian, don't you want to eat? Well, I'm not hungry yet, you can eat. Nanfuxian looked at the sausage in his hand and handed it to Tang Wulin, but what he had just read from the Soul Guide's communication machine came to mind. News. Not long ago, the Donghai City Food Safety and Hygiene Bureau closed down a black-hearted factory. It was a black-hearted factory that produced starch sausage. During the production process, bone mud was added to the food to make starch sausage. The so-called bone mud, as the name suggests, is a mud-like substance made from bones. It comes from a variety of sources, including chicken and duck carcasses with the meat removed, leftovers recycled from restaurants, and even scraps from slaughterhouses. It is reported that before the factory was closed down, a large number of starch sausages were sold to the outside world. Please pay attention to the viewers of this news. Nanfuxian came back to his senses and looked at the stall owner who was busy in front of him. Uncle, are these really the secrets of your family? Of course, don't worry, young man, I won't lie to you. The stall owner assured, patting his chest. Nanfuxian looked at the stall owner in front of him and took out a piece of starch sausage from behind. With sharp eyes, he also saw on the box behind the stall owner, it said XX Factory XX Starch Sausage, the ingredient list, chicken. Okay, when you see this, you don't need to read any more. I probably encountered the starch intestines for sale in the news. Nanfuxian looked at Tang Wulin who was eating happily. Xie and Guyu were also eating in small bites. He looked at the stall owner again and said no more. The Soul Master's digestion and poison resistance abilities are quite good. By the way, Soul Masters don't even read the news? Nanfuxian discovered a blind spot. It's not that Soul Masters don't watch the news, but unless it's a big event, most Soul Masters spend their time practicing. Especially those genius Soul Masters, they are even more eager to give up 1 point if you break it into 2 parts. How can you have so much leisure to pay attention to the news about ordinary people? Not to mention that just a small black-hearted factory was shut down. This is a trivial matter that ordinary people would care about. Uncle, you just said that this is the last day of business. What do you mean? Nanfuxian asked casually. Yes, uncle, your starch sausage is so delicious, the business shouldn't be too bad. Why are you leaving? Is there something unspeakable? Xie also asked. Guyu and Tangwu were standing by. Lin also looked over. Hearing the inquiries from Nanfuxian and others, the stall owner looked up at the sky with a touch of melancholy on his face. Because the world is so big, I want to see it. I want to see Tiandu City, which has been precipitated by history. The scenery. I want to see how grand the legendary Shrek City is. For a moment, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu were all stunned. They didn't expect a roadside stall owner to have such a lofty ambition. Only Nanfuxian curled his lips, probably not because he wanted to take a look, but because he wanted to run away. Chapter 78 Attack. In the end, the stall owner left, smiling. The reason was that after the 3 heard about the uncle's lofty ambitions, they expressed their willingness to contribute to it and directly bought all the uncle's starch sausages. Of course, most of them ended up in Tang Wulin's stomach. Nanfuxian did not say anything about this. After all, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. All I can say is that I hope the 3 of them don't have any trouble checking their phones, let alone that news. This night, Tang Wulin fully demonstrated what it means to be a rice bucket. He ate directly from the east side of the snack street to the west side, and later killed a carbine. It made Xie deeply understand that even if he invited food from the snack street, Tang Wulin could still eat him until he bleeds. Nanfuxian followed them and only occasionally ate 1 or 2 portions. At the same time, he also ate the delicacy canned beef recommended to him by Xie. Not to mention, it tasted pretty good. The end of a semester is the happiest time for all students. Because it's time for a vacation. After a month's vacation, I finally no longer have to study and practice nervously and can fully relax. Although they are already Soul Masters, they are still children. Class 0 also had a holiday. On the 2nd day after leaving for Tangmen, after the official holiday of the college, Guyu and Xie left separately. Xie naturally went home to play, and Guyu also said she was home. Tang Wulin stayed in the dormitory. Nanfuxian, on the other hand, took the Soul Guide train and began to travel to various cities, leaving behind the insects of time for marking. However, when he left, he also eliminated the parasite of the time insect. As the Dream Stealer potion was digested, Nanfuxian's first soul skill began to upgrade. Even if the target parasitized by the time worm is far away from him, he can remotely influence the other party's emotions to a certain extent through the parasitized time worm, or borrow the other party's field of vision, which is equivalent to monitoring. Now Nanfuxian has parasitized 1 on Wuzhong Kong, 1 is the dark gold terror claw bear, 1 is the human-faced demon spider, and he has recycled the others. By the way, after Nanfuxian recovered the 2 worms of time in the Ascension platform, he also gave the dark gold dread claw bear a meal. Now its age is probably infinitely close to 1,000 years. Tianxing City, Qingfeng City, Sunset City. Tiandu City, Nanfuxian spent more than 10 days and visited more than a dozen cities in total, but in the end he only marked 7 cities. It is Nanfuxian's habit to keep 2-star bugs for emergencies. At this moment, Nanfuxian was riding the Soul Guide train from Sunrise City to Sun Moon City. Nanfuxian was sitting near the window. The Soul Guide train was running at high speed. From time to time, there were staff pushing trolleys and asking questions. Whether others need a meal. Looking at the scenery like this has a unique flavor. Nanfuxian looked at the scenery by the window that was somewhat blurred due to the high speed of the Soul Guide train. However, no matter how good the scenery is, it will inevitably become a bit boring after a long time, let alone the blurry scenery outside the window. Nanfuxian soon began to close his mind and rest. The Soul Guide train traveled a long distance to Sun Moon City, and Nanfuxian fell into a light sleep on this train. Suddenly, a creepy feeling woke him up. Nanfuxian opened his eyes and looked around. There were many passengers in the car, and many children were looking out of the car window curiously. Nothing was out of the ordinary. But Nanfuxian's inner uneasiness did not diminish at all, and even the hairs on his hair began to get goosebumps. This was his spirituality warning him that there was danger, and it was not small. If it's not inside the car, is it outside the car? Nanfuxian looked outside. The scenery outside the window was still blurry. However, because the Soul train had left the city, the surrounding scenery was less noisy in the big city and more pastoral in the countryside. It didn't look strange at all, except that a few rays of light in the distance were a bit dazzling. Wait, light? Nanfuxian looked intently and saw what kind of light it was. It was clearly a few fixed soul cannons. I saw its tail with dazzling sparks, heading straight towards the car. If he was hit directly, would this fragile guy still survive? Even if he could, he would probably be seriously injured. At the critical moment, Nanfuxian stood up calmly and ran directly towards the toilet in the carriage. People around him only thought he was in a hurry, while some children noticed the light outside the window and curiously asked their father, "Dad, what is that outside? Why is it so bright? Are they big fireworks?" "Haha, let Dad see." Before I finished speaking, I heard a boom and the car was booming. After being overturned, the warm scene just now suddenly turned into a hell on earth. The soul-guided train that Nanfuxian was riding on had only 8 carriages in total, and now due to the bombardment of the custom-installed soul-guided cannon, the entire train was directly knocked down. Wails sounded everywhere for a while. Nanfuxian was currently adjusting his condition in Tiandu City. The Soul train was basically equipped with surveillance cameras, so he ran to the toilet. The moment he was bombarded by the fixed Soul cannon, he was instantly teleported back to Tiandu City through the mark of the star insect. At this moment, he was standing on the roof of a building. Tiandu City is a famous historical city. In order to maintain its original state as much as possible, Tiandu City stipulates that all buildings cannot exceed 50 meters. That is, it is limited to buildings below 10 floors. Therefore, even if Nanfuxian is standing on a high-rise building at this moment, he can still see the towering trees that are taller than the building. Looking from top to bottom, Tiandu City's strong sense of historical precipitation begins to rush towards him, which also makes his mentality begin to become calmer. The targets of those fixed soul cannons just now were undoubtedly the Soul train, the terrorists in the news. Damn, I didn't expect that I would be treated like a protagonist. Nanfuxian was quietly thinking about the strategy against the enemy. When he took the Soul Guide train, he brought his own identity certificate to register. If such an incident happened, the Federation would definitely investigate to the end. In that case, it would be a little troublesome. But what makes Nanfuxian even more curious is, what is the purpose of the attacker this time? Is it just to cause destruction? Or is there some other purpose? Go back. If there is danger, teleport back. Unless the other party has space capabilities, it will be difficult to stop me. Before leaving, Nanfuxian left a star insect on the Soul Guide train. Now he can teleport it back at any time if he wants. Door. The pungent smell of gunpowder smoke entered Nanfuxian's nose, making him frown in discomfort, but what made him even more uncomfortable was the screams and cries coming from around him. However, Nanfuxian still acted quickly, looking for bunkers around him, squatting in a half-crouch, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. The entire soul guidance train was overturned. The people inside were more fortunate and died on the spot. The unfortunate ones had their legs crushed by the train and were left wailing in pain. Chapter 79. Sir, times have changed. In the carriage where Nanfuxian was sitting, almost everyone was upset. There was a man crying for his girlfriend, even the man himself was covered in bruises. There was a child who kept crying his father's name. When the soul train rolled over, his father tried his best to protect him, but he was crushed to death by the soul train. An old man was calling his child's name. There was a woman holding her child there, comforting the child softly, even though her legs were bleeding from the glass. For a time, all kinds of things in the world were displayed before Nanfuxian's eyes, but Nanfuxian also knew that he could not save these people. It was still a long way from Sun Moon City, and it was too late for rescue or support. Not to mention, Nanfuxian also discovered that there was an aura coming this way. The aura full of blood and evil was clear to Nanfuxian's perception. Evil Soul Master. Nanfuxian uttered these 3 words softly. Even though he had never seen this bloody aura, it did not hinder his guess that this should be the Evil Soul Master. At the same time, Nanfuxian could clearly sense that there were several auras entangled with each other further away. 2 of them were almost the same as Wu Zhongkong, and the auras of the other 2 were far superior to Wu Zhongkong. The 2 soul saints and the 2 soul emperors should all be Decai masters. The 3 soul kings have no obvious changes in their auras, so I don't know if they have Decai. There are also some 4-ring soul sects. Nanfuxian secretly calculated the number and strength of the enemy in his heart, and the owner of the aura had already walked near Nanfuxian. Its face is like a poisonous snake, twisted and cunning, as if it hides countless malicious abyss. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. I saw him showing off 4 soul rings. He was a 4-ring soul sect. When he showed off his martial spirit, hair began to grow on the man's body, 4 fangs were exposed at the corners of his mouth, and sharp teeth appeared on his hands. Claws. The man looked at the wailing people everywhere, with a twisted smile on his face, and then walked directly to a man whose lower body was suppressed, then stretched out his sharp claws and penetrated the man's heart. After the man took out the heart, he put it directly into his mouth and chewed it. Some passengers closest to the man screamed when they saw what the man did. Whenever you see your own kind being killed in this way, it will arouse the fear deep in people's hearts. After hearing the screams of others, the man couldn't help but let out a distorted laugh. Voice. The killing started like this, and the passengers who could still walk immediately began to run for their lives, but how could they, who were covered with wounds and were ordinary people, possibly outrun a soul sect? Heart-eating fox. Nanfuxian observed the man calmly, and he discovered that the man's martial soul should be an evil soul beast called the heart-eating fox. Soul beasts like foxes tend to be spiritual and charming, but this heart-eating fox is a rare exception. It has average mental attributes, but its limbs are extremely developed, especially the pair of sharp claws. This kind of soul beast usually likes to take out the heart of its prey and eat it directly after killing it, but does not eat other parts. The appearance of the martial soul of the man in front of him and his current actions undoubtedly prove this point, especially Nanfuxian also noticed that every time the man swallowed after touching his heart, his qi and blood were obviously stronger. It doesn't matter if the martial soul is evil, but if that person adopts evil cultivation methods, then that person is undoubtedly an evil soul master. Nanfuxian took a deep breath, put his hand into his pocket, and quietly moved slowly in the direction of the man. The man was eating his heart there, and Nanfuxian had begun to gradually approach him. Oh, I didn't expect to catch a soul master. I'm really lucky. The man stopped what he was doing and turned to look in the direction of Nanfuxian. Those who had just escaped were killed by the man, leaving only some passengers who could not move. The passengers all looked desperate, and the man also enjoyed the process. He didn't mind playing with Nanfuxian. In his perception, Nanfusion's soul power fluctuations were not strong. It seems we can't hide. Nanfusion sighed and walked out openly. After the man saw Nanfusion's appearance, he felt even more relieved. No matter how high the soul power of this kid was, it would not be that high. Haha, kid, you were probably planning to hide and attack me just now. However, you are still too naive. Because of the martial arts, within a certain distance, I can clearly feel the heartbeats of the people around me. The man looked at Nanfusion jokingly, wanting to see his panicked expression. With a twisted mind, he liked nothing more than killing those genius soul masters and seeing their painful expressions before they died. Unfortunately, Nanfusion's face was calm. What is your purpose? Is it simply to create a terrorist attack, or do you have other purposes? Humph. The man was a little disappointed when he didn't see the fearful expression on the other party's face, but he had no intention of answering Nanfusion's question. After snorting coldly, he rushed towards Nanfusion with all his strength. The sharp claws were pointed at Nanfusion's chest, obviously wanting to disembowel him. Exactly. Nanfusion couldn't help but gasped. As a villain, you can be so straightforward. Shouldn't you tell me about your evil plan to shock me? Looking at the evil soul master coming towards him, Nanfusion had a panic look on his face, like a novice who had rarely experienced battles, and 200-year-old soul rings rose under his feet. Seeing Nanfusion's jerky performance and the 2-century-old soul rings at his feet, the smile on the man's face became even more perverted. A child who looked no more than 12 years old and a second-level soul master could not wait to hear Nanfusion's wails. Steal. When the man was no more than 10 meters away from Nanfusion, Nanfusion still had the same panic expression on his face, but he secretly started stealing. And the target was naturally the man's consciousness. The man who was hit felt his brain go blank for a while. Even Wu Zhongkong, who was the Soul Emperor, had to be controlled. How could he, a 4-ring soul sect, be able to withstand it? Sir, times have changed. These were the last words the man heard, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. As for the outside world, Nanfusion blew on the soul guide gun in his hand. This thing still works well. What age is this? He is still fighting hand to hand like a traditional soul master. You don't have a trigger-type soul shield on you either. If you don't die, whoever will die will die. As for staying alive? It's not necessary. The other party looks like a minion at first glance. How could he possibly know the whole plan? Chapter 80 The Gentleman's Sword Fu Huiyan. Sure enough, this is the true fighting style of thieves. By stealing consciousness, the opponent loses the ability to resist, and then uses the soul guide gun to kill the opponent, as long as the opponent is not a 5-ring soul king with a battle armor, or has an automatically triggered soul guide shield. After this set of silky little combos, Nanfusion dares to say that under the 6th ring, I am invincible. Of course, this cannot be used in the academy. After all, we are all classmates. The Spirit Transferring Tower also has clear regulations that powerful soul guiding devices are not allowed in the Spirit Ascending platform, so this soul guiding gun has been hidden until now. The 1000 refinement vest Tang Woolen forged that time had a bug. After Nanfusion dealt with the man, he left directly and walked to other carriages. Sure enough, there were evil soul masters in other boxes slaughtering ordinary people, and the smell of blood rushed towards them. These evil soul masters were basically at the level of the 4th ring soul sect. Nanfusion ignored them for the time being and lurked directly towards the location with the strongest aura. 3 soul kings were fighting together. The soul rings of the 3 were all 2 yellow and 3 purple. 2 of them were full of blood and were obviously evil soul masters. The other one's aura was normal and he was fighting with the 2 evil soul masters. I saw that the soul master was wearing left-hand armor and forearm armor, right-hand armor and forearm armor. He was clearly a battle armor master, but unfortunately his battle armor only had 4 parts. Although his strength had improved, he was still beaten by the two evil soul masters, and his defeat was only a matter of time. However, Nanfuxian noticed that the two evil soul masters seemed to turn their eyes in another direction from time to time, which also gave the Soul King some breathing time. In the other direction, where the two evil soul masters were paying attention, two soul emperors were fighting fiercely. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. These two soul emperors are actually the best matched soul rings, and both of them are wearing battle armor. One is as black as ink, and the other is full of green. Fifth soul skill, summoning wraith spirits. The dark figure raised the staff in his hand, which was obviously his martial spirit. In an instant, a magic circle was formed under his feet, and countless resentful spirits rushed out from it. Even the souls of some of the dead people around him were captured together. Recruit. Those resentful spirits vary in size, including old people, women, children, and even many beast shadows. He rushed directly towards the other soul emperor. So many wronged souls? You really deserve to die. The soul emperor's murderous voice sounded. He really didn't expect that the evil soul master in front of him would actually massacre so many people and turn them all into resentful spirits. Haha, he is indeed the gentleman's sword Fu Huiyan. He is such a good person. But don't worry, you will be one of them soon. The name of Fu Huiyan's martial spirit is Green Bamboo Sword. His usual behavior is like a gentleman, so he is called Gentleman's Sword. At this moment, the evil soul master smiled sinisterly and commanded the resentful spirits to surround Soul Emperor Fu Huiyan, preparing to let the resentful spirits consume his power. The fifth soul skill, Green Bamboo Sword Formation. As soon as the black soul ring on Fu Huiyan's body lit up, a dense forest of bamboos immediately rose from the ground around him. Each bamboo exuded a sharp aura, showing that they were extraordinary. The surrounding resentful spirits were actually restrained for a while. Logically speaking, the resentful spirits have no entity and should not be controlled by bamboo. However, Soul Emperor Fu Huiyan's soul skills are obviously extraordinary and he can actually control them. But soon, the bamboo forest began to shake, and the resentful spirits inside were charging recklessly. It was obvious that this soul skill could not control them for long. However, Fu Huiyan's purpose was obviously not to control them. The bamboo leaves on the bamboo began to fall slowly, and soon they began to become bare. The bamboo leaves turned into traces of sword energy in mid-air. Integrating into Fu Huiyan's body, the aura on his body began to become stronger and stronger, and then the bamboos on the ground began to rise from the ground, turning into sword bamboos and surrounding him. The surrounding resentful spirits had no resistance and immediately rushed towards Fu Huiyan, but before they could get close, they were torn apart by the sword energy around him. At the same time, Fu Huiyan's sixth soul ring lit up. The sixth soul skill, Green Bamboo Slash. I saw Fu Huiyan, with the momentum of returning to his clan with 10,000 swords, rushing directly to the evil soul master and slashing him with one sword. The evil soul master obviously didn't expect that Fu Huiyan still had this hand hidden. Even though he had asked the resentful spirits around him to act as shields for him, the bamboo swords around Fu Huiyan would actually rush forward and kill the resentful spirits. Whoops! The terrifying sword energy directly cut the evil soul master in half, and the surrounding sword bamboos also poked holes in his body. Hey, hey! After releasing two soul skills in succession, and it was still a very consuming 10,000-year soul skill, even Fu Huiyan couldn't hold it in any longer, and he couldn't help but start to pant. Next, I'm going to help Lao Zhao. Soul Emperor Fu Huiyan looked towards the sky, where was the battlefield of the two soul saints. Hey? No. Fu Huiyan discovered that the resentful spirits that had just begun to thin out with the death of the evil soul master were now all coming to him like a tide. What's going on? Fu Huiyan noticed that the magic circle in the distance was still summoning resentful spirits. It was obvious that the summoners were dead. But it was still running. Could it be that the evil soul master was not dead yet? Fu Huiyan turned his attention to the corpse of the evil soul master, but did not expect that the other party's corpse had disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, the other party is not dead yet. What a rat that only knows how to hide here and there. For a time, Fu Huiyan was actually entangled by a large number of resentful spirits. The continuous release of 2 10,000-year soul skills took a lot of energy from him. Fortunately, he still had a battle armor, so these resentful spirits could not hurt him. Damn it, his strength is just as strong as what the intelligence says. He deserves to be a graduate of Shrek Academy's outer college. At this time, the evil soul master hiding in the dark was recuperating, but for his 6th soul skill, Wraith Replacement. You can spend a lot of vengeful spirits and soul power to replace yourself with a certain vengeful spirit. Then he is really dead. But even so, he might not be able to kill Fu Huiyan with his strength, and even now it is estimated that it will be difficult to stop him for long. Thinking of the goal of this operation, the evil soul master became more and more anxious. The next moment, there was a boom, and 2 streams of light descended from the sky. One was full of black and red, and the other was earthy yellow, directly making a big hole in the ground. Smoke was everywhere, and a black-red ray shot straight towards Fu Huiyan's eyebrows, but Fu Huiyan, whose soul power had been consumed a lot, was a little unable to react. Fortunately, a ray of earth-yellow light lit up in front of him, forming a barrier. But the next moment, the barrier shattered. Fortunately, these few obstacles were enough for him to react, and a level 7 invincible shield lit up, blocking the ray. Chapter 81 Mythical Creature Forms. There was a ding sound, but after the ray was blocked, its appearance was revealed. It turned out to be a needle about 5 centimeters long. Tisk tisk, Scorpion, I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful in martial arts. In order to deal with a soul emperor, you even used your soul-stealing needle. That is your martial soul's most powerful killing move. The man who spoke was a burly man with extremely well-developed muscles. Even if he was wearing a battle armor, people would think that he was a muscular man. He is also the one with the highest cultivation level present, the 7-ringed soul saint. Martial spirit, crazy split ape. Old guy, if you retreat now, I can promise not to take action against you. Otherwise, both of you will be spared your lives today. The Dukai master known as Demon Scorpion spoke with a hoarse voice. She was wearing a black and red Dukai and had a curvy figure. She was actually a woman. Well, look, the target of these evil soul masters should be Fu Huiyan. Is there anything special about him? Nanfuxian, who was hiding aside, listened to their conversation quietly and analyzed the purpose of this group of evil soul masters. Ha ha ha, you group of rats hiding in the sewers actually dare to attack the Federal Soul Train and assassinate government personnel. Now you actually tell me to retreat. Who do you think you are? The muscular man laughed directly. Okay, then you can stay here with the people on this train today. The evil soul master had a twisted personality, but when he was ridiculed by this muscular man, he immediately exploded. Anyway, killing 1 was a kill, and killing 2 was not bad. Purple, 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 black, black, black. 7 soul rings appeared behind Scorpion, and the atmosphere suddenly became anxious. Facing the erupting demon Scorpion, the muscular man also stood ready and said to Fu Huiyan beside him, the demon Scorpion's strength should not be underestimated. It can be seen from the fact that she has been wanted by the Federation for so many years, but she can still cultivate to the Soul Saint level. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you anymore, so please take care of yourself. Don't worry, Lao Zhao. I can hold on. Soon, Soul Saint and Soul Emperor started fighting again. The muscular man was powerful and had good defense. But Demon Scorpion was an agility-based soul master. Facing his attack, he was as slippery as a loach, and the two were in a stalemate. But the situation soon changed. The 2 Soul King level evil soul masters had already eliminated their opponents and were now rushing towards them. You two go and get rid of those ordinary people first, and then bring others to help me." At this moment, a voice came out. It was the evil soul master at the soul emperor level just now. Now his soul power has been greatly reduced, and the resentful spirits have also suffered heavy losses, so he let the two soul kings deal with the ordinary people first. First, after those ordinary people died, he could use their souls to create resentful spirits to make up for the loss. At the same time, it can also free up those soul sects to help. Although it is some miscellaneous fish, it may not be miraculous if used well. Even if he is killed, the soul of a soul master is much stronger than those of ordinary people. Secondly, seeing those ordinary people being slaughtered, can Fu Huiyan and the others still sit still? As long as flaws are revealed in the battle, the balance of victory will tip to the side of the evil soul master. Sure enough, upon hearing the evil soul emperor's words, the two soul king level evil soul masters immediately turned back, and Fu Huiyan, who was entangled by the resentful spirit, also heard their conversation. The green bamboo sword in his hand immediately became brighter, killing several resentful spirits in a row. Unfortunately, he was soon surrounded again by the surrounding resentful spirits, and the breakout failed. It was the evil soul emperor who took action. Regardless of consumption, he desperately activated his fifth soul skill, constantly summoning resentful spirits to hinder Fu Huiyan. Damn it! Damn it! How many people did this bastard kill? Fu Huiyan cursed angrily, but kept moving his hands. Whether he was a graduate of Shrek Academy or a member of the federal government, these two identities made him unable to sit back and watch ordinary people being killed by evil soul masters. Killed. On the other side, Nanfuxian's situation was not very good either. He looked at the two people running towards his position and said, "Don't come over here." JPG. The two Soul King level evil soul masters did not discover Nanfuxian, but just happened to run towards his position, but even so, they scared him badly. What should I do? Do you want to fight? Or just go back like this? The ability of the Zim insect can teleport me away before they find me. Nanfuxian was briefly confused about whether to fight or not. Fortunately, he made a decision quickly. Fighting. It just so happened that he also wanted to try it. What would be the consequences if he used Uniqueness and Source Castle to forcefully use high sequence abilities? Anyway, he would use them soon, so he should adapt in advance. As soon as Nanfuxian had an idea, he immediately mobilized Origin Castle and Uniqueness. With these two things as a medium, he could use high sequence abilities more easily. As Nanfuxian's sequence gets higher, he can now borrow the Origin Castle for a preliminary period, and does not have to spend a lot of time praying like before. After all, the Origin Castle and the Uniqueness are already in him, but they are just hidden a little deep. When the two evil soul masters came near Nanfuxian, they felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. Similarly, whether it was Fu Huiyan who was fighting the resentful spirits in the distance or the hidden evil soul emperor, even the unconscious resentful spirits stopped. Not only them, but even the two soul saints who were fighting in the sky subconsciously stopped and looked at each other warily, while also paying attention to their surroundings. Ah, ah! The screams came from the ground not far away. The four of them looked around and saw the two soul kings holding their heads and rolling crazily on the ground, their eyes oozing blood. They were extremely miserable. Pang! The next moment, the two soul kings fell to the ground. They were already dead. They saw things that could not be seen directly. Their brains were simply not able to bear the information, resulting in overload and direct brain death. The four people looked towards that direction, where the two soul kings walked out earlier. The next moment, a group of translucent worms with 12 transparent rings appeared in front of them. Ah! Whether they were soul emperors or soul saints, they were all holding their heads and screaming like the two soul kings just now. At this moment, they finally understood the pain of the two soul kings just now. Countless babbles spread into their spiritual sea, that is knowledge, knowledge that they cannot understand, and it is being forced into their minds in a barbaric way at this moment. At this moment, Nanfuxian was looking at his posture, his mythical creature form. Chapter 82 A Great Harvest. Is this what I look like right now? A group of translucent worms with 12 transparent rings form a pointer suspended above the translucent dial. This symbolizes the worms that wander through time. The dial is not the substance, but the essence of time is in the hands of the thief. The result of being embodied under power. This is exactly the power that Nanfuxian used by borrowing Source Castle. Phew, let's fight quickly. Although it seems that I don't need to take action now. Nanfuxian looked at the 4 people who were screaming. At this moment, because they had witnessed Nanfuxian's mythical creature form with their own eyes, their brains were being forced to accept countless knowledge. Even if Nanfuxian didn't take action, they would probably die. Far away, even if you don't die, you will still go crazy. Mythical creature form, this is an ability that can only be used by reaching sequence 4 and becoming a demigod and half-human. This ability is a bit like the Douluo novel, you cannot look directly at God. Once you see it, unless you are a strong person of the same level, you will easily be driven crazy because of the large amount of weird knowledge poured into it. It is worth mentioning that although Sequence 4 can also use mythical creature forms, it is incomplete. Unless you reach Sequence 2, only then can you use the complete mythical creature form. This is why Sequence 4 is called Demigod. At this moment, Nanfuxian directly used the ability of Source Castle and Uniqueness to fully use this ability, but he could not maintain it for too long. Nanfuxian looked at the 4 people in pain. On the translucent dial behind him, the pointer began to rotate. An unknown wave came from it, sweeping over the bodies of the 4 people and moving further away. Forward. After being swept away by the waves, the 4 of them wanted to say something more, but before they could say anything, their bodies began to age rapidly, weathered, and finally turned into a trace of dust. Only a translucent worm of time with 12 transparent rings was left in place. Nanfuxian stretched out his hand and a total of 4 worms of time returned to him. There are many streams of light flying from further away. If you look closely, you can see that they are all insects of time. They are densely packed and there are at least hundreds of them. Nanfuxian put away these insects of time, integrated them into his body, and then quickly used the ability of the gate pathway to seal the vitality and pure spiritual power contained in them. The abilities of the gate pathway are not only spatial abilities. Recording, sealing, etc. are all abilities unique to this pathway. After sealing the vitality, Nanfuxian exhaled and slowly exited the mythical creature form. Well, I feel dizzy and want to vomit. Nanfuxian lay on the ground gasping for air, feeling the long-lost feeling of powerlessness. This time I used too much power, but I couldn't help it. It was the first time I used this kind of power that far exceeded my own, and I accidentally got too excited. Just now, Nanfuxian directly borrowed the power of the first level of the sequence. No wonder he felt dizzy. He accidentally borrowed it too much, but fortunately, the harvest was huge. The first is the strong vitality and pure spiritual power. This is not only for those evil soul masters, but also for the passengers on the soul guide train. However, Nanfuxian did not kill all the passengers. He still left dozens of people behind. Otherwise, if a soul guide train is attacked and he is the only one who survives in the end, even if he is not suspected, he will probably have to undergo various interrogations. Anyway, if he hadn't taken action, those passengers would have been killed by the evil soul masters in the end. Now with his intervention, at least dozens of people can survive, and these people must not be grateful to him. However, Nanfuxian did good deeds without leaving his name, so he stopped telling them. The second is the soul power left by those soul masters. These soul powers have been filtered by his worm of time, so there is no need to worry about the soul power being rough. When Nanfuxian used the power of the thief path, sequence 1 insects of time, he first differentiated a large number of insects of time to parasitize others, and then the souls and spirits of those who were killed by him were strength, vitality, etc. will be absorbed and filtered by the time bug on his body, and finally absorbed by Nanfuxian. At the same time, Nanfuxian also read the memories of 2 soul saints and 2 soul emperors, and learned the truth about the attack. First of all, it was the evil soul masters. The target of their attack was indeed the soul emperor Fu Huiyan. But they didn't know why they attacked him. They only knew that it was an order from above. Even the scorpion who was the soul saint didn't know the inside story. Moreover, Nanfuxian also saw interesting things from their memories. These evil soul masters seem to have formed a killer organization to serve as black gloves for certain people. Some disgraceful things are specially entrusted to the evil soul master. If something happens, he can be sold. Even if he is confessed, who will believe you, an evil soul master? For evil soul masters, this method not only allows them to kill people for training, but also gets an extra income. Why not? Evil soul masters also need money. However, the killer organization is secretive, and members basically have no contact with each other. Only the top leaders of the organization know the members' information and will contact them when necessary. This greatly avoids the risk of exposure. As for Soul Emperor Fu Huiyan, there is nothing special here. Especially, he graduated from Shrek Academy's Outer Academy and failed to enter the Inner Academy. Even if he graduates, he can barely satisfy the requirements of graduating from Shrek Academy's Outer School. Standards. After graduation, he returned to his hometown. Graduating from Shrek Academy was a golden brand. He joined the city guard of Sunshine City. After a lot of struggle, he finally became the Deputy Minister of the Finance Department of Sunshine City. He is usually responsible for the products sold by Sunrise City to the outside world. And because he is a graduate of Shrek Academy, he is also responsible for Sunrise City's output of Shrek Academy's natural resources. This trip to Sun Moon City was just because he wanted to relax. He didn't expect to be attacked by an evil soul master, who was also a soul saint. Fortunately, he was not alone on this trip. His good friend also, even that muscular man, was with him. Then, while they were fighting, they met Nanfuxian, the 6th child, and it was a tragedy. The target is Fu Huiyan, and he happens to be responsible for the trade with Shrek Academy. This should not be a coincidence. Nanfuxian thought about the scene in the future when Shrek Academy and Tang sect were bombed by god-killing level soul cannons. In addition to the god-killing level soul cannons, there seemed to be a lot of evil soul masters mixed in. Then how did those evil soul masters get in? They couldn't have gone in all at once, otherwise, once they were discovered, they would definitely be hit with heavy firepower, which would also arouse the vigilance of Shrek, the Tang sect, and even the Federation. Forget it, my head is too dizzy, so don't think so much. Anyway, the harvest this time is enough. Guys, do you have any recommendations for insect souls? Although the author has thought of a lot of souls, I also hope that you can give the author some advice. As long as it's not too outrageous, the author will use it as a reference. Chapter 83 Money, My Money. Hey, before you know it, a month has passed. It's time to go back to Tunghai Academy. More than 10 days have passed since the attack on the Soul Train, and now Nanfuxian is practicing in a hotel in Sun Moon City. Nearly an hour after the attack, the mechas and rescue troops from Sun Moon City came to help. Nanfuxian had to complain, "I'm afraid you are really here to clean up the ground." In fact, Fu Huiyan and the others had secretly contacted the mecha troops in Sun Moon City as early as the attack. It is a pity that the evil soul masters chose to attack in the middle of the road from Sunrise City to Sun Moon City, which also prevented Sun Moon City from being able to quickly support them. Nanfuxian and the survivors were taken back by the mecha troops of Sun Moon City, who treated their injuries and asked about their identity information and the attack process of the evil soul master. Nanfuxian was also recognized by some survivors, saying that he had killed an evil soul master and saved their lives. Therefore, he was being questioned intensively by those in the defense team, but fortunately, it may be because he killed an evil soul master, and at the same time, because he seemed young, the staff were still quite concerned about his mentality. Not only did they treat him with big fish and meat, but they also entertained him with delicious food and drinks. Finally, they even asked about the college he was in, saying that he wanted the college to send him a red flag, but Nanfuxian still refused righteously. After a period of time, Nanfuxian temporarily stayed in Sun Moon City to calm down the dizziness caused by excessive use of strength. At the same time, he also took advantage of this period of time to begin to absorb the soul power, vitality, and spiritual power sealed in his body. My soul power is level 25, my body has reached the Soul King level, and my mental power is at least over 1,000. This is Nanfuxian's body data at the moment. The power sealed in his body has made his soul power rise to 3 levels, and his body has reached the Soul King level. As for mental power, it's really hard to judge. When he completely digested the Dream Stealer's potion before, his mental power had already exceeded 1,000. Now that he is absorbing that pure mental power. Although his mental power has been improved again, he really doesn't know the specific extent. He can only know that he has indeed become stronger. This is not my limit. The sealed power is at least enough for me to cultivate to the Soul King. But I can't become fat in one go, I have to absorb it slowly. Nanfuxian sighed. This feeling of looking at the treasure mountain in front of you but not being able to take it immediately makes people feel itchy. But there is nothing that can be done about it. If his soul power soars, swish, swish, and suddenly reaches the level of Soul Master, or higher, then he will become the object of others' suspicion every minute. If you can practice so quickly, you must be an evil soul master. What? This person is not an evil soul master. But he can practice so fast? He has never tasted any heavenly and earthly treasures? Please torture him severely and make him tell the secret of how he can practice so fast. With all the above delusions, Nanfuxian admitted that he had a bit of a persecution delusion, but he had no choice. His wings were not full yet, and he did not want to leave his life to others to decide. He didn't believe in the human heart, but he believed in the evil side of human nature. It would be tragic if Tang Hao or Ayin noticed it. Although it is impossible for them to pay attention to a small great soul master. If you upgrade to 3 levels all at once, you can still easily get past it. At worst, you can use the excuse that the martial soul has mutated, resulting in an increase in soul power. Only when I reach the level of Sequence 4 Demigod will I be qualified to wander around. Nanfuxian clenched his fist. He was still too weak, but fortunately, the harvest this time was pretty good. In the next period of time, his soul power should be in a period of soaring, and it is time to return to Donghai College. After boarding the Soul Guide train, Nanfuxian did not waste any time and returned all the way. The journey was safe. He was almost there all the time spent in meditation. When he returned to Donghai City and saw the familiar high-rise buildings, Nanfuxian's first feeling was, it's great. I will definitely buy a building in the future. What kind of social animal thinking is this? Nanfuxian shook his head. Was it because he was running around and seeing too much scenery in other cities during this period that he became a little relaxed? I still overused my strength and short-circuited my brain. You actually have this idea that as long as you are strong enough, you will have less money, houses, and beauties. But have you forgotten something? Money? Money. Damn, I forgot to touch the body. Nanfuxian's eyes widened and he finally realized what he had forgotten. At that time, I was only focusing on my experimental ability, and I forgot to touch the corpses of those evil soul masters and ordinary people, especially those 2 soul saints and 2 soul masters at the Soul Emperor level. Judging from the situation at that time, they were directly deprived of a lot of time by Nanfuxian, so they died of old age. The battle armor on their bodies seemed to have been affected, so they turned into dust together. The storage soul guide should not immune either. Damn it, Nanfuxian was so distressed that he couldn't breathe when he thought that the wealth he was about to get was destroyed by him. There are also those 3 soul kings. Their corpses should be preserved, as well as those soul sections. Even if they don't have so many federal coins to carry with them, it would be good to store the soul guidance device. That thing is still quite valuable. It would be even better if they still have the soul guidance device with them. Wait a minute, is it possible that the reason why those members of the garrison entertained me so generously was because they stole my loot? You already have a way to kill me. Nanfuxian couldn't help but cover his heart. It hurt so much. Now I am still very poor, and I don't even have a soul storage device in my body. The federal currency has also shrunk to about 160,000 federal currency due to traveling around this month and leaving the star insect mark. This is all a fault of intemperance. Even if I reach level 30 now, I probably can only choose a 10-year soul. Could it be that the reason why I didn't choose to upgrade to level 30 immediately was because of my deep spirituality and for the sake of my wallet? This is really a tragic warning. The new semester started, and Donghai College, which had been quiet for a month, became lively again. Students are entering the college in an endless stream, and everything seems to be thriving. Only Nanfuxian looked a little confused, walking towards the academy like a zombie. Seeing Nanfuxian's appearance, some students from Class 5, or Class 1, who had known him in the past, were afraid to say hello to him. What happened? Chapter 84 Newcomer Su Xiaoyan. Nanfuxian had no intention of saying hello to others and went directly to his dormitory. Although it had only been a month, there was not much dust in the dormitory. It seems that the college has arranged for cleaning staff to come and clean, but Nanfuxian didn't pay attention to this. He sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing. Now only practicing can make up for the pain in my heart. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, there was a strong knock on the door outside the dormitory. It seemed that Xie was knocking on Tang Wulan's door, and there seemed to be faint sounds of conversation. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Nanfuxian's dormitory door was knocked. And Xie's loudspeaker-like voice came, Fuxian, Fuxian, are you in there? Someone new is here to report. Coming, coming. Nanfuxian's feeble voice sounded. He opened the dormitory door and saw Xie and a beautiful girl. Damn it, what have you done this month? How did you end up like this? Xie looked at Nanfuxian, who looked like a zombie at the moment, and said directly to him. Don't worry, you don't understand my pain. What's the matter? Nanfuxian said to Xie angrily. Before Xie could say anything, the girl who had been following him pushed him away. Xie, ouch, what are you doing? Why do you girls like to push people so much? And walked to Nanfuxian. The girl's hair color is light blue, and her long sea blue hair is tied into 2 ponytails, which makes her look youthful and energetic. Looking at Nanfuxian at this moment, her little face with pink makeup is a little flushed. Hello, my name is Su Xiaoyan. Thank you for saving me in the Ascension platform last time. Can I ask for your name? My name is Nanfuxian. Don't worry about what happened last time. I just did it casually. Don't take it to heart. Nanfuxian looked at Su Xiaoyan in front of him. The girl's appearance was indeed outstanding. Even though she was still young, she could still tell that she was a beauty. Of course, the most important thing was her martial spirit. No, our Su family always repays kindness. If you have anything in the future, you can come to me and I will go to my brother for help. Su Xiaoyan said seriously. Girl, I'm afraid you have a serious brain problem. I need help from you? Do you go to your brother for help? Then I might as well go directly to your brother. Anyway, he said last time that you can ask him for help if you need help. Nanfuxian looked at Su Xiaoyan in front of him and couldn't help but raise his forehead. This girl's brain circuit is a bit strange. Hey, don't ignore me. Fusion, have you seen Woolen? Xie, who was on the side, looked at the two people who were watching as if no one else was around. He, who had the word encounter in his name, felt a hint of gossip at this moment. However, the worries deep in my heart about my good gay friend still took over, so I interrupted the conversation between the two. Woolen? I didn't see it. You can ask Guyu. Nanfusion said to Xie, okay, I need to take a short break to calm the pain in my heart, please help yourself. After saying that, Xie closed the door without giving Xie time to ask, what pain do you have? Early the next morning, the opening ceremony was held. Class 0 is undoubtedly at the forefront of all the first grade classes. 4 people lined up. Yes, there are only 4 people, and Tang Woolen is late. Nanfusion stood on the outside, followed by Guyu, Xie, and Su Xiaoyan. Wu Zhongkong stood in the teacher's position with an expressionless face, as if he didn't care about anything. Xie whispered to Guyu beside him, did Woolen forget the start time of school? Why haven't you come yet? Guyu said calmly, do you think he is you? Xie said speechlessly, there is a limit to your partiality, okay? When have I been late? When was it not him? Guyu said, then he must have a reason. Xie was hit hard again and fell to the ground. At this time, on the rostrum, the dean had already begun to speak, and Tang Woolen finally arrived. Standing directly between Nanfusion and Guyu. The opening ceremony is still the same words and things that are customary. It was over soon. Next, the class teachers of each class will bring the students back to their classes. Carry out encouragement and education in the new semester. The real class won't start until tomorrow. Class 0 is of course the easiest. Counting the new Su Xiaoyan, there are only 5 people in total. Introduce yourself. Returning to the class, Wu Zhongkong said directly to Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan stood up and faced Wu Zhongkong. She didn't know why, but she looked very shy. Hello everyone, my name is Su Xiaoyan, I am 10 years old this year. My martial soul is the Star Wheel Ice Staff. It has 17th level soul power. Wu Zhongkong nodded, in the next month, you need to prove your strength, and at the same time, you need to prove that you are suitable for Class 0. After 1 month, you will decide whether to stay or leave. Yes. Su Xiaoyan agreed obediently. Wu Zhongkong turned to the other 4 people. After a month's rest, you need to retest your physical condition. At the same time, you need to test your actual combat ability. I'll give you half an hour to meditate and adjust your state. The same as you. The last 4 words were said to Su Xiaoyan. For Wu Zhongkong, only by mastering the data can he better control their teaching methods and level. The next series of inspections moved Wu Zhongkong's calmness. The strength of Xie and Guyu has not changed much. But Nanfusion's strength suddenly came to him, with one punch weighing close to 3,000 kilograms. What's going on with this child? Is it possible that his bloodline has mutated like Tang Woolen? Wu Zhongkong felt that his cognition had been challenged. Could it be that his strong strength was really a characteristic of a child from Ala City? Tang Woolen, on the other hand, has not changed much. His strength has only increased a bit, but it is not that exaggerated. It is not as much as Nanfusion's. Of course, Su Xiaoyan was stunned by the data of the two of them. I even couldn't help but ask Xie, are they really human beings and not spirit beasts? Su Xiaoyan's power was very weak, to the point of being horrifically weak. In everyone's eyes, her body was no different from ordinary people. What surprised Wu Zhongkong even more was the next mental power test. The first person to be tested was Xie. Xie's mental strength actually broke through 60, directly reaching 69. Reached the advanced level of Ling Yuan realm. The second person to test was newcomer Su Xiaoyan. The reason for this arrangement is that Wu Zhongkong believes that if the academy can allow her to enter Class 0, she must have some specialties. If her body is so weak, her mental power, combined with her ability to control ice elements, should not be weak. Su Xiaoyan's mental strength is 81, which means he is at a high level in the Ling Yuan realm, but he cannot be considered a genius. After all, she is only 12 points higher than Xie, and this is what she is good at. Chapter 85 Test. When it came to the third one, when Tang Wulin conducted the test, he shocked Wu Zhongkong and everyone else. Tang Wulin won't be able to break the second seal, right? Nan Fuxian secretly guessed that he could not remember many details in the original work very clearly. He could only roughly remember some key points. If he was asked to remember them all clearly, wouldn't that be making things difficult for him? Nan Fuxian. 212. When Xie read out these numbers, his voice changed. Teacher Wu, are you sure there is nothing wrong with our equipment? Xie looked at Tang Wulin blankly. 212, that is the middle level of psychic realm. Although Tang Wulin's mental power was good before, it was just good and not particularly outstanding. But now the data of 212 has surpassed the last Guyu test. This is already shocking and genius data. Nan Fuxian, test. Wu Zhongkong's surprise only lasted for a short time, and he did not reveal many emotional changes on the surface. He seemed to have thought of something, so he quickly regained his composure. 297. Nan Fuxian's data once again shocked the audience. Teacher Wu, this machine is probably broken. Xie said with a dull expression. It's not broken. Wu Zhongkong said. He was also shocked. Tang Wulin had actually been by his side this month. He also had a certain understanding of Tang Wulin's improvement. Even Tang Wulin's mental power improved so much because of an accident. It was precisely that accident that made him so firm in his request that all members of the 0 class everyone undergoes physical testing. When Nan Fuxian's power surged, he had predicted that Nan Fuxian's mental power would also improve a lot, but he didn't expect it to improve so much. Teacher Wu, am I dreaming? Why don't you slap me? Xie still didn't want to believe the reality, and he was the only one with the worst relationship. Are you sure? Wu Zhongkong raised his eyebrows and said. Just a joke, just a joke. Xie smiled bitterly. He just couldn't accept himself at the moment and was hit so many times by his companions. He didn't really want to be slapped by Wu Zhongkong. Those with more than 150 points of spiritual power are considered to be in the middle-level psychic realm. Those with more than 350 points are considered to be in the high level. After 500 points, they will enter the spiritual sea realm. Once they reach the spiritual sea realm, it is a large-scale leap. There will be a qualitative leap. The mental power of most top experts is at that level. Have you two taken any elixir this month? How come your mental power has increased by more than 100? Xie looked at Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin with shock on his face. After hearing Xie's words, Tang Wulin didn't know how to reply to him. Could it be that his mental power had improved so much because of Teacher Wu's negligence, which put his life in danger? Nan Fuxian, on the other hand, had a complicated look on his face, and even more pain on his face. He couldn't help shouting in his heart, "Money, my money!" Xie's words once again reminded Nan Fuxian of the money that left him. It hurt so much. Fusheng, you don't have to force yourself to say it, I'm just asking casually. Seeing Nan Fuxian's painful expression, Xie also knew that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Others seemed to have really experienced something painful this month. Xie recalled what Nan Fuxian said yesterday, "You don't understand my pain." With awe in his heart, Nan Fuxian must have experienced some painful trial this month, otherwise why would he show pain now just thinking about it? Obviously, others thought so too. Especially Wu Zhongkong and Tang Wulin, who felt the deepest emotions. It seems that we need to pay more attention to this child in the future. To be able to increase his mental power to such a high level in a short period of time, he must have been greatly stimulated. Wu Zhongkong thought to himself. Guyu, test. Wu Zhongkong, who had made up his mind, said directly without delay. 305. Guyu's data made everyone present numb. The slightly depressed atmosphere caused by Nanfuxian's words just now was directly broken. There was also a smile in Wu Zhangkong's eyes. These little guys finally began to look like monsters. Su Xiaoyan was originally very confident that she would be able to survive a month later, but after seeing these data, she realized that her gap was actually still huge. Teacher Wu, I would like to apply to test my mental power again tonight. Su Xiaoyan raised his hand and said. Hey! Wu Zhongkong looked at her, and his heart moved. Will your mental power change at night? Yet. Su Xiaoyan nodded. This was originally her biggest secret, but driven by her competitive spirit, she chose to tell it. Good. Waiting for the actual combat test later, Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin and Su Xiaoyan will be in a group, and Xie and Guyu will be in a group. Wu Zhongkong said calmly. Xie was stunned when he heard this, but Guyu frowned and said, Teacher Wu, this isn't fair. We are 2 rings, they are 1 ring too, and 2 are 1 ring. Among them, Nanfuxian and Su Xiaoyan are control-type soul masters with low basic combat effectiveness. Once Xie gets close to them, they will definitely lose. We should allocate our combat power reasonably. Let's do this. Wulin and I will be on a team. Xie's speed, combined with Fu Sheng's strong control, and Xiaoyan's star wheel ice staff, make it more reasonable. Moreover, Xie's soul power is still the highest among us. After hearing her words, Xie felt like tears were streaming down his face. How much you hate me! Now I remember that my soul power is the highest. Guyu's words are pure nonsense. Nanfuxian's control skills are too disgusting. Even if you know his ability, it is difficult to guard against it. Moreover, Xie recalled that the power of Nanfuxian's punch was more than 3,000 kilograms. If it were close, it would be impossible to say who would lose and who would win. In Xie's opinion, Wu Zhangkong's allocation was very reasonable. Whether it was Nanfuxian or Tang Wulin, Xie was not sure that he could defeat the opponent one-on-one. It would be more difficult to defeat the 2 together. If they really get close to Nanfuxian and the others, they should be the losers. At this time, add a drag bottle, Su Xiaoyan, to the opponent's side. The opponent must take care of his teammates and must be distracted. But he has an elemental turret like Guyu on his side. With one thing going down and the other going up, the advantage lies with me, Xie. Do as I say. When did you say that in actual combat, we must be evenly matched? Wu Zhongkong said coldly. Nanfuxian and Su Xiaoyan stood behind Tang Wulin, with Xie and Guyu in the distance. For some reason, Su Xiaoyan found that the boy next to him gave people a sense of stability. Standing next to him, he could not help but feel a sense of security. Is it because he saved me? The girl thought to herself. Chapter 86. Help him out. Are you good at the same thing as your brother? Nanfuxian asked Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan nodded lightly, same. Long-range attack, elemental control. My first soul skill is Ice Wheel, the same as my brother. My control is better than him. In fact, I am better at night. Nanfuxian smiled slightly. It's a pity that it's not night now. It's okay. Try to stay behind me later and I will protect you. We will do our best. Yet. Seeing Nanfuxian's smile, Su Xiaoyan blushed and nodded repeatedly. Let's get started. Go all out. Wu Zhangkong's voice came from afar. Wulin. Then I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. Xie laughed strangely, and in a flash, he rushed towards Tang Woolen at an extremely fast speed. There is obviously an increase compared to before the holiday. Although he said he was going to play, he obviously didn't relax. As soon as Guyu raised her hand, a fireball flew out far away. At the same time, a ray of green light fell on Xie, and she herself walked slowly towards the direction of the three of them. Release a fireball from such a distance? Can you get there? The two sides were 50 meters apart. According to Nanfuxian's understanding of Guyu, it was impossible for the fireball to fly such a distance. However, he did not let down his guard. After all, Guyu was not the kind of person who would do useless things. Sure enough, Guyu quickly showed him the powerful control ability brought by her 305 points of mental power. The fireball suddenly split after flying 10 meters and turned into 5 small fireballs, arranged in a straight line. Then the small fireball at the back suddenly accelerated and hit the small fireball in front. Its own fire element seemed to be superimposed in an instant and compressed to the front. It not only accelerated the small fireball in front, but also improved its attributes at the same time. 5 fireballs collided one after another. Soon it became another. But compared with the original, the size is 5 times smaller, and the color itself has become orange-red. Under instant acceleration, like a cannonball, it hit Tang Woolen's chest straight ahead. The harsh sound of breaking through the air even left a dazzling orange-red tail flame and a twisted halo of air in the air. Regarding Guyu's fireball, Tang Woolen chose to resist forcefully. A flash of purple light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly took a step with his left foot and punched out with his right fist. A layer of golden scales also covered the right fist. At the same time, behind him, several blue-silver grasses spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Boom! The fireball shattered and exploded into a ball of fire. The golden scales on Tang Woolen's fist were illuminated. However, under this punch, the tyrannical power did not let any sparks splash on him. The light of the fire was also blocked by the blue-silver grass. At the same time, at Tang Woolen's feet, as the blue-silver grass appeared, a purple soul ring also bloomed. Purple? 1000-year soul ring. He has unlocked another seal? No, I remember that Tang Woolen seems to have a blood soul ring every time he unlocks 2 seals, and his power has not increased much. It should be this month. What an adventure! Nanfuxian looked at the 1000-year soul ring on Tang Woolen and squinted his eyes. He saw that he had had quite an adventure in this month. At the same time, he also glanced at Wu Zhongkong, who was not surprised. While Nanfuxian was thinking, Xie did not stop. When he was still 10 meters away from the three of them, he shouted loudly, "Guyu!" The next moment, a dazzling light element bloomed. The dazzling light element made it difficult for Nanfuxian and the three of them to open their eyes. Xie directly bypassed Tang Woolen in front and went straight to Su Xiaoyan behind. This was his and Guyu's tactic. First, they used the light element to blind Nanfuxian and the other three, and sealed Nanfuxian's first soul skill. At the same time, he, an agility and attack system soul master, pounced on Su Xiaoyan and attacked the enemy. Must be saved. If Nanfuxian and Tang Woolen don't care about Su Xiaoyan, then they will eliminate her first and reduce one opponent. If we want to save her, given Nanfuxian's current condition of being unable to open his eyes, as long as he was fast enough, he might have a chance to kill 2 people in a row. If that didn't work, he would go back and attack Tang Woolen first with Guyu. However, Tang Woolen in front didn't even care about Xie, who was running to the side. Instead, he rushed directly towards Guyu with long strides. As long as Guyu is solved, Xie will no longer be a problem. As for Su Xiaoyan, he didn't think about it. Everyone has never cooperated, and he doesn't know what level Su Xiaoyan's strength can reach. And with Nanfuxian behind him, Xie may not be able to succeed. Although Nanfuxian closed his eyes, he could still sense Xie. "Brother, do you have any misunderstanding about my soul skills?" Haven't I said it before, as long as you are in my sight and mental perception, you will be attacked. Is Pokian's mental power just a joke on you? You are looking down on me, Nanfuxian. However, Nanfuxian did not choose to defeat Xie directly. Instead, he placed his left hand on Su Xiaoyan's body, and with a flash of silver light, he led Su Xiaoyan away from Xie. Space movement? Can't he only use this ability by himself? How come he can suddenly take people with him? Xie's eyes widened. Damn, how can you play like this? Xie immediately kicked off his legs and charged towards Tang Wulin, who had his back turned to him. The best thing to do is deal with the captain first, and then take care of you two slowly. On the other side of the battlefield between Tang Wulin and Guyu, the battle was at a fever pitch. Tang Wulin relied on the tenacity of his blue-silver grass to resist Guyu's 6-element bombing, hoping to deal with her at close range. Unexpectedly, Guyu's control over the elements was so perfect that he actually created the fusion elements of ice and fire, although it seemed to be extremely unstable. Guyu flicked her hands and threw the fusion element directly at Tang Wulin. It was a pity that Tang Wulin's soul was knocked away with its tail. At the same time, she was also stunned by Tang Wulin's purple devil eyes. And the group of fused elements that was knocked away was directly hit by someone behind him. An unlucky guy who wanted to make a sneak attack took it. Then Guyu actually frantically wanted to deal with her face. She used space teleportation and appeared directly in front of Tang Wulin with a ball of ice element, wanting to freeze him directly. Fortunately, at this time, Su Xiaoyan, who was beside Nanfuxian, finally took action. Su Xiaoyan summoned his ice staff spirit, which was also a century-old spirit ring. Then the first spirit ring flashed, and a circle of ice wheels silently clung to Tang Wulin's chest and blocked Guyu's blow for him. Tang Wulin raised his right hand and pinched Guyu's neck gently. The soreness and numbness interrupted her control of all elements of herself. But at this time, Xie was the worst. He never expected that Guyu's attack would fly towards him. He was already prepared to attack Guyu from both sides. But who would have thought that the arrival of the ball of ice and fire would make everything come to nothing? Amidst the violent roar, Xie fully experienced what it means to be in the two heavens of ice and fire. Fortunately, his good friend Nanfuxian couldn't bear to see him suffer the most, so he directly stole his consciousness, causing Xie to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. But just as Xie fell to the ground, a circle of ice wheels rushed directly to his back, freezing him directly. Nanfuxian looked at Su Xiaoyan in surprise, and Su Xiaoyan smiled shyly. I see that he is really uncomfortable, and I want to help him relieve himself. Chapter 87 Xie, everyone is playing me. Girl, are you sure you want to help him out, rather than directly save him? Nanfuxian thought to himself as he looked at Xie, who was now shaking from the ice. This girl is also a sinister person. The result is now in front of our eyes. The combination of Guyu and Xie has lost. Wu Zhongkong nodded secretly. Su Xiaoyan's 2 shots were very crucial. It can be said that it is just the right amount of last-ditch blows. This girl's observation and control skills are quite good. And good at cooperating. These are very good qualities among peers. Nanfuxian ran over and helped Xie up, who was still shivering. Su Xiaoyan also came over and helped Xie together. Ouch! Ouch! Do you two and I have any deep hatred? Neither of you forget to give me a touch-up. Xie groaned in pain, with a look of resentment on his face. These 2 guys are really annoying. They are already in the realm of ice and fire, and they are still here to hit me. Don't you think that I, Xie, am a human being? Although this was 2 versus 3, Xie always felt like it was 1 versus 4, with everyone targeting him, especially Guyu's pig teammate, who had cheated him, and now he was still talking to Tang Wulin, saying you are awesome to the left and you are still awesome to the right. You two are great, right? I'm the worst. After all, Xie, you are very strong. If you don't make up for it, I'm really worried. Nanfuxian decided to comfort Xie, so he told him a white lie. He, yes, yes. Su Xiaoyan showed two small tiger teeth and said with a harmless smile. It's okay, I'm only averagely strong. Xie smiled sheepishly. This guy is really easy to fool. At this time, Nanfuxian turned around and reached out to Su Xiaoyan. Welcome to Class 0. Su Xiaoyan waved and high-fived him, thank you. Actually, you are all so awesome, so I can only take advantage of you. She wasn't exaggerating. She knew Nanfuxian's strength, even her brother was no match for him, but when Tang Wulin started fighting with Xie and Guyu, she was a little dumbfounded. Are these guys really monsters? This Tang Wulin's soul ring is actually at the 1000-year level? Xie's attack and Guyu's control of the 6 elements also left a very deep impression on her. In front of these 4 people, she suddenly felt insignificant. But she is a person who is good at observation. She does not act rashly, but has been waiting for opportunities. She knew that there was no comparison between herself and these 4 people during the day. Therefore, if you want to leave a good impression on teachers and them, you must seize the opportunity to show yourself. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Facts have proved that she succeeded. Long Hengxiu came to Wu Zhongkong. He had been watching the game from the side. Now, I have more confidence in your class. I also believe that I have the ability to convince the dean to increase investment in you. Teacher Wu, just say whatever you need. Wu Zhongkong said, I think the children's diet needs to be further strengthened. At this stage, nutrition is very important for them. The martial spirit is a part of the body and needs more nutrients. Donghai City is rich in all kinds of seafood, including many nourishing holy products. Give them to the children. They need a solid enough foundation for their growth. Long Hengxiu nodded slightly, I'm going to make a report. However, Teacher Wu, you also know that the existence of your 0 class puts even the dean under a lot of pressure. The resources you consume are greater than imagined. Among them, alone Chenglingtai has always been expensive. Fortunately, you succeeded in cultivating these little monsters like Class 0. But what the Academy needs more is glory, do you understand? So, the Academy may let you join Tianhai next. For the league competition, be prepared. Even if you can't get very good results, you should at least shine in people's eyes and win some glory for the college. The current goal set for you is the Outstanding Newcomer Award, or the Outstanding Newcomer Group Award. Skycia Alliance Competition. Wu Zhangkong's eyes flashed and he nodded without hesitation, send me Dabi's request. Long Hengxiu glanced at him in surprise. He originally thought that Wu Zhongkong would probably refuse. After all, these children were only 10 years old. But I didn't expect that he agreed immediately. You agreed? Wu Zhongkong said, practical combat is the best training for them. Now that they are mainly focusing on training as soul masters, they need more practical combat experience to hone their skills. That's great. I was worried that you wouldn't agree. I'll report it together immediately. I can guarantee that at least until the end of the Tianhai Alliance competition, your food supply will not be inferior to that of places like Shrek Academy. How about that? The Academy has invested a lot of money this time. Good. Come here, everyone. Wu Zhongkong walked into the competition venue and waved to the children, with Long Hengxiu following behind him. 5 people from Nanfuxian came to him. Wu Zhongkong said to Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin, and Guyu, the 3 of you performed pretty well, but you still need to be more skilled, and at the same time, don't leave any flaws. Yes. 3 people arrived. Then he turned to Xie, if you want to keep up with them, you have to work harder. The corner of Xie's mouth twitched. He really didn't relax. But, these 3 perverts are improving too fast, right? Wu Zhongkong finally looked at Su Xiaoyan. You are qualified to stay for the time being. Remember, 1 month. Okay, you can arrange your own time today. Tomorrow, we will start training together. Your opponent is me. 3 games a day. Director Long, do you have anything else to do? After saying that, Wu Zhongkong turned to look at Long Hengxiu. Ahem. Long Hengxiu coughed and turned the attention of the 5 people in Class 0 to him. Children, I saw everything you did just now. Frankly speaking, with your current strength, you have almost no rivals in the junior division. Even in the intermediate division, there are probably not many people who can beat you. You are well-deserved geniuses. I hope you will continue to work hard and not let down the cultivation that the academy has given you. Long Hengxiu encouraged the 5 people in Class 0 for a while, and then changed the subject. Now, Nanfuxian, get out of the queue. Yes. Nanfuxian responded. He was curious about Long Hengxiu. Did he have anything to say to him? Several other people also looked over curiously. Child, don't be nervous. It's the college's intention to find you this time. Long Hengxiu said to Nanfuxian with a kind face, do you still remember the Seoul train incident more than 10 days ago? Chapter 88 Crocodile Tears. Seoul train incident. After hearing Long Hengxiu's words, the other 5 people stared at Nanfuxian curiously, even Wu Zhongkong was no exception. After hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Nanfuxian immediately thought of his overwhelming wealth, which flew away because of his carelessness, and a trace of pain could not help but show on his face. As for the discovery that he was the culprit who killed most of the people on the Seoul Guide train, he didn't even think about it. When he did it, he had a good ending. With the ability of Sequence 1, he can eliminate all factors that may be detrimental to him. Child, I know the pain in your heart, but the dead are like this. You have tried your best to save those people. Don't impose too much burden on yourself. Those people who were saved by you survived precisely because of your actions. You are a hero. Long Hengxiu looked at Nanfuxian's painful expression and couldn't help but sigh, this child is really caring. More than 10 days have passed, but he still feels sad for the passengers on the Seoul train. But what should be comforted should still be comforted. After all, we can't let a good young talent get into trouble because of this matter. One of the purposes of his coming here was to see what Nanfuxian's mental state was and whether he needed some guidance. Now it seems that Nanfuxian's mentality is not bad. However, students from their own college should be rewarded for doing good deeds. Otherwise, if word spreads, they will think that they at Donghai College are petty. Thinking of the reward given to Nanfuxian by the college, Long Hengxiu paused and said, Nanfuxian, who is in Class 0 of the first grade of Donghai College, was involved in the attack on the Seoul train more than 10 days ago. He had the courage to take action, fought against the Seoul sect-level evil Soul Master, and won the battle, saving the lives of many passengers. The college hereby gives a reward. Nanfuxian can take 1,000-year elixir from the college, or an item of equivalent value. What? The rest of Class 0 exclaimed. They didn't expect Nanfuxian to have such an exciting experience this month, and what about the 1,000-year-old elixir? Or items of equivalent value? You must know that even the cheaper 1,000-year-old elixir is mostly worth more than 3 million federal coins, and the more expensive ones can even reach tens of millions of federal coins. It can be seen that the college has really spent a lot of money this time. Defeated an evil soul master at the level of the Soul sect. Wu Zhongkong murmured to himself. To him, the value of a 1,000-year elixir was only that much. The 1,000-year elixir is of great value only to soul masters of the 2nd and 3rd rings at most. For a soul emperor like him, even if he takes it, it will only increase some soul power, which is tasteless. What really surprised him was that Nanfuxian was able to kill a soul sect-level evil soul master. According to Director Long, it seemed that Nanfuxian did it single-handedly. No matter what method Nanfuxian used, he definitely killed a soul sect level evil soul master, which was very surprising. And several others. It was also obvious that Wu Zhongkong was heard muttering to himself. Recalling what Long Hengxiu said just now, several people were even more surprised. Xie couldn't help but shout, "Awesome! I was just lucky that time. You also know that my soul skills can easily cause kill at first sight without knowing it. I just took advantage of the evil soul master's arrogance to kill him." Nanfuxian scratched his head and said sheepishly that what Long Hengxiu said about the academy's rewards was what he was most concerned about. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. As for how the college knew? After all, in the Soul Train incident, some government personnel were missing, and the Federation tried its best to suppress the news. This can be seen from the fact that the Soul Train attack case did not appear in the federal news. I think it was the Sun Moon City garrison who said it. Although I have righteously rejected their idea of asking the college to issue a red flag for me, after all, this matter is not a big deal, so I reported it to the college. For a moment, Nanfuxian couldn't help but sigh. The Sun Moon City garrison is really a group of good people, so please forgive them for the fact that they may have been greedy for their loot before. Even if this is the case, then this is also a manifestation of your ability. Wu Zhongkong showed a rare smile and said to Nanfuxian, "You did a good job." Yes. But I didn't expect you, Fuxian, to hide so deeply that even the soul sect was killed by you." Xie looked exaggerated, and the others nodded in agreement. "It's a pity that I still couldn't save more people. The atmosphere has reached this level, so what else can Nanfuxian do? Of course we can only continue." I saw a drop of crocodile tears flowing out of Nanfuxian's eyes, with a look of compassion on his face, and he said with a heavy tone, "This is not your fault. You have done the best you can. Think about the people who were saved because of you. It is because of your actions that they survived." Wu Zhongkong said in a deep voice, "If you really feel guilty about this, then try your best to improve your strength so that you can save more people the next time you encounter a similar incident." Yes. You have done well enough. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to do what you do." Xie said in agreement. However, he was hit by Guyu's finishing blow. Indeed, if it were Xie, he might be hiding in that corner shivering. "Who are you saying is trembling?" Xie, Dan, said angrily. Guyu had just cheated him, and now he was still talking bad about Xie. It was really abominable. This is what is called, when I am your teammate, I am submissive. When he is your enemy, he will hit you hard. Damn it, Guyu went even further than this. Xie recalled that since he entered Donghai College and met Guyu, Xie's life had been full of troubles. Every time he quarreled with Guyu, he ended up in failure. In the competition of hard power, they were even more suppressed. Now Guyu doesn't even want to act anymore, and she's targeting him directly. Do you really think he has no temper? Who do you think I'm talking about? Guyu squinted. Haha, yes, who are you talking about? A good man doesn't fight with women, so I can't stand it. /_. After the two people interrupted, the atmosphere became lively again. Nanfuxian said directly to Long Hengxiu, "Director Long, could you please discuss with the college and exchange the reward given to me into an equivalent amount of federal coins?" Long Hengxiu frowned and said, "Are you sure? My child, you have to know that the 1000-year elixir is very rare. It is not cost-effective to directly exchange it for federal currency." This was indeed Long Hengxiu's inner thought. This time, Donghai College's reward for Nanfuxian was a 1000-year-old elixir, but it did not specify which elixir it was. There are quite a few loopholes to exploit. You must know that some rare elixirs are not only expensive, but also difficult to find on the market. This time, Long Hengxiu came to Class 0 and brought some of the people in the academy with him. He was given a catalogue of elixirs for Nanfuxian to choose from. Unexpectedly, this child didn't want elixirs, but federal coins. Yes, I'm sure. Director Long, I choose to want federal coins. Nanfusion said in a very firm tone. Chapter 89 Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar 3 Styles. For Nanfusion now, the 1000-year elixir is almost worthless, and the 10,000-year elixir is almost the same. After all, there is still soul guidance train in his body, and the energy he has collected so hard has not been absorbed. This energy is enough for him to cultivate to the Soul King level. Accepting a 1000-year-old elixir now would be of no use to him. It might take time to send the elixir to an auction in exchange for money. If that's the case, it would be better to let the Academy give him the money directly. This also eliminates the need for middlemen to make profit from the price difference. Based on his performance, I don't think he will begrudge this little federal currency if he comes to the Academy. Well, if you insist on this, I will tell the college and I can hand over the money to you probably tomorrow afternoon. Long Hengxiu said helplessly. Well, thank you, Director Long. You deserve this. After saying that, Long Hengxiu left. He was going to discuss with the dean not only the matter of Nanfusion, but also the matter of the Tianhai competition. Get ready for tomorrow's battle. I will use soul skills. After saying this, Wu Zhongkong left directly. Since Nanfusion also has the power to kill soul sect level opponents, even if there are some tricks, Wu Zhongkong would also treat him formally, so he directly modified the battle rules. Otherwise, it is very likely that the boat will capsize in the gutter. Soul skills? Xie stuttered a little, did I hear correctly? Who is Teacher Wu? He wants to use soul skills on us? Are you mistaken? Tang Wulin's facial muscles were also a little disobedient. He had seen with his own eyes how powerful Teacher Wu's soul skills were. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the same level as them, he could still use the two souls of Frostmark and Frost Mist. Skilled. The frost marks alone are enough to torture them to death, right? It seems that we have to study the tactics carefully. Nanfusion said seriously. He had also seen Wu Zhangkong's combat power through the Insect of Time. There was a huge difference between using soul skills and not using soul skills. Let's go back and discuss it. Xie did not hesitate. Skycia Alliance competition. Yes, if there are no accidents, I should participate with the people from the Blacksmith Association. I don't know if this is a good thing, so I came to ask you. When everyone in Class 0 was having lunch together, Tang Wulin suddenly asked this question and asked everyone. As soon as he heard this topic, Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. Our federation has a total of 18 first-tier cities, divided into 5 parts, namely, Southeast, Northwest, and Central. There are several big cities in each part. For example, there are actually only 2 first-tier cities in the central part, namely Tiandu City and Shrek City. Although their numbers are small, they hold a pivotal position on the mainland. Our eastern region has the most first-tier cities. There are 5 first-tier cities in total. The Tianhai Alliance is an alliance of these 5 large coastal cities. Our Donghai City, as the second largest city on the East China Sea coast, is impressively listed. Hearing that Xie only gave some introductions without mentioning the specific content and key points, Nanfusion interrupted him and said. The so-called Tianhai Alliance competition is mainly for selecting outstanding talents. It is also an opportunity for major cities to show their own heritage and development. It is a grand event that occurs every 3 years. The talents who emerge among them will have a bright future. Some of the outstanding ones will also represent the Tianhai Alliance in the 5-year federal competition. That is a grand event across the continent. The Federation's competition will be held in Shrek City, right? Su Xiaoyan continued. That's right. It's in Shrek City. But Shrek Academy does not participate in the competition. Otherwise, the results of the competition every year will probably not be suspenseful. The status of the #1 academy in the mainland has not been shaken for thousands of years. Su Xiaoyan said excitedly, doesn't that mean we also have hope? Xie on the side ruthlessly broke her fantasy, what chance are there? Our ages are really unlucky. I calculated it a long time ago. Next year will be the time for the federal competition. At that time, we were all 11 years old. The age group for the competition is the youth group between 10 and 15 years old. If we participated at the age of 11, we would be at a huge disadvantage. After all, they will face the top geniuses in the entire federation. The premise is that we can participate in the Tianhai League competition this year and get at least the top 6 in our age group. Only then are you eligible to go to Shrek City. As for the next session, we are just 16 years old, which is beyond the age of the youth group of the federal competition, and we can only compete with the group between 16 and 20 years old. It's no wonder you get good grades. So, we were born at the wrong time. Guyu had never been used to Xie yet, and said directly, what's wrong with the age of 11? Who said that you can't win the championship at the age of 11? You don't have confidence in yourself, who will have confidence in you? If you want to do it, do your best. Yes. She stood up and went to clean the rice bowl. Looking at the direction she was leaving, Xie curled his lips and said, it sounds like we can all go to the Tianhai Alliance competition. Only Woolen can go, okay. Nanfuxian smiled mysteriously at him, that's not necessarily true. After saying that, he ignored Xie's curious inquiry and continued to cook. The food in the college today was much better than usual, especially the sea cucumber. Not only did it taste good, but it also made the whole body warm and comfortable. Have a good meal and gather together in the afternoon. Discuss the dance teacher's abilities to make targeted tactical arrangements. Fusion, the ability you use to move with Xiaoyan should be your second soul skill, right? Can it also move people? It was Tang Woolen who asked this question. Xie and Guyu also looked over curiously. They were also curious about this question, but they were embarrassed to ask. Yes, this ability was also developed by me accidentally. I named it, Spiral Flash Super Rondo Roar 3 Styles. Nanfuxian said frankly. What the hell? Everyone was shocked by Nanfuxian's naming. So, that move, Screw Flash? Well, spatial movement can only be carried by touching the opponent. Tang Woolen tried to say this convoluted name, but unfortunately he still couldn't say it, so he could only use there are other ways to express it, but I didn't expect fusion to be a naming waste. No, I can also move with the other party by placing my soul on the other party. However, if this is the case, there will be a certain delay. Currently, the maximum is 2 people. In addition, as long as I have enough soul power, I can switch places with these 2 people at will during this period. In addition, if you think the name is a twist, you can also call it Ten Shao Li. Of course, I would prefer you call it by its real name. The essence of this ability is actually an alternative application of the gate ability. In addition to touching the opponent, you can also place Star Insect on the opponent to achieve the ability to teleport the opponent, but it will be slower. At the same time, during this period, Nanfuxian can still communicate with his opponent Fang exchanged places. He originally wanted to cosplay a spell to return to the battle with Aoi Ritado, which was called Unjust Game, but after thinking about it, Nanfuxian gave up on this idea. Chapter 90 The Spell of Shame. What? Everyone in Class 0 was astonished, and no one had time to complain about why it was called Ten Shao Li when it was clearly a space ability. The ability to move in space is difficult to guard against, but now it can actually move people, and even exchange places. Even if there are restrictions, this is a very powerful ability. In this case, we will have many options for future tactics. Tang Woolen said. Indeed. Guyu also nodded. The instantaneous transfer given to her by the spatial attribute ability is only limited to herself, but it also makes her fighting methods ever-changing, so she has the most say in this ability. Summarizing, there is only one way of confrontation that the 5 Nanfusion people have put together. That is, cooperation. Xiao Yan, you said you are stronger at night, can you let us take a look after dinner? Nanfusion asked Su Xiao Yan. Only by knowing your partners better can you cooperate better. Okay. Su Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. I happily agreed. In fact, before coming to school, the elders in her family specifically told her not to reveal her special abilities at will. However, after arriving here, Su Xiaoyan faced what could be said to be the best genius in the entire Donghai city. The battle during the day brought tremendous pressure to her. She knew very well whether she could stay. The most important thing is whether you can get the approval of these partners. Therefore, after thinking briefly, she agreed. She must always show her abilities, otherwise why would she stay in a genius group? Merely relying on subtle observation and precise control is not enough to stay. After dinner, night fell. Nanfusion and the other 5 came to the college's playground and walked towards the small woods in the corner. Except for Nanfusion, who had already expected it, Tang Wulin, Xie and Guyu were all curious about what Su Xiaoyan said was stronger at night. On Douluo continent, Wuhan is a strange existence, and any possibility exists. For example, Guyu's control over the 6 elements was unheard of before. What kind of novelty could Su Xiaoyan bring? The light in the grove was dim. Guyu raised her hand and held up a ball of bright golden light. A faint golden halo flowed in the palm of her hand, illuminating the surroundings. Xie, who always carries some yellow waste in his head, feels a little excited. In the woods of the college at night, this quiet feeling makes people feel mysterious and excited. Su Xiaoyan walked forward and looked up at the direction of the sky. The grove in the college is not too leafy and cannot block out the sky and sun like the one in Shengling Taichung. A few stars twinkled in the sky, and she nodded gently, I'll start. Raising his hand, he waved it into the air. A circle of yellow soul rings then rose from her feet, and a slender ice staff appeared under her control. The golden light in Guyu's palm shone on the ice staff, causing it to reflect a faint golden light and fill it with a somewhat divine brilliance. Su Xiaoyan's little face became serious, she held the ice staff high in her hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up in an instant. Stars in the sky, shining brightly, eternally brilliant, everlasting peace. Give me power, my star wheel. In her soft whisper, the top of the ice staff suddenly lit up. So shameful. This was Nanfusion's first feeling. Even as a bystander, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame when he heard these words, as if his history of Chuyunibiu had been uncovered. How could this little girl say such a shameful curse in a serious manner? Oh, she's still young, so that's no problem. Nanfusion immediately turned her thoughts back and looked at Su Xiaoyan. Nanfusion vaguely saw an inconspicuous pale golden light falling from the sky and landing on her ice staff. Suddenly, the top of the ice staff seemed to be lit with a lamp. A ball of golden light spread out and gradually turned into a golden halo with a 6-pointed star inside. The star wheel appeared, and Su Xiaoyan's whole temperament began to change. She, who was originally soft and weak, suddenly became upright, and in the starlight, she became noble and elegant, with an air of awe and inviolability. The soul ring under her feet was also filled with starlight, and a little gold star lit up on her forehead, becoming her most beautiful decoration. With a light wave of the ice staff, the magical 6-pointed star flew out and landed directly at Xie's feet. In an instant, Xie felt his whole body tighten and become cold, and he lost the ability to move. The stars were shining brightly, and star lines rose from under his feet. Wherever they passed, they turned into chains of ice, sealing his body. Xie hurriedly mobilized his soul power to resist, but he was surprised to find that there seemed to be a special force sealing him, and his soul power moved much slower than normal. This Su Xiaoyan's face looked slightly pale. She looked at everyone and said, "At night, I can use the power of the star wheel. So my martial spirit is the star wheel ice staff, not my brother's ice staff. The star wheel ice staff is a special mutated martial spirit passed down from ancient times in our family. It took hundreds of years for me to be awakened. The star wheel will grow as my strength grows, so no matter what my soul is, after it is absorbed, it will become a part of my star wheel. Only at night will it truly exert its power. Daytime here, I am an ordinary ice staff soul master, but at night, I am blessed by the stars. The star wheel will give me the astrological attribute in addition to my cold attribute, allowing me to use the power of the stars. The best thing about the astrological attribute is its absolute validity. With my current strength, I can use the star wheel as a guide to immobilize a person. The speed of his resolution is related to his own cultivation level. But at the very least, it can hold him in place for just 1 second. Astrological attributes? They had never heard of this. However, the facts are before our eyes. Xie, who has the highest soul power among the people, who does not yet know Nanfuxian's soul power, has not been able to break free from the star wheel for 5 seconds. There are so many things that can be done in 5 seconds. At least Nanfuxian, who is a crispy mage, is not sure that he can break free. Of course, the premise is that Su Xiaoyan can hit him. After using the star wheel, do you still have fighting ability? Gu Yu suddenly asked Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, "No, I can't move when I use the star wheel ability, otherwise it will be released. Otherwise, its power will not be so great. Therefore, the biggest advantage of my ability is cooperate. According to the records in my family's classics, when my cultivation level becomes higher, my astrological attributes will also bring other additional abilities. It's equivalent to each of my soul rings, allowing me to have 2 soul skills at night, twin martial souls that can change directions. There is nothing I can do during the day. It's just an ice staff." Sure enough, strong abilities must have strong constraints. She cannot move or attack additionally when using the power of astrology, which limits her ability to be invincible in one-on-one situations. And it can only be used at night. But even so, one can imagine how terrifying this ability is in a team. At critical moments, it can definitely turn things around. There are so many things you can do by staying still for at least 1 second. Take your magical powers away, little ant. Xie grimaced. Su Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, and the star wheel ice staff in his hand flashed, and the golden light and ice chain on Xie disappeared at the same time. In fact, she could no longer hold on. Behind her strength, the consumption was equally huge. And if Xie continues to struggle, he can still break free. Chapter 91 Challenge Wu Zhongkong. It's a pity that we can't change the day and night. Otherwise, we might give Teacher Wu a surprise. Xie said tremblingly. His body is still a little stiff now. The star wheel chain is a combination of astrology and ice properties. It is not a comfortable thing to bear. Nanfuxian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We can take the initiative to find the dance teacher for discussion. I believe he will not object." Xie and him looked at each other, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. He couldn't bear the feeling just now by himself. It was absolutely established in 1 second, coupled with Nanfuxian's control. Maybe I can give Teacher Wu a big surprise. The next moment, the 5 of them all sat down cross-legged in tacit understanding and began to meditate and practice. "You want to challenge me now?" Wu Zhongkong was a little surprised by what the 5 students who arrived said. "Yes, please teach us, teacher," Nanfuxian said seriously. "Let's go." Wu Zhongkong nodded. It was already very late now, and the lights in the dormitory were basically turned off. He did not take them to the actual combat area, but went directly to the playground. "These little guys are feeling uncomfortable, or they want to give him some surprises. No matter which way, it will satisfy them. The playground in the middle of the night is quiet and dark. Wu Zhongkong didn't stop until he reached the middle of the playground. Bai Yi shook his head lightly and said calmly, "Come on." Nan Fuxian said, "Teacher Wu, you are so powerful, shouldn't you suppress your strength to fight us? Our highest level is only 2 levels, and you have suppressed your cultivation to 2 environmental realms, and you can only use the first 2 soul skills, right?" Wu Zhongkong narrowed his eyes slightly. He is an adult. If he can't guess the mentality of children, then he is not worthy of being a teacher. From Nan Fuxian's words, he clearly heard that these little guys want to win. The strength of the 4 of them is well known to him. Although Nan Fuxian's soul skills are strong, the threat is not that great as long as he is prepared. Then, the problem can only occur with Su Xiaoyan. "Okay." Wu Zhongkong replied coldly. For him, winning or losing is acceptable. Even if the soul power and soul skills are suppressed at the 2nd level, the physical fitness, reaction ability and combat experience of the Soul Emperor level cannot be suppressed. Let him see what confidence these little guys have to fight him. Nan Fuxian exchanged glances with his companions, and immediately led the 4 of them back quickly while forming a formation. Tang Wulin, Xie Xie and Gu Yu lined up one after another, with Nan Fuxian and Su Xiaoyan behind them. This is the famous 3-2 formation. Circles of soul rings lit up, becoming particularly vivid in this night. Tang Wulin was the first to take action. Strands of blue-silver grass swarmed out, covering an area of dozens of square meters in an instant, blocking all the friends behind. At the same time, Tang Wulin's right arm was already covered with golden light, and pale golden light shone. In the middle, the right arm is covered with diamond-shaped dragon scales. He shouted low and rushed towards Wu Zhongkong. The blue-silver grass swarmed up and directly activated his soul skill, Entanglement. Hundreds of blue-silver grass whizzed up, and the 1000-year soul ring skill was activated, which was quite astonishing. When Tang Wulin launched his charge, the air roared loudly driven by the blue-silver grass. One of the blue-silver cao lightly threw a figure into the air, it was Xie Xie. Xie Xie flew over Wu Zhongkong's head and suddenly fell in the air above his body. Without any reservation, the double dragon storm opened, fell from the sky, and attacked. Not only that, wind blades, fireballs, and ice cones all shot towards Wu Zhongkong, the last ones arriving first. When Xie Xie began to fall, they had already arrived in front of Wu Zhongkong first. If they want to defeat Teacher Wu, they all know that the longer the time, the smaller the chance. Only a momentary burst can have a chance of victory. Wu Zhongkong stood on the spot, holding the Tianshuang sword in his right hand, and lightly pinching the tip of the sword with his left hand. Facing the attacks of the teenagers, he stood motionless without any emotion on his face. It seemed that in this world, there was no such thing as what can affect his emotional existence. The next moment, a faint layer of ice mist appeared on his body, and the ice mist spread quickly from his body, covering Tang Wulin and Xie Xie who were close to him. The second soul skill, Frost Mist. This is used to guard against Nan Fuxian's soul skill. Nan Fuxian's first soul skill requires sight of the opponent or mental locking of the opponent. If this is the case, then Wu Zhongkong directly covers himself with Frost Mist. In this ice mist it is also mixed with his mental power, which can effectively prevent Nan Fuxian's mental power from locking. At the same time, this also effectively defended Su Xiaoyan. No matter what ability he had, it was meaningless as long as he couldn't see his opponent and use it. The Skyfrost sword in his hand bounced up, and a circle of light blue halo expanded. This halo seemed to have endless attraction, absorbing Gu Yu's attack and being guided into the air. Gu Yu felt that she had lost control of these elemental attacks in an instant. Simple and effective. This has always been what Wu Zhongkong is good at. The double dragon storm continued to crush elemental attacks, but the indomitable momentum when falling from the sky was also affected. Purple light flashed in Wu Changkong's eyes, and Tang Wulin subconsciously activated his purple demon eyes to fight, but he still felt dizzy, and the entangled blue-silver grass slowed down a beat. Wu Zhongkong Tianzhuang's sword turned around, and the solemnity when drawing circles disappeared, turning into an unparalleled lightness. The light sword threads quietly floated out, accurately landing on the blue-silver grass, and the surface of the blue-silver grass suddenly frost fog appears and then ripples away. It seemed that with just one slash of his sword, hundreds of sword threads burst out, fending off all the blue-silver grass without fail. In the sky, the double dragon storm fell, and Wu Changkong's figure suddenly became illusory. The Tang Sec's unique skill was followed by a ghostly figure. At the beginning, Xie could keep up with his pace and constantly adjusted his attack direction. However, his changes were too fast. By the time the double dragon storm was about to land, he had completely lost its lock on him. The attack failed. A streak of ice was thrown back, and Xie only had time to block it with the light dragon blade. The chill came and he was knocked away. At this moment, Tang Wulin happened to be in front of Wu Zhongkong. One-on-one, even if Wu Zhongkong suppressed his cultivation, he had no chance. However, at this moment, Wu Zhongkong made a choice that surprised everyone. A series of sword threads suddenly burst out. Not only that, a cloud of frost mist also burst out from his body and spread to the surroundings. The fine sword threads instantly intertwined into a large net around his body, completely protecting his entire body. Chapter 92-1. Just when Wu Zhongkong was protecting himself, an invisible wave hit his mind, causing him to fall into a brief state of trance. It was unknown when Nanfuxian, who had transferred himself into the ice mist, took action. Kang Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw grabbed into the sword wire and immediately disintegrated a large piece of sword wire. Although this claw shattered the ice threads in front of him, he himself was greatly shocked and took a step back. It was at this step that his offensive had been affected. Nanfuxian's control was activated at the most critical moment, but no one expected that Wu Zhongkong would actually defend himself. This defense was just right. Wu Zhongkong's eyes sparkled. The ice mist on his body reappeared. Even if he suppresses his cultivation to 2 levels, it will be much more powerful than everyone else's 2 levels, because those are 2 compressed levels, coupled with the gap in the application of soul power. Even if Nanfuxian could control him, it would only last for 2 or 3 seconds at most. After all, his mental power is not suppressed. At most, he only suppresses his own perception. It was enough for Shuanghen to protect him for 2 or 3 seconds. The Tianzhuang sword bounced up again, this time it went straight to Nanfuxian. Since you dare to teleport in, I'll just get rid of you first. This is Wu Zhongkong's idea. Among the 5, the most troublesome one is Nanfuxian. His ability to control from time to time can always give him a boost at critical moments. Once he was under control, he would be greeted by a storm of attacks from Tang Wulin and others. It would be even more troublesome after Nanfuxian gained the space ability after passing the second ring. That can be said to be an uninterrupted spatial transfer, making Nanfuxian as slippery as a loach and even more troublesome than Guyu. At least there is still cooling time for Guyu's teleportation. Seeing that the Tianzhuang sword was about to fall on Nanfuxian, Wu Zhongkong saw the smile on Nanfuxian's face. I felt something bad subconsciously. Frost marks erupted again. I want to rearrange my defenses again. But, this time, it was too late. At his feet, a golden 6-pointed star with a halo quietly appeared, and golden discs of light spiraled onto his body and turned into chains of ice. Lock his body. Su Xiaoyan, isn't she outside Shuang Mist? It was Wu Zhongkong's idea. Even if his perception was limited to the second ring level, he wouldn't be able to detect when Su Xiaoyan entered the frost mist. And this chain? At this moment, a gentle palm silently touched his back. Immediately afterwards, a strong elemental storm suddenly burst out. It was a double attack of ice and fire. A layer of frost naturally appeared on Wu Zhangkong's body, but amidst the explosion, he still couldn't help but staggered. The powerful soul power that instantly burst out from his body pushed all the boys and girls around him away. His originally cold expression had turned a bit ugly. Long live! Su Xiaoyan was the first to cheer. Yes! They won! At the last moment, Wu Zhangkong had clearly exploded with a cultivation level far beyond the second level, and was able to avert the danger. The Tianchuang sword was withdrawn. As Wu Zhangkong, it was of course impossible for him not to admit his failure. He asked calmly, "Who set the trap?" Nan Fuxian chuckled. "Teacher, it's me." Wu Zhangkong asked, "Is this space exchange also your ability?" When he was controlled by Su Xiaoyan, he noticed that Tang Wulin's original position changed to Su Xiaoyan's. Tang Wulin himself stood in Su Xiaoyan's original position. Obviously this is the ability to swap spaces. Nan Fuxian said, "Yes." Wu Zhangkong nodded, "Very good. If we continue tomorrow, I will raise my cultivation level to the 4th level, and my soul skills will also be 4. After saying this, he turned around and left, his white clothes fluttering, and he remained as cold as ever. After experiencing the battle just now, he knew very well that the 5 members of Class 0 still seemed to have a lot of energy left. And Nan Fuxian's control ability, coupled with Su Xiaoyan's Star Wheel Ice Staff. If you use the ability of the 3rd ring, it will have no practical significance. The 5 people who were originally excited suddenly seemed to be frozen. All the expressions on his face were frozen. 4 rings? Why did you directly skip the 3rd ring and change to the 4th ring? That's a qualitative difference. Just like the gap between a blacksmith from 100 forgings to a first level one for 1,000 forgings, or from 1,000 forgings to a spiritual forging. Originally they thought that this victory would allow them to avoid training tomorrow or change their training methods, but they never expected that not only did they not succeed, but... No, this is not what we want. Xie grimaced. In the battle just now, his role was that of cannon fodder, just used to attract Wu Zhangkong's attention. Moreover, I clearly told the other party that I was cannon fodder. It was definitely impossible for Wu Zhangkong to think that he was the main attacker, but the double dragon storm was quite a threat at the same level and attracted a lot of Wu Zhangkong's attention. Nan Fuxian had already made a lot of judgments when he was planning the layout. For example, they invited Wu Zhangkong to come for actual combat training at night, which in itself would easily make people suspicious. Teacher Wu knew the 4 of them very well, so naturally her doubts fell on Su Xiaoyan. The most ingenious part of this layout is that it follows Wu Zhangkong's way of thinking. Let him imagine his habitual thinking, and he clearly believed that the final blow must be completed by Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw. Because in the previous battles, Tang Wulin almost always struck the final blow. In addition, Wu Zhangkong also used frost mist to block Su Xiaoyan's line of sight, making it impossible for her to lock onto him. It was inevitable that she would be careless. In fact, the same is true for the previous layout. From the initial attack by Tang Wulin, to Xie falling from the sky, Gu used tacit cooperation, and finally Nan Fuxian's control. All of this seems to be leading in this direction. But, it was time to actually launch the attack. Their attack methods were all exposed. At this time, Gu Yu was already preparing for the 2 layers of ice and fire after the initial attack. However, covered by the 1,000-year soul skill of blue-silver grass, the aura is not obvious. At the last moment, Tang Wulin was repulsed, and the moment Wu Zhangkong recovered from Nan Fuxian's control, he finally relaxed. Because everything was as he imagined. Su Xiaoyan, whose vision was covered, basically did not play any role. At that time, he subconsciously believed that the 5 Nan Fuxian people were already at the end of their rope. Under the influence of so many factors, he relaxed in that moment when facing Nan Fuxian about to launch an attack. Space teleportation has become the last resort. Su Xiaoyan instantly switched places with Tang Wulin and controlled him, while the ice and fire heaven that Gu Yu had prepared was sent behind him. The cultivation level is suppressed at the same level, and even the spiritual level is suppressed. Wu Zhangkong's perception dropped significantly, and then a few teenagers succeeded. If he hadn't burst out with stronger soul power at the last moment, he would definitely have been defeated. This layout may not be called perfect, but it makes flexible use of everyone's abilities and makes profound use of people's psychology. That's why Wu Zhangkong asked who was responsible for the layout. Such a layout, appearing on several 10-year-old children, can only be described as limitless. Therefore, what Nan Fuxian and the other 5 did not see was that a smile flashed across Wu Changkong's eyes when he left. For a teacher, what else is there to be dissatisfied about having such students? He was equally impressed by Su Xiaoyan's star wheel ice chain. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't break free immediately, which was enough to prove Su Xiaoyan's ability. Coupled with Nan Fuxian's ability to transfer space, it seems that by participating in the Tianhai Alliance competition, they may give the Academy and themselves a surprise. Chapter 93 Tianhai Alliance competition. Except for Nan Fuxian and Gu Yu, the other 3 people returned to the dormitory with sad faces. They had to go on with their lives. As for what it will be like tomorrow without the star wheel ice chain, facing Wu Zhangkong and the 4 surroundings, we can only take it one step at a time. The intense study and cultivation life begins again with the beginning of school. Su Xiaoyan integrated into the team very quickly. She is very smart and good at cooperating with others. In terms of personality, she is lively and cute, which is exactly the opposite of Gu Yu's reticence. However, during the day, her strength was indeed weaker, so she also worked very hard to improve herself. What makes Nan Fuxian a little helpless is that this little girl keeps pestering him. He is obviously not a parasite yet. Why is Su Xiaoyan so enthusiastic? Is the attraction of a hero saving a beauty so great? Fortunately, this girl didn't delay her classes and practice. Su Xiaoyan's talent is very good. In just 1 month, he has reached level 18 soul power, but as the captain, Tang Wulin has not yet been able to break through level 17. No matter how good Xian Gong is, his blue-silver grass martial spirit will only improve slowly if it is there. Let's go to Tianhai City tomorrow. Wu Zhangkong said to the 5 students. After class, Tang Wulin will stay. Going to Tianhai City? The largest city on the east coast? The 5 of them looked at each other, and Xie couldn't help but ask. Are we going to watch the Tianhai Alliance competition? Teacher Wu. Wu Zhangkong glanced at him. It's to participate, not to observe. Join? Hearing these 2 words, Xie's eyes suddenly widened. Participate in the Tianhai Alliance competition? Nan Fuxian raised his hand. Wu Zhangkong glanced at him and said, Say. Teacher Wu, what competition are we going to participate in? Wu Zhangkong said, Youth Group, 3-person team competition. The Tianhai League competition is very large, and there are many competition categories. Especially the Soul Master competition. It is divided into individual competition and team competition. The team competition is divided into 3-person team competition, 5-person team competition and 7-person team competition. The one that gets the most attention is the 7-person team competition. There are 3 of you going to participate. Xie and Su Xiaoyan are substitutes, and you 3 are the main force. Although Tang Wulin is the captain, he still has to compete in the blacksmith competition. So as the vice-captain, you should also think more about how you can achieve good results in the team competition. Your goal is to win the championship. Afterwards, Wu Zhangkong waved his hand and drove Nan Fuxian, Xie, Gu Yu, and Su Xiaoyan out. Frankly speaking, he still had some regrets in his heart. If Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi were still there, along with Su Xiaoyan, who had just joined, and Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, Gu Yu, and Xie, then they would have participated in the 7th qualified for the team competition. The 7-person team competition is the most watched competition in the Soul Master competition. It can not only better reflect the team's coordination ability, but also exercise mutual trust and the overall view of the Soul Master. More importantly, the legendary Shrek 7 monsters are 7 people. According to historical records, the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters relied on their talent and strength to defeat the evil Spirit Hall team 20,000 years ago. This was also the beginning of Shrek Academy's fame in the mainland. Then, the second generation Shrek 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago, even though they were far different in age and soul power, defeated the Federation's predecessor, the Sun Moon team of the Sun Moon Empire, and defended the honor of Shrek Academy. Therefore, the 7-person team competition has always had a special status in Douluo continent. However, it is a pity that this group of children is still too young, and there are not enough people. A gleam of darkness flashed in Wu Zhangkong's eyes. On the other side, Nan Fuxian and others did not go back to their dormitories directly, but waited for Tang Wulin to come back at the door of the dormitory. Tang Wulin came back after a while. "How's it going? What's going on?" Facing the inquiries from Nan Fuxian and others, Tang Wulin said, "Teacher Wu, you just told me to pay attention to my own condition when participating in the blacksmith competition, so as not to drag myself down. By the way, Teacher Wu also said that if you participate in this competition and enter the top 16 in the team competition, you will get a relatively generous bonus. You can also get bonuses by entering the top 32 in the individual competition. I will participate in the individual competition. Do you want to participate?" "I also want to participate in the individual competition," Gu Yu said seriously. "Yes, said proudly, "I want it too." Su Xiaoyan shook his head, "I don't want it anymore. It's not a night game. Even if it is a night game, I don't have a chance. I'd better participate in the team competition and serve as a foil for you." Nan Fuxian nodded, "I'll join in too." Xie chuckled and said, "Tell me, if we win the championship, will Shrek Academy send us an invitation letter to invite us to join?" Nan Fuxian curled his lips and said, "Stop dreaming. Even if you win the championship, it will only be the most inconspicuous 3-person team championship in the Tianhai League's youth competition. If it were so easy to join Shrek Academy, then the number of people who could join Shrek Academy would at least double every year." Su Xiaoyan also echoed, "The existence of Shrek Academy cannot be judged by common sense. It is said that the number of students in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy has never exceeded 100. Every inner courtyard student is an extremely terrifying existence. It is not an exaggeration to call that place the Dragon Pond and the Tiger's Den. I heard that even the Federation chairman has to go to Shrek City to meet with the Dean of Shrek Academy twice every year. If Shrek Academy had not always maintained neutrality towards the disputes between the 3 continents, do you think Star Luo continent and Tiandu continent could still exist?" Tang Wulin said in surprise, "Shrek is the academy so powerful?" Su Xiaoyan said seriously, "Yes. I heard my family say that that place is completely different from the world of us ordinary people. Shrek Academy openly recruits students every 3 years. There are no less than 1,000 people who are eligible to register each time, but there are rarely more than 100 people who can enter the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. Sometimes there are only 20 or 30 people. Among these people, less than 1 in 10 will be qualified to enter the inner court in the future. One can imagine how high the requirements there are." Nan Fuxian looked at the shocked Tang Wulin and Xie, and shook his head secretly. How could Shrek Academy not be powerful? It could suck blood from the entire continent, and there was even a golden ancient tree in the inner courtyard. Every 3 years, we absorb the geniuses on this continent. People with good talents but average backgrounds are recruited. He has good talent, a good background, and is on good terms with Shrek Academy. After thousands of years of development, there is no problem unless he is strong. As for the so-called neutrality, it is even more ridiculous. If it hadn't been for Shrek Academy and the Tang sect, the Federation would have occupied the other 2 continents long ago. Chapter 94, Go Pig with Your Own Cabbage. Although he was slandering Shrek Academy in his heart, there was nothing unusual on Nan Fuxian's face. Nan Fuxian said, "No matter how you say it, this is a good opportunity for us. Don't think too much about the ranking. As long as we try our best, it will be a very good practical exercise. As long as we work hard, we might have a chance to join Shrek Academy in the future." "That's right, let's work hard together." Tang Wulin agreed very much with Nan Fuxian's words. After speaking, he took the lead in extending his hand. Gu Yu quickly stretched out her hands and placed her hand on the back of Tang Wulin's hand. The other hand took Su Xiaoyan's hand and placed it on the back of her hand. Xie Xie, as a combat spirit master of the agility attack system, reacted a little too slowly. Just when he was about to put his hand on it, Su Xiaoyan immediately took Nan Fuxian's hand and covered it. In the end, Xie Xie could only put his hand on the top and said angrily, "How much do you 2 hate me?" Gu Yu and Su Xiaoyan looked at each other, then smiled and said in unison, "It's about the same as hating flies." You. Plate, number. After a night of silence, Wu Zhongkong led the 4 members of Class 0 out of the academy early the next morning and went straight to Donghai Square in the center of Donghai City. The 4 of them, Tang Wulin, were all wearing the uniforms of Donghai College. This time they were led not only by Wu Zhongkong, but also by the Dean of Students, Long Hengxiu. It wasn't just their group that represented the college in the competition, there were also people from the senior department. The senior division is participating in the youth group competition between the ages of 15 and 20. Nan Fuxian discovered that one of them was Su Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyan's brother. There was another one, and it was surprisingly the beautiful senior Lu Yuxin who was sent by the college to pick up the new students when he first came to Donghai City. "Xiaoyan, if they bully you, tell me." When Su Xiaoyu passed by Nan Fuxian and the other 5, he said to his sister as if he was demonstrating. Su Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, "Mind yourselves. Don't you guys fail to pass the preliminaries again this time." Su Xiaoyu's expression froze, "Impossible. All of our competitors this time are above 3 rings. We will definitely get good results. They are also participating in the team competition, and it is also the most valued 7-person team competition." Su Xiaoyan curled his lips. From the conversation between their brothers and sisters, Nan Fuxian could tell that Donghai Academy's results in past competitions were not ideal. And it doesn't seem to be generally unsatisfactory. As the 2nd largest city on the East Coast, Donghai City has achieved such results. No wonder the academy is anxious. In fact, Nan Fuxian's guess is very correct. As the only intermediate Soul Master Academy in Donghai City, Donghai College has low overall quality of students. The Tianhai Alliance competition is organized by 5 first-tier cities on the East Coast, supplemented by some 2nd and 3rd-tier cities. As one of the big cities, Donghai City's results in previous competitions were worrying. Not only was the academy in disgrace, but even the ruling officials of Donghai City were extremely embarrassed. This is also the reason why Long Hengxiu's proposal to establish Class 0 based on the emergence of talents was quickly approved. If this continues, Donghai City's reputation will be affected. In terms of economy, Donghai City is developing very rapidly. With the help of the Tianhai Alliance competition this time, the Academy also hopes that these 10-year-old children can make the top leaders of major cities in the Tianhai Alliance see the potential of Donghai City, and also hopes to get more official help and support from Donghai City. After all, they are only 10 years old and their future is unlimited. A lot of people have already gathered here in Donghai Square, and there are also very luxurious Soul buses. Act in unity and set off in unity. At this moment, the square seemed to be noisy. There were quite a lot of people participating in the competition representing various associations and representing the college. There are also representative teams from other colleges. The Tianhai Alliance competition is all-round, including mecha competitions, and there is also a dedicated armor competition. Just like Donghai College's embarrassing position in the Tianhai Alliance, the Tianhai Alliance's position in the entire federation is also relatively embarrassing. In terms of economy, it is definitely among the best. When it comes to other aspects, such as combat armor masters, mecha technology, the number of soul masters, and the quality of soul masters, they are all ranked low in the alliance. The advantages in these aspects are all in Sun Moon City, that is, Mingdu and Tiandu City. As for Shrek City, it is not included in the federal evaluation. After all, from some kind of in a sense, Shrek City is not under the jurisdiction of the Federation. Teachers and students of Donghai College, get on the bus. Donghai College is bus number 6. Under the leadership of the teachers, everyone got into the car. Guyu naturally kicked Xie away and sat with Tang Wulin. Xie could only retreat to the next best thing. She just wanted to be by Su Xiaoyan's side, but was picked up by Su Xiaoyu and put aside, and she sat next to her sister. You. Xie was angry, but his strength was not as good as others, and in desperation, he had to retreat one more seat. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to sit down, he was pushed aside by his sister. Then he saw a scene that made him dizzy. His sister looked to the side enthusiastically and said, "Fusion, this side, this side." After saying that, and patted the seats. Then, I saw the man who didn't talk about martial arts, came to cheat, came to sneak attack, and narrowly defeated him last time, Nan Fusion. Smiling at him, "I'm sorry." Su Xiaoyu could only sit back depressedly, sitting next to Xie, staring at the two people in front of him. Nan Fusion leaned on the seat and closed his eyes to recuperate, but Su Xiaoyan next to him had been talking to him about something, so he could only respond from time to time. At this scene, Su Xiaoyu from the back was furious. His sister wanted to talk to you, but you were still so perfunctory. Su Xiaoyu felt that his fist was hard. He wanted to step forward to talk, but was glared at by Su Xiaoyan, so he could only sit back in his seat angrily. Xie, who was beside him, saw this scene and smiled secretly, "Let you grab my seat," and now he is looking at his sister to be pried away, to ask you whether you are cool or not. At this time, a palm was placed on Xie's shoulder. Xie turned to look. Su Xiaoyu was looking at him with a kind face, and said, "I would like to ask, my sister's daily life in Class 0, can please tell me in detail?" "Hey? This is your attitude for asking for advice? Hey?" Xie raised his eyebrows, just about to refuse, when he felt the pressure of Su Xiaoyu's more than 30-level Soul Lord, pressing on him, so he decisively followed his heart. "You have asked the right person. Whether it's Su Xiaoyan or anyone else. No one in Class 0 understands their daily life better than me." Su Xiaoyu heard the words, nodded with satisfaction, withdrew the soul power that was pressing on Xie's body, and listened carefully to Xie's narration, but the more he listened, the less powerful he became. Why does it seem that our own cabbage took the initiative to fuck the pig? Chapter 95 Deep Parasitism. Not to mention that Su Xiaoyu in the back seat was brainstorming. At this time, Nan Fusion already had a drowsy feeling, his two eyelids were closing up and down. Su Xiaoyan on the side saw this and knew how to stop talking, and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. There were occasional conversations in the car, and they would also lower their voices. In such a somewhat tense atmosphere, the Soul Guide bus slowly drove out of the square and identified the direction. It gradually accelerated and led them towards the outside of Donghai City. It was in this not optimistic atmosphere that the Soul-guided bus of the Donghai City delegation entered the highway and began to speed up. The Soul Guide Expressway uses magnetic levitation technology as well as Soul Guide technology to greatly increase the speed of the Soul Guide bus, which can reach half of the Soul Guide train. If not a particularly long distance. More convenient than the Soul Guide train. There is still a long distance from Donghai City to Tianhai City, and the Seoul Guide bus needs to drive for about 4 hours. But Nanfushan fell asleep like this along the way. When there was still a short distance from his destination, Nanfushan opened his eyes. Since he experienced the last Seoul-guided train attack, he had basically maintained a kind of shallow sleep in this kind of bus feeling so that one can better cope with emergencies. At this time, he felt his shoulder a little sore, as if something heavy was pressing on it. He turned his head and looked, only to see Su Xiaoyan sleeping on his shoulder. In a deep sleep, Su Xiaoyan's beauty became more pure and flawless. Her face appeared more clear in the light that occasionally shone through the curtains, without the usual liveliness, only quiet and peaceful. In her sleeping face, she was smiling, and 2 wine nests were looming on her white cheeks. Sometimes she pouted, sometimes she murmured, and she couldn't understand what she was talking about. Soon, the bus arrived at its destination and began to shout for passengers to get off. Nanfushan woke up Su Xiaoyan. The girl's sky-blue eyelashes moved, her hands gently rubbed her eyes, a face of sleepy eyes, hazy cute appearance. Nanfushan turned his head and prepared to wake Xie up, but saw him and Su Xiaoyu leaning their heads together, sleeping soundly. Nanfushan woke the 2 of them up, and casually also woke up Guyu and Tang Woolen, who were leaning against each other in the front row. The group of people got off the bus one after another. Like Donghai City, Tianhai City, adjacent to the sea, and better located, has the largest port and dock in the entire continent. The Federation Navy was stationed outside Tianhai City, and in the distance they could vaguely see huge warships anchored in the sea. It is precisely because of the strong military power here that Tianhai City has become the largest city on the east coast and has a pivotal position on the mainland. Is not inferior to some large cities in the interior. Ordinary people have to serve in the military when they are 18 years old. Within the scope of the Tianhai Alliance, the first choice for those selected to serve is the Navy on this side of Tianhai City. Nanfushan was still far from being 18, and as a Seoul master, he had the power of his choice. If he chooses to join the Navy, with his talent, he can at least obtain a high-level position. Unlike Donghai City, the Skyhiken is mountainous, so many buildings are built on the mountains. It looks more cascading. Some high-rise buildings are built on the mountains, which really makes it feel like they are going straight into the clouds. The people leading the team in Donghai City are officials from the administrative residence, and they have already contacted Tianhai City. Nanfushan and his 5 members from Class 0 are the youngest among the Donghai people who came to compete on this trip. Of course there is nothing to pay attention to outside things. Just follow the group. They were taken to a luxurious hotel to stay. The hotel was very unique. Half of the building was in the sea, and every room could see the sea. It gives people the feeling of embracing the sea. Nanfushan and Tang Woolen were in the same room, and Guyu and Su Xiaoyan were in another room. As for Xie, he and Wu Zhongkong were in the same room. When he learned the news, Xie was on the verge of tears. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the Tianhai Alliance competition. At the same time, there will also be a drawing ceremony, and then there will be a competition. This is what Wu Zhongkong told them, simple cannot be any simpler. He didn't tell them how to deal with the game. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Tang Woolen hurried over and opened the door. Outside the door, a handsome figure stood, it was Mu Xi. Follow me. Mu Xi pulled Tang Woolen and walked out. Tang Woolen turned around helplessly and said to Nanfushan in the room, Fushan, I'll go out with my senior sister for a while and I'll be back later. Go. Nanfushan was sitting on the bed, closing his eyes and concentrating. After Tang Woolen and Mu Xi walked away, he opened his eyes. It was time to implement his previous guess. Whether you can advance to sequence 4 depends on this time. Thinking of this, even Nanfushan felt a little nervous, but he still suppressed his nervousness, opened the door and walked out. The competition was about to begin. Even while walking in the corridor, Nanfuxian could vaguely feel the fiery atmosphere of the Tianhai Alliance competition. Almost all the guests in the hotel were related to the competition, not only those from Donghai City who came to compete, but also from other cities. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry and thoughtful. Nanfuxian walked to a room according to the hotel's house number and knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing a handsome young man with sea blue hair. He looked at Nanfuxian outside the door and said, "May I ask who you are?" Nanfuxian didn't waste any time and directly used the martial soul's ability, the first soul skill, the deep parasitism. Nanfuxian directly used 3 worms of time to control the young man, and then smiled at him and said, "Won't you invite me in to sit down?" "Of course, please come in." The young man leaned slightly to make way for Nanfuxian to enter the room. After Nanfuxian entered the room, he closed the door directly. "Captain, who is this?" There was also a young man who lived with him in the room, who was looking at Nanfuxian curiously. Nanfuxian glanced at him and directly consumed 3 worms of time to control the young man. "Hey, this is quite a waste. I didn't expect that the first target of my deep parasitism would be neither Wu Chongkong nor Su Xiaoyan, but you too." Nanfuxian sighed, as for why he didn't say thank you. It can only be said that the current Xiexye's talent is really too average. Xiexye, who has never entered Shrek Academy for further studies and has not experienced Yuan and Yehui's severe beatings, is now too poor in terms of strength and determination. Chapter 96: A surprise for Shrek. It's not that Xiexye can't afford to be a parasite, but Wu Chongkong and Su Xiaoyan are more cost-effective. Needless to say, Wu Zhangkong's talent and strength are all top-notch. As long as he is willing to go back to Shrek Academy, he will be a guaranteed super Douluo in the future. As for Su Xiaoyan, the absolute validity of the Star Wheel Ice staff gives her the potential to become the #1 controller in Douluo continent. She also succeeded in doing so in the original work, although her Star Wheel Ice staff is still unstable now. However, Nanfuxian remembered that it seemed that during the final exam of Shrek School, she mutated the martial soul and completely evolved it. It was absolutely true that she could use the Star Wheel Ice staff even during the day. But Xiexye is different. His current mentality is too casual. He works hard but is not desperate. Although they are twin martial spirits, they are companions. Even if the 2 martial spirits are used together, they cannot defeat those super martial spirits. Unless he can completely fuse the 2 martial spirits, he can completely become the Dragon of Time and Space in the original work, but that will have to wait until he is fascinated by Yuan and Yehui before he can work hard to become stronger. Now a little less interesting. Returning to the topic, Nanfuxian also learned the names of the 2 boys he parasitized. The name of the first boy he parasitized was Zhang Wuji. However, he neither knew the 9 sun magic skills nor the great shift of the universe, nor did he receive any Xianming divine palm. He was the heir of a large family in Tianhai City, and many people in his family were officials in Tianhai City. His martial spirit is their family's inherited martial spirit, Hai Long. Hai Long, the martial soul with the title of dragon, is without exception a very powerful martial soul, and Hai Long martial soul is the best among them. Zhang Wuji is 17 years old, but his soul power has reached level 39. Even in the family, he still has a high status. The second young man controlled was from a civilian background and his name was Zhang Hulan. But he is a normal person, and he does not shake the green lotus, let alone walk the bird under the moon. Soul power level 36, martial soul, water element. Of course, the most important thing is the identity of these 2 people. They were the champions of the youth group and 7-person team competition in the last Tianhai League competition. They are here. The purpose of coming to participate in the Tianhai League competition is to win the youth group, 7-person team competition. Except for them, their teammates are resting in other rooms in the hotel, but it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to control Zhang Wuji, the captain first. Purpose? Naturally, it was to give the Shrek team a little surprise that was about to appear at the opening ceremony. However, before he can do this, he must first control one of the organizers of the Tianhai Alliance competition, so that they can have a chance to appear. Hey, it seems that we have to borrow the power of Source Castle again, but this time it can't control the power of Sequence 4, so the burden is still affordable. Nan Fuxian exhaled. What happened next was just an attempt on his part. If he didn't succeed, he would be fine. Shrek Academy, look forward to the surprise I have for you. The opening ceremony of the Tianhai League competition was held at Tianhai Stadium, a huge stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people at the same time. It is also the largest among all the cities in the Tianhai Alliance. The Tianhai Alliance competition is the biggest event in the East China Sea Economic Circle, and will also attract the attention of the entire federation. Every year in the competition, some outstanding talents emerge. In fact, the original intention of the Tianhai Alliance competition is to select and train outstanding talents for the Tianhai Alliance to become the pillars of the alliance. There are many parties in the federation, and the Tianhai Alliance itself is a powerful force. Especially in terms of economics, he can be regarded as one of the league's giants. However, what is very frustrating for the Tianhai Alliance is that because the entire East China Sea started to develop relatively late, it is easy to grow economically, but it does not take a day or two to improve the foundation. Many big cities in the inland have large families that have been inherited for thousands or even 10,000 years. The talents in these families have been cultivated through many years of experience, and they have a strong foundation and a deep foundation. Therefore, in terms of talents, Tianhai Alliance has always been the most deficient. As a result, we are always lagging behind in some key talents. In the eyes of inland areas and even some high-level officials in the Federation, the Tianhai Alliance is just an economic input. As for other things, it is not outstanding, and its status has always been in the middle of the Federation. How can the people in power of the Tianhai Alliance be reconciled to this? About 200 years ago, the Tianhai Alliance competition was created to select and encourage talents. Not only are the bonuses generous, but some special prizes will also be provided. Help these talents improve and further their studies, so as to better enhance the foundation of the Tianhai Alliance. Early in the morning, teams representing various cities had already entered the stadium and were waiting. At a glance, Neo University's stadium is packed with people. The stands were already filled with people. It was the first time for Tang Woolen to come to a place of this size. He was dizzy during the entire opening ceremony. He was surrounded by people much taller than him, and he couldn't even see clearly what was going on during the opening ceremony. I just felt that after standing for a long time and listening to some words of encouragement, the opening ceremony was over. The next step is to draw lots according to different entry methods. These are all carried out by the teachers. And the few people in Class 0 have nothing to do. The stadium has turned into a sea of joy, and a high platform is being quickly built in the center. Where are the people from Fuxian? At this time, Su Xiaoyan asked Tang Woolen, his eyes still scanning left and right, as if he wanted to find someone. Fuxian didn't know what happened this morning. He started to have a high fever and passed out on the bed. Teacher Wu has asked the medical staff to check on him and is watching over there now. Xie answered Su Xiaoyan's question. Ah! I'm sick, is it serious? When Su Xiaoyan heard this, he suddenly became nervous for some reason. The physical fitness of a soul master is far superior to that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, he will not get sick easily. Once you really get sick, it is basically a difficult disease. I don't know about this either. You can ask Teacher Wu. Ah, Teacher Wu just arrived. Xie looked at Wu Zhongkong, who was already walking towards them. The cold and proud male god was as charming as ever. It was obviously a lively opening ceremony, but there was silence on their side. The women nearby all cast their eyes on him with fiery eyes. Wu Zhongkong ignored the gazes around him that seemed to want to eat him alive, and walked towards Tang Wulin and the others. Teacher Wu, Fu Sheng. Seeing Wu Zhangkong's arrival, Su Xiaoyan took the lead in asking, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Zhangkong. Don't worry, Nan Fuxian is fine. The medical staff said he was just overworked and had a little cold. With his physical condition, he will be fine soon. Chapter 97 Opening Ceremony of Tianhai Alliance. Now Nan Fuxian is being taken care of by hotel caregivers. After the opening ceremony, if you are worried, you can go to the hotel to visit him. Now you can relax and watch the exhibition match that will be held later. This exhibition match is different from the past. It will allow you to clearly understand the gap between yourself and the truly proud ones. Really? Su Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wu Zhangkong's words. Tang Wulin on the side was actually a little curious about what exhibition match Wu Zhangkong was talking about. Teacher Wu, what do you mean by the exhibition competition? Xie answered Tang Wulin's question first. You don't know. There will be an exhibition match later. I heard that this time we specially invited strong men from Shrek Academy and spent a lot of money. Their opponent is the previous Generation 7-man tournament champion of our Tianhai Alliance. The alliance did this mainly to let Melitz take a look at the gap between it and others' top strength, but I don't think this is the right choice. Gu Yu, who was beside Xie, asked in confusion, why? Xie shrugged his shoulders and said, isn't this simple? The gap is within a certain range. It can be called a gap, and it will have a motivating effect. But if the gap exceeds a certain level, it is no longer a gap, it is called a gap. The unbridgeable gap will only make people feel depressed. You're quite good at describing it. Su Xiaoyan said, but do you think that something that you, a child, can think of, can't be thought of by the alliance's top management? Let me see. The alliance will definitely have its own way to deal with it. While Xie and the others were having a heated discussion, the patient they called Nan Fuxian was preparing for battle in a lounge. This is the lounge specially prepared by the senior leaders of the Tianhai Alliance for the team competition teams. However, Nan Fuxian's appearance has changed greatly at this time. He has short sea blue hair and sea blue pupils. He is about 17 or 18 years old and has a handsome appearance. He looks exactly like Zhang Wuji, who was parasitized by him not long ago. The reason why Nan Fuxian's appearance has undergone such a big change depends on his extraordinary abilities, the 3 paths of the Lord of Mysteries, the Fool, and the ability of Sequence 6, Faceless Man. One of the abilities is Faceless. You can permanently change into other people, but it is only a superficial change, and there are large limits in terms of height, body shape, etc. It only involves itself and cannot be changed together with the clothes. It can simulate the target's voice, but it is limited to ordinary people. The Faceless Man's ability made Nan Fuxian look like Zhang Wuji. Coupled with the ability to steal, he directly stole Zhang Wuji's martial spirit. Unless he was a particularly familiar companion, no one could tell that Nan Fuxian's true body. As for where the real Zhang Wuji went, Nan Fuxian could only say that he asked Zhang Wuji to find a place to lie down and wait until the game was over before showing up again. It was Nan Fuxian's time now. At this moment, besides Nan Fuxian, there are 6 people in this lounge, 4 men and 2 women, all members of the team. Everyone was silent, making the entire rest room silent. Everyone was doing their own thing, and there was no appearance of what a team should be like. But in fact, this is indeed a team Nan Fuxian. Nan Fuxian got this name himself. Why? Naturally because everyone in this team is Nan Fuxian. Since it's all about me, no one will object to the name. With Nan Fuxian's current ability, of course he cannot control so many people, but at this moment, he is in a state of borrowing the power of Origin Castle, so that is different. The 3rd path of the Lord of Mysteries, Error, and the 4th sequence, Parasite. For Nan Fuxian, as long as he doesn't borrow power to forcefully use the form of a mythical creature like in the previous Soul Train incident, then he can withstand it. Without turning on the mythical creature form, Nanfusion can borrow at most a little power from the Sequence 0 True God. Now it's just the ability of Sequence 4. To him, it's just a sprinkle of water. The ability to parasitize caused Nanfusion's power to skyrocket. He not only parasitized these 6 people, but also parasitized 2 senior leaders of the Tianhai Alliance. However, it is borrowed power after all. If Nanfusion cannot maintain it, the parasitic power will disappear. At that time, except for the 2 people who were parasitized by his martial soul at the beginning. Others, those who are more lucky will only be comatose for a while, and those who are not so lucky can only die on the spot. Even if the parasitic power subsides, the impact on their spiritual sea in the process is genuine. By the way, the parasitism Nanfusion chose was to merge with their souls. In this case, although the other party is also a clone of Nanfusion, it is due to the soul fusion with the parasitic object. Personality will also undergo considerable changes. The stronger the parasitized object is, the more the parasitized character will be like its original character, and vice versa. But its core subject is still Nanfusion, and this will not change. Now the 7 martial souls in this team are Sea Dragon, Water Elemental, Starfish, Walrus, Giant Claw Crab, Fat Catfish, and Big Lobster. All of them are water attribute martial spirits. All members have soul power above level 35, and there is no soul sect. Frankly speaking, with such soul power cultivation, there is almost no chance of winning against the Shrek Academy team. Because he had already learned from the senior leaders of the Tianhai Alliance that he had parasitized that this time there were 2 soul sects, 3 soul masters, and 2 great soul masters in the Shrek Academy team. 1 soul sect alone is enough to offset the drag brought by the 2 great soul masters, let alone 2 more. Moreover, they are people from Shrek Academy, and challenges beyond levels are basically commonplace. What's more, Nanfusion also learned that among the people in Shrek Academy this time, there were top martial arts spirits such as Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus and Kaibao Glazed Pagoda. From the bright side, it can be said that Nanfusion has no chance of winning, but fortunately, he still has a hidden trump card. At this moment, the sound of the broadcast spread throughout the venue and also reached the lounge where Nanfusion was located. Today is the beginning of the Tianhai Alliance competition. We have specially invited the team from Shrek Academy to communicate and discuss with our previous champions. Due to the strong strength of Shrek Academy, our exchange and discussion this time is a cross-age exchange. Let us, the 7-man champion of the Tianhai Alliance's youth group, challenge the Shrek Academy's 7-man youth group. Next, both parties are invited to come to the stage. Here it comes. Nanfusion, who was in the lounge, looked up at the screen. What was playing inside was the scene from the Tianhai Gymnasium, but what appeared on it was the champion of the previous 7-person youth group competition, and had nothing to do with Nanfusion's team. Chapter 98. The show begins. On the other side, Wu Zhongkong and the members of Class 0 led by him saw the members of Class 0 looking at the ring in surprise. Youth group versus junior group? Tang Wulin glanced at Su Xiaoyan beside him in surprise, and she was right. The top management of Tianhai Alliance really considered the issue of confidence. However, if the youth group still loses against the junior group, I'm afraid. Representing the Tianhai Alliance are the last youth group champions, 7 students from Tianhai College. This year, they are all over 20 years old and can only participate in the adult group competition. Each of them is wearing a silver uniform and looks heroic. 5 men and 2 women, all moving in unison. At first glance, they are strong men who have been trained for a long time. Everyone is full of energy, and there is a bit of excitement in their eyes. The color of excitement. What surprised Tang Wulin was the people coming up from the other side of the ring. He didn't recognize the 5 people walking in front. They were wearing green sportswear. They all looked like they were 14 or 15 years old. But he recognized the two people walking at the end at a glance. In fact, they had just had an unpleasant incident with the girl named Yezinglan. Compared with others, they are obviously much younger and stand out on the competition stage. Hey, it's the two of them. Why are they on stage too? Xie naturally recognized them. Su Xiaoyan said blankly, we are all about the same age, why is there such a big gap? Yes. They are all 10 years old, but they are already able to perform on stage in exhibition games. More importantly, being on stage means that they represent the legendary Shrek Academy. The two sides on the stage greeted each other. The 7 people on the Tianhai Alliance side were obviously taller than the others, and the age gap was clearly evident. This is an age difference of more than 5 years. On the Shrek Academy side, the leader is a boy of about 15 years old. His appearance does not look very outstanding, but he has an indescribable temperament. Standing there, although he was young, he was as steady as a mountain. He just took a few steps forward and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. In the lounge, Nan Fuxian was looking at the screen attentively. Even if he had the means to win, there is nothing wrong with learning more. 7 versus 7, this is the most mainstream team battle. After tens of thousands of years of verification, this number of people is the most beneficial to the Soul Master's performance. And those people on the stage represent the best of these two age groups, especially these young people from Shrek Academy. How strong can they reach? The two parties briefly introduced themselves, letting Nan Fuxian know that the leading boy from Shrek Academy was named Yuan Tingyu. In addition, there are Yezinglan and Su Lizzie, one of the future Shrek 7 monsters. The referee is an old man, with a deep breath, and he can tell that his cultivation level is not low. Now, the game begins. The arena is not particularly big. It is not as big as the venue where Nan Fuxian and the others usually practice actual combat. This is due to time constraints. After all, the construction time is too short. Therefore, the entire competition stage is less than 50 meters in diameter. Although the 14 people on the stage didn't seem crowded, it wasn't particularly generous either. The referee had just called out the words "start" of the game, and the first to start was the 7 people from Shrek Academy. The first one to take action was Su Lizzie. I saw him flicking his right hand, the soul ring under his feet flickered, 2 yellow soul rings rose up, the first soul ring flickered, and something seemed to fly out of his hand. Through the playback of the camera, Nan Fuxian could clearly see that it was a steamed bun. The other 6 people each took it and stuffed it into their mouths. Another teenage girl shouted loudly, and 3 circles of soul rings rose from her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, the best combination of soul rings. Above her right hand, a ray of light lit up. It was a pagoda with 7 floors. Surrounded by the soul ring, the 3 lower layers shone at the same time, turning into 3 rays of light, falling on the young man named Yuan Yuya who rushed to the front. The young man let out a long dragon roar, and his body suddenly expanded, especially his arms, which became extremely thick. At his feet, 4 soul rings climbed up, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. There were actually 10,000-year soul rings. Immediately afterwards, thunder roared, and then the picture on the screen began to blur. Damn, why are you showing this to people? Bad reviews, bad reviews. Nan Fuxian complained. From what he saw on the screen, everything in the arena seemed to be distorted by the blue-purple thunder light. Although he represented the Tianhai Alliance. Among the 7 people on stage, 3 are 4th-level ring holders and the other 4 are 3rd-level ring holders. Those 3 with 4 rings all have 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, so the souls cannot see clearly. On the surface, they had the upper hand, but Nan Fuxian knew clearly that they had lost. Sure enough, not only did the thunder and lightning not gradually disappear after the outbreak, but it became more and more powerful. Although it was not clear on the soul guide screen, there was still a vague image. There seemed to be something rushing across the thunder and lightning, and there seemed to be a faint dragon roar. It seemed like a thunder dragon. That's all he could see and hear through the screen, and then, there was nothing more. After about a minute, the game ended. The 7 people representing the Tianhai Alliance have all fallen down on the competition stage, while the people representing Shrek Academy still maintain their original formation, with the youngest Su Lizzie and Yezinglan at the back of the team. Yezinglan seemed to have never made a move from beginning to end. On the other side of the auditorium, there were also few people saw clearly what happened, but they suddenly saw a strong blue light explode in the center of the competition stage, and then huge thunder and lightning enveloped the entire competition stage. In the end, the 7 members of the Tianhai Alliance fell, and the entire stadium was silent. For a moment, the stadium that accommodated 80,000 people was completely silent. Fighting across age groups, you couldn't hold on for a minute? It was like a massacre. Even the members of the Tianhai Alliance did not show their abilities at all. Shrek Academy's attack was too fast, and it was like a violent storm. That momentary explosion was like a giant dragon suddenly awakening on the competition stage, devouring the opponent in a very short period of time. The young man representing Shrek Academy bowed slightly in greeting, and then prepared to lead his team members to turn around and leave the stage. At this time, there was suddenly one more person on the stage. Everyone watching, hello everyone. I am one of the organizers of the Tianhai Alliance competition. I believe you have just seen the amazing strength of these boys and girls from Shrek Academy. Frankly speaking, I didn't expect that with an age difference of more than 5 years, our last champion of the Tianhai Alliance could not survive for a minute. Shrek Academy is worthy of being the #1 academy in the mainland. Let us support them. Applaud. As he said this, the senior executive of the Tianhai Alliance took the lead in applauding, and like a chain reaction, thunderous applause gradually began to ring out in the spectator seats, and people began to shout Shrek, Shrek. Although the 7 boys and girls still standing on the ring were a little surprised by this scene, they still held up their chests and accepted the applause from the audience, because they were students of Shrek Academy, the #1 academy in the mainland. Among them, Yezinglan is the worst. For her, Shrek Academy is her home. Now that she has brought honor to this family, how can she not be happy? But the Sky Sea Alliance executive changed his tone. Just now, a team submitted an application to me. They also want to compete with the top students of Shrek Academy. Originally, I didn't agree with this. Shrek Academy came from afar at our invitation. How could we fight with others so easily? Let alone, they had to go through a battle. If we win the opponent through a wheel battle, it will not appear that we are bullying others. However, the battle just now dispelled my idea. The students from Shrek Academy showed us their monster-like strength. Defeated in less than a minute, the champion of the previous youth group. I believe that the audience did not see clearly the battle just now. Now I ask you, do you want to see another battle? Chapter 99 Team Sea Dragon vs Team Shrek. Think, think, think. At first, there were just sporadic sounds, but soon it swept through the entire auditorium like a tsunami, and the audience enthusiastically shouted, "One more time, one more time." This scene made Shen Yi, who was standing in the audience, look a little ugly. Shen Yi was in charge of Shrek Academy and accepted the invitation from Tianhai Alliance to hold an exhibition match. Shen Yi was the leader of the Shrek Academy team. Although she is young, she is still considered experienced. How could she not see that the senior executive of the Tianhai Alliance said this deliberately, and the purpose was naturally to compete with Shrek Academy again? But she didn't know why the senior executive of Tianhai Alliance did what he did. According to her understanding, the team just now should be the strongest team that the Tianhai Alliance can field. Why did another team appear out of nowhere? Is it possible that they still want to send the last champion? That's an age difference of more than 10 years. There is a conspiracy. Although I don't know what the Tianhai Alliance is planning, it is definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, Shen Yi rushed directly to the ring, the organizer of the Tianhai Alliance competition. This seems to be different from what we originally said? Didn't we say that there will only be one competition? This must be the leading teacher of Shrek Academy, Teacher Shen Yi. Hello, I am Zhang Sanfan, one of the organizers of this Tianhai Alliance competition. Actually, this exhibition match was originally over here. However, just now the captain of a team asked me to see if Shrek Academy is as powerful as the rumors. I hope I can give them a chance to compete with you, but I really want to refuse, but the captain's attitude is too stubborn, and I don't want to hurt a young man's heart, so I made this decision. Faced with Shen Yi's questioning, the organizer named Zhang Sanfan did not panic. Instead, he spoke in a logical and orderly manner, and even asked Shen Yi in return. Of course, if teacher Shen Yi and other top students from Shrek Academy don't want to, they can refuse. Hearing this, Shen Yi's face looked a little ugly. Refuse? How could she refuse this situation now? If she refused, wouldn't it mean that Shrek Academy was cowardly, and its 10,000-year reputation would be easily stained? Yes, it is a stain. For Shen Yi, Shrek Academy has always been invincible. If she is timid today, she will not be able to pass the test of her conscience when she goes back. However, if she accepts the challenge, she will afraid of some conspiracy. Teacher Shen Yi, please don't worry. The average age of the team that will compete with you later is similar to that of Team Shrek. As for the name of their team, I think the audience should still have an impression. That's right. They are the Water Dragon team that won the championship in the youth group and 7-person team competition in the last Tianhai League competition. Well, Teacher Shen Yi, and everyone from Team Shrek, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Zhang Sanfan first responded to Shen Yi's question, then exposed the information about the team he was going to challenge, and finally asked about the Shrek team's wishes. The audience in the auditorium obviously heard Zhang Sanfan's words, and one by one they started shouting, "One more fight! One more fight! Water Dragon Team! Water Dragon Team! Shrek Academy is invincible, I'm wet," etc. It seems like there are some strange things mixed in. Hearing this, Shen Yi was not as hesitant as before. To her, among her peers, Shrek could be said to be invincible. At this moment, a hand was placed on her shoulder. It was the man named the boy from Yuanting Yu said, "Teacher Shen, don't worry. There are not many people of our age who are stronger than us. We are monsters, monsters from Shrek Academy. Yes, yes. Let them see how powerful our Shrek Academy is. Teacher Shen, don't worry, what about the Water Dragon team? We will solve it for you in minutes. It's probably some kind of cat or dog again. Teacher Shen, just let us go. In that battle just now, we didn't even put in much effort. Now that there are ready-made sandbags, just let us fight." Next to Shen Yi, the boys and girls from Shrek Academy were persuading Shen Yi, and their tone did not seem to take the opponents waiting for them seriously. After all, they are students of Shrek. Hearing this, Shen Yi said angrily, "You guys, don't be careless. You must know that there is always something wrong. If you are so careless, be careful and you will easily suffer losses in the future." However, she began to feel relieved, and said to Zhang Sanfan and the audience in the auditorium, "Well, since you want to fight again, then naturally we will accompany you to the end. However, please let my students adjust the status quo." Of course, Teacher Shen Yi, please rest assured that this is definitely the last competition. After the end, everyone at Shrek Academy will be responsible for all the expenses incurred in the Tianhai Alliance competition. This is unnecessary. Shen Yi shook his head, but her face looked much better. It seemed that the Tianhai Alliance had given up on the good news. The battle just now did not consume much of the 7 members of the Shrek team, not to mention that Zhang Sanfan actually called a healing soul emperor to help them treat them, and they quickly adjusted their condition. Zhang Sanfan and Shen Yi left the ring directly, and the referee stood up again. Next, let us invite the champions of the last Tianhai Alliance competition, the youth group, and the 7-person team competition, the Water Dragon team to appear. In the passage of the arena, Nan Fuxian walked out with 6 members of the team, looking calm, not at all nervous about facing the legendary Monster Academy. The 7 people faced each other in the ring, and both sides greeted each other. Judging from the age, the 2 sides were almost the same. Oh, not counting, there are 2 10-year-olds, Su Lizzie and Ye Xinglan. Now, the game begins. The referee had just shouted the words "start" of the game, and the first to start the action were the 7 people from Shrek Academy. They wanted to let the world know that the majesty of Shrek Academy cannot be challenged. Su Lizzie's soul ring flashed under his feet, and one steamed bun after another was thrown out of his hand. The other 6 people took it and stuffed it into their mouths. The girl on the other side, whose martial spirit was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, summoned her martial spirit. The 3 lower floors of the pagoda shone simultaneously, turning into 3 rays of light and falling on the young man from Yuantingyu who was rushing forward. I saw Yuantingyu let out a long dragon roar, and his body suddenly expanded, especially his arms, which became extremely thick. Then they rushed towards the 7 Nanfuxian men. They wanted to replicate the tactics just now and defeat the Water Dragon team in one fell swoop. Chapter 101 Minute Battle. In the audience, when Shen Yi saw the members of the Water Dragon team, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because based on her strength, it was obvious that there was no soul sect among the members of the Water Dragon team. Although all members of the Water Dragon team are soul masters, there are even 2 great soul masters on their side, including an auxiliary soul master. But it doesn't matter, 1 soul sect is enough to make up for this gap, let alone they have 2 soul sects here, and they are also the soul sects of Shrek Academy. The gold content in them is completely different from the ordinary soul sects. Moreover, the auxiliary soul master is still a 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Her increase alone is enough to increase the combat power of all their members by a large level. Below the 5th ring, the growth rate of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda can be said to be unmatched. As for the 5th ring and above, it's hard to say. It depends on whether the opponent has battle armor or not. Frankly speaking, since the birth of Dukai, the most embarrassing thing has been the auxiliary soul master. Just like the rapid development of soul guides more than 10,000 years ago, the rapidly improving soul guides have allowed auxiliary soul masters to have attack power. The definitions of soul guides and combat soul masters have begun to blur. After the birth of Dukai, the increase of 1 word Dukai alone is enough to make a soul king comparable to soul saint. Isn't this better than an auxiliary system? Especially in the spirit fighting competition, when both sides are opponents with 1 word fighting armor. It would be awkward when the 2 opponents were soul kings, but only one of them was an offensive type and the other was an auxiliary type. Although there are soul guides that can assist, after all, auxiliary soul masters are not good at fighting in a fight. The final decision depends on the strength of your teammates. With the increase of Dukai, even the increase of 7 treasure glazed tile tower seems a bit small. Of course, this only applies to ordinary soul masters, but not necessarily to geniuses. However, there are not many geniuses after all, and ordinary soul masters on the mainland are the mainstream. This also leads to the fact that after the 5th ring or above, in soul fighting competitions, there is rarely a lineup with 1 support and 1 strong attack. Not to mention arranging 2 auxiliary soul masters at once like them. At this moment in the arena, a strong blue light exploded in the center of the competition stage. And then huge thunder and lightning enveloped the entire competition stage. What are you doing? Isn't it the same as before? You can't see anything. Some viewers complained dissatisfiedly. Nan Fuxian, who was shrouded in thunder and lightning at this moment, could clearly see that when the thunder and lightning just appeared, the 10,000-year soul ring behind Yuantingyu lit up, and then violent thunder appeared. It seems that they were able to defeat the previous champion in just 1 minute, but it was not as easy as they appeared. They first used 10,000-year soul skills, and then cooperated with their teammates to quickly eliminate their careless opponents. Although he was in the midst of thunder and lightning, Nanfusion's expression did not show any panic. Instead, he still had the leisure to comment here. In front of him, he saw Yuan Tingyu rushing towards him. His two arms became extremely thick, with scales attached to them, suddenly turning into a pair of dragon claws. Behind him, there were three teenagers rushing over. One of them had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. He was from another soul sect. Nanfusion, the martial soul, also recognized him as the lightning leopard. The martial souls of the other 2 young men are lightning birds, and their similar faces indicate that the two are brothers. In the back, the girl from the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda and Su Lizzie were protected by Yezinglan. Haha, since you are so proactive, let me show you our trump card. Let's see if the battle can be resolved in 1 minute. Nanfusion didn't hesitate and prepared to use his killing move. Otherwise, with their current lineup, they wouldn't be able to defeat Shrek. It would be fine if they didn't get beaten violently. I saw the other 6 people quickly gathered in the direction of Nanfusion, put their arms on Nanfusion, 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. I saw Nanfusion as the leader, and the soul power and martial arts of the other 6 people were absorbed. However, the 6 people did not merge with Nanfusion, and a huge sea dragon silhouette appeared behind Nanfusion, and the surrounding air began to change. Gotta get wet. Although in terms of attributes, Nanfusion does not have an advantage, because water can guide minds, but from the overall hard power, Nanfusion can be said to be the best in the field. These 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skills are his ultimate kill. In Douluo continent, in the lower realm, just the fusion skills of 2 people's martial souls are enough for a soul master to cross 2 realms to defend against enemies. Another interesting thing about martial soul fusion skills is that the higher the compatibility between them and the greater the number of people, the greater the power. The most famous among the former are Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong's 100% compatible martial soul fusion skills. The latter is the Trinity martial soul fusion skill of the Golden Iron Triangle from 20,000 years ago, which allows a great soul master and 2 soul saints to fight against titled Douluo. Now he, Nanfusion, borrowed a bit of the power of Sequence Zero's bug to forcefully use the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. In terms of compatibility, the 7 people present can all be said to be Nanfusion, and the compatibility is of course 100%. Judging from the number of people, I have 7 people here. Do I need to say more about the power? At this moment, Nanfusion's soul power has skyrocketed to a level comparable to that of a soul saint of more than 70 levels, of course without the need for a battle armor. Under the power of Bug, the martial spirit merged with the other 6 martial spirits and became more powerful, at least to the level of a super martial spirit. On the opposite side, the 4 Yuan Yuya people had to stop because of the pressure of soul power exuded by Nanfusion, and looked at Nanfusion with horrified expressions. At this moment, Nanfusion was suspended in the air. A dark blue sea dragon was spinning around his body. His sea blue pupils turned into gold. His whole person seemed to be transformed into a superior god, judging them. The next moment, Nanfusion's figure disappeared from his sight. No, defend quickly. Yuan Tingyu's voice hadn't come out yet, but he had already taken a defensive posture. The next moment, a huge force came from his crossed claws, and then his whole body flew away. After Nanfusion knocked him away, he teleported directly and knocked out the other 3 people with 1 punch. They were all agility and attack type soul masters, and their physical fitness was not as strong as Yuan Tingyu. Naturally, they couldn't withstand Nanfusion. Fu Sheng's punch with the soul saint's strength. But what surprised him was that Yuan Yu relied on instinct and subconsciously caught his punch. As expected of an elite of Shrek Academy, you can actually catch my punch. But I guess your hands are not good either. Feeling good? Hiss. Yuan Tingyu took a breath of cold air. Although he had blocked the blow just now, the terrifying force still made his arms lose consciousness. Where did the other party come from? The power is so powerful. It's not like a martial soul fusion skill, it's more like a 7-in-1 soul power fusion skill. Yuan Tingyu subconsciously thought that the 7 opponents had not fused, so this should not be a martial soul fusion skill. But if it is a 7-in-1 soul power fusion skill, then the process of the opponent's soul power fusion should take a long time. But yes, unfortunately, he would never have thought that there is a behavior in this world called bugging. Before Yuan Tingyu could think more, Nanfuxian punched him again. In the fusion state of his martial soul, every move and every blow was his strongest attack. This time Yuan Tingyu couldn't react, and was directly knocked away by Nanfuxian, falling to the ground unconscious. Then Nanfuxian looked forward and saw a long sword with twinkling stars, slashing directly towards his neck. It was Ye Xinglan, a fanatic from Shrek Academy. She actually abandoned her teammates and rushed towards Nanfuxian instead. Judging from the posture of this woman, she was completely rushing to hack him to death. However, it is a pity that the gap in strength is too big. Before Nanfuxian could make a move, Hai Long, who was hovering beside him, bit Ye Xinglan's sword. Ye Xinglan tried hard to pull out the sword, but her martial spirit seemed to be attracted by a powerful magnet and she couldn't pull it out. The next moment, a big hand gently placed on her delicate neck, pinched her directly, and then lifted her up. At this point, the battle has actually come to an end. The 4 people who can be beaten by Shrek team have been defeated by him. Ye Xinglan is being choked by him. The remaining 2 auxiliary soul masters. Even if they still have certain attacks, even if you don't have enough strength, you can't make any waves. At this time, the surrounding lightning began to dissipate because no one was controlling it, and the entire arena reappeared in front of the audience. At this moment, the entire process from the time the lightning appeared to the time it disappeared took no more than a minute.